610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app. And our system.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We got a lot to get to on the show today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We are in day 4 now. Day 4 of free agency. Day 2 of officially being able to put pen to paper. Yesterday was the start of the league year, so we had a bunch of guys cut overnight, a bunch of guys with their resumes on LinkedIn and ZipRecruiter now looking for work around the NFL, like Tre'Davious White and this guy Russell Wilson officially cut, and James Garoppolo. He's James on LinkedIn. He's Jimmy when he's in the building.
Yeah, there's been a little word about Jimmy Garoppolo. It's really, I kind of forget about him almost.
Dude, I forgot he was getting cut until I read this tweet from Field Yates.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird scenario where Jimmy Garoppolo, who multiple teams have given a boatload of money to him to come in and be their starting quarterback, and now either Josh McDaniels finally just ruined his career, or Jimmy Garoppolo did it on his own. I don't know.
A year ago this week, because I can remember sitting in the airport flying home from New York City from Lopez's son's wedding a year ago this week, there were rumors from the Nugget Hussies that it was the Raiders and the Texans that were in on Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember last year? Yeah.
That's right. Well, because they certainly weren't going to draft one in the draft.
Well, and that's when we were about this time last year was when we were right on the cusp of hitting that part of the calendar year where everybody was saying Texans might not even draft a quarterback.
Yeah, that's the word I hear. What I think, the Texans might just pass on a quarterback altogether.
Telling me.
How about that, though? Think about, honestly, how stupid that was in hindsight, and that it wasn't just that they were going to pass on drafting a quarterback. Like, in hindsight, think about it, that a team was going to pass on drafting C.J. Stroud because they couldn't get Bryce Young.
Right.
Like that, if you think about in hindsight, what a horrible, like that would.
That's a draft, man.
That would have gotten Nick Caserio fired for sure, right? Like if the Texans had traded back or something, and somebody else had gotten C.J. Stroud and he was Rookie of the Year,
Well, think about it. They probably would have just taken Will Anderson at 2 and then just gone on their merry way. And, even that probably wouldn't have saved you.
Will Anderson would have had the stress and the pressure of Sam Bowie. It might have ruined him.
Maybe.
You know, Sam Bowie in another universe is like a 10-time All-Pro. He was just because he didn't have all that pressure of trying to live up to Michael Jordan.
Yep. So I guess I don't know. My reaction yesterday to the stuff the Texans were doing was, okay, the big thing they did yesterday on the surface felt very strange, and then you realize, okay, well, this is probably the first link in a chain of some different things that are going to happen here. But if you missed it, that's not what I'm referring to. David Sharp got signed in the last segment of our show yesterday, so 6'6", 343, so he's a biggins. But the trade of Malik Collins to the 49ers kind of came out of nowhere. And, okay, they traded Malik Collins to the 49ers. I immediately went to overthecap.com to see it. I'm like, all right, well, they're taking a $10 million dead cap hit money to do this deal. They do save some on the cap compared to what it would cost to pay Malik Collins to be a football player for the Texans, like $3 million and change. And they trade him for a 7th-round pick. And in a vacuum, you go, okay, well, that seems like a silly move to trade somebody for a 7th-round pick just to lop $3 million off the cap when you've got other guys you can cut and do the exact same thing. And then you realize, okay, Eric Armstead is getting cut today. Maybe they're clearing the way to bring in Eric Armstead. And then, Seth, out comes the news last night that the two teams actually had a deal in place, player for player, before Armstead got cut.
Yeah.
And Armstead did get cut overnight, so he's a free agent now. The Texans and the 49ers had a deal worked out to trade Malik Collins straight up for Eric Armstead. So this we know. The Texans want Eric Armstead on their football team. That is fair to say. So we know that. But they weren't able to work out the deal because the Danielle Hunter contract somehow helped squelch it. Probably cap issues or whatever, because Armstead is set to make $17 million this year and didn't want to take a pay cut. So now we're left with the Texans not having Malik Collins. Sheldon Rankin signs with the Bengals overnight. We're waiting on them to maybe sign Eric Armstead in free agency here. This is a very strange sequence of events.
It's really strange that they would just so casually give up Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick. And it was one of these things yesterday even. I was kind of having a hard time. I probably didn't process it as quickly as I should have in understanding just how weird a scenario this is. The thing that would make it make sense is that if somehow maybe the Texans had already agreed to a deal with Eric Armstead. So it ends up being, okay, 49ers, we've got to deal with Eric Armstead. If you end up releasing him, maybe that makes more sense for everybody involved. That would make sense, even though I can't even exactly imagine how it would look right now. Beyond that, I don't know if maybe if the Texans because they had a deal in place, but then they ended up being the ones that pulled out, maybe they just felt out an obligation or a duty to fulfill part of the trade, even if it was a disadvantage to them.
Yeah.
At which point I had to give them credit for being good dudes, but also a little bit of like, hey, why don't you guys be the bastards every now and then?
Well,
just go ahead and be a bastard to old Kyle, you know?
You're right, because they were probably counting on getting Malik Collins. The Texans have had a really good couple of days. Make no mistake about that. This is the news this morning, though, this Malik Collins thing. This better be leading to something, because you are significantly worse on the interior of your defensive line as you wake up this morning without your starting 2 defensive tackles from last year.
And I don't know if, I saw somebody could be one of the defensive tackles. And maybe I'm to blame for that a little bit. I should be more clear about this. Danico Autry can play defensive tackle, but he's not who you really want as your every down 3 technique.
60 snaps.
Right, he's 285, like he can anchor in there and he can take on a double team here and there. You just don't necessarily want him doing it all the time. So there will be games this year where if the Texans start out in nickel or based on a certain personnel package, Danico Autry might start at defensive tackle. Mm-hmm. But I don't know, like on the season-long depth chart, you don't necessarily want him right there.
Right.
So I think he will take a lot of snaps there, but I'd feel a lot better right now, obviously, if they had an Eric Armstead alongside Fudukasi or one of those guys.
Yeah, like right now, your starting defensive tackles are Foley, Fudukasi, who you signed off of the Jags cut him and you signed him, and then I don't know, I guess who? Kurt Heinisch, Khalil Davis, there's work to do, and I trust Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans that this is leading to something here. I think that it will be Eric Armstead. I do. Now, as far as like having a deal in place with him before he got cut, I sure hope they had permission to talk to him to do that, because if not, boy, old Mike Florio is going to be pounding on the door looking for tampering. My God.
Florio's all worked up because apparently Kirk Cousins had contact with the Falcons' head athletic trainer during the tampering period.
Yeah, man.
So now Florio's getting persnicked about how they're tampering beforehand. Now they have the legal tampering period, but that's not good enough for Florio. Florio needs to be sure that the legal tampering is done the proper way and that no boundaries were broached during the whole process. He is the homeowners association president. He's not even the HOA president, because usually I feel like that guy, he's got to work out things. He's like the HOA like actual rules administrator or something.
Yeah, he's
the person way too much time on his hands that's going to find every little problem and send you a letter about it.
Executive Vice Karen in charge of tampering violations. Yes.
It's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
I think as far as if the Texans had been talking into
Armstead.
Eric Armstead, then it would have been with permission of the 49ers,
sure.
just because of whatever this weird situation is. It's going to be less weird if Eric Armstead ends up with the Texans. If it doesn't, it's going to be super weird that they just let Malik Collins walk.
Yeah, if it doesn't, I'm not going to say it's a disaster. I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but boy, if it doesn't lead to Eric Armstead coming here, you sure have work to do on the interior of your defensive line, right?
Well, yeah, and I mean, they could draft there. It's not the end of the world.
No.
They've gone into games with various, whether a Khalil Davis or a Kurt Hinish or of that variety because of injuries has to start the game. It's just you went from it looking like a potentially really scary defensive line with Malik Collins there to where now all of a sudden you've lost an element of upfield pass rush.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel quite so golden and awesome as it did 21 hours
Whatever
ago.
it was. Yeah.
When did this all happen? It was like 3 in the afternoon?
The Malik Collins trade came down during In the Loop. I know that. So
Okay.
So that's where the Texans are right now. Look, still feeling really good about the offseason for the Texans, as are a lot of people around the country. We'll get to that in the next segment. What did you think of Calvin Ridley swerving at the final minute? Is it the Patriots? Is it the Jags? Is it the Jags? Is it the Patriots? Who's going to get Calvin Ridley? Oh, the Tennessee Titans will for 4 years, $92 million.
Yeah, the best I could tell, because I kind of was looking at there was somebody tried to troll us yesterday about Danielle Hunter and how he still doesn't make the Texans pass rush as scary as the Jaguars pass rush. So I got stuck in a little rabbit hole of Jaguars Twitter, but it was fun because as of yesterday morning, I saw a lot of people in Jacksonville kind of acting like, well, all these people out there talking about Calvin Ridley don't understand the real deal, which was apparently that the Jaguars were just going to wait until the start of the league year to sign Calvin Ridley because then they would only have to give up a third rounder to the Falcons instead of a second rounder. Turns out it wasn't quite so simple.
Yeah.
Because whatever little chicanery the Jaguars might have been trying, they just ended up losing Calvin Ridley with a nice contract to the Tennessee Titans.
They might have gotten too cute, the Jags. They might have felt like, we got Ridley signing here. Why would we want to give up 30 free slots in the draft to the Falcons, and we'll just sign Ridley at 4:05 p.m. Eastern time the day the league year begins? What they forgot was David Mulugheta is Calvin Ridley's agent, is going to use every bit of leverage he can get to get his guy the most. And if all of a sudden that means, you're telling me my guy's going to hit free agency because you want to give up a third instead of a second? Well, let's let my guy hit free agency and see where this goes, shall we?
Yeah. Oh, he's just a second-class citizen here, is he? Huh?
Yep.
You're just gonna mess around with him and just assume he's always gonna be there for you.
Yep.
I would say, look, the Titans end up, spending a good chunk of cash on a wide receiver who wasn't always exactly where Trevor Lawrence expected him to be.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Titans have had a weird free agency so far that I'm really excited about.
Yes.
Feels like they've spent good money to replace some of the guys they've lost with inferior replacements. In some cases, spending more money on the inferior replacement than that guy ended up getting in free agency.
That Ridley deal is at the top of my list for deals that are going to look bad in like a year and a half or 2 years. Like Calvin Ridley is going to be a cap casualty in 2 years. Mark my words. He's 30 years old, just got overpaid, is a guy who's not all that dialed in to begin with. And now he's got Will Levis as his quarterback.
I like the theory that you had floated out there that you forwarded to me that maybe Calvin Ridley had bet on the futures that Calvin Ridley
No, I didn't come up. I only sent it to you. I can't take credit for it, but it's a phenomenal theory.
But he was like 15-1 at one point, right?
He was like minus 300 to go to Jacksonville. He was like even money to go to New England and 18-1 to go to the Titans. So the joke was he had a huge futures bet on himself to go to the Titans, and he just cashed in. That was pretty fun.
Bet in his own name on an app. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. For sure. National folks are feeling really, really strong on the Texans. This Danielle Hunter move has been a real needle mover, and we'll hear from some of those folks coming up next. But now I got to go to kind of a bad place for myself where I think about the last time I got into a fender bender. Look, I've been around a long, long time, but I've been in a few of them, and I remember my very last one that I had.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Seth and I are just trying to make heads or tails of the Malik Collins trade. They had a trade in place, Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, that didn't happen, so they trade Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick, the Texans do yesterday. So I think it's leading to something. I think they're probably surprised I didn't wake up to some news about the Texans overnight acquiring somebody. But I just said to Seth during the break, I said, man, if you just take this trade at face value, pretend there's no Eric Armstead, pretend there's no expected second move, that the Texans just trade a good player for a 7th-round pick yesterday, and take a cap hit, take on some dead money in the process to do it. That's the Brandon Cooks trade. That's what that was last year. So my gut reaction, the trade just in a vacuum unto itself, I'm like, boy, something must have happened bad with Malik Collins behind the scenes for them to dump him for a 7th-round pick. That's why I feel there's something coming here on the back end.
There's either that. I mean, honestly, there's a few different explanations that make sense. Just one would be is if they already had some kind of a deal in place with Eric Armstead, and there was I don't think it would even have to be kind of an under-the-table scenario or anything. It would just be if the 49ers just decided they needed to release Eric Armstead instead of trade him or what have you. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The only other side is because the story goes that the Texans had the trade in place, but then the Danielle Hunter deal became available or realistic, so they had to pounce on that.
Yes.
And maybe the amount of guaranteed money that they had to give up for whatever reason made them bail on the trade for Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Then did they just out of obligation because the 49ers had moved ahead with their plans, so they're left in the lurch because the Texans, have changed course? I guess I give them an A for business ethics on that.
Yeah.
Laws
Complete.
That's yeah.
Incomplete.
If they want to be complete, like Machiavellian, just stab people in the back and what have you. If you really want to go for it and forsake your friendships along the way, then just go ahead and let the 49ers let them shrivel in the wind. Okay.
That's right. All right. So let's circle back over the Danielle Hunter move. Boy, this signing really moved the needle for a lot of the national folks with the Texans. Let's start with Brian Baldinger, who on his breakdowns this year we know he's been a big fan of a lot of Texans. Will Anderson, John Greenard, that's what he calls him.
Greenard, that's all right. I forgive that one every time I hear it.
I do too. It's just fun. And you're about to hear it here in about 8 seconds. But here's Brian Baldinger yesterday on the NFL Network. They asked some of the panelists what your favorite move of the offseason has been so far.
I'm going to keep it right on the defensive line, and I'm going to go to the Houston Texans because we all know that they're building something special with D'Amico Ryan. But for them to get Danielle Hunter, I mean, they lose. Okay, they lose Jonathan Greenard. I like Jonathan Greenard, good player. I think they upgraded with Danielle Hunter. Coming off his best season as a Viking. Oh, by the way, he's from Katy, Texas. He's from Houston. He turned down bigger offers to go back to his hometown of Houston. He wants to be there. There's something to be said about free agents that want to go to a particular destination, will take a little bit less money to do it. He's joining a franchise right now that I think is clearly on the upswing. I think Danielle Hunter, Daniel Autry, Will Anderson, that could be next year.
All right, so Baldy likes the move. Upgrade over his guy Greenard. Yeah.
Yeah, and I get a little bit nervous when I hear him say we all know that they're building something special there. I don't like it when it's a foregone conclusion because I don't know if everybody's noticed or not, but these national pundits have a tendency to be wrong a lot of the time. I don't need the jinx, man. I don't need the jinx on just how special what the Texans are building is. All right? I've had various scenarios running through my head constantly of all of the, hey, this is the next great thing. I'll take that back to the Indiana Pacers of 2012.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah, they were the next big thing, building something special, right? Mm-hmm. No. Keep your praise out of your mouth, damn it. As far as Danielle Hunter wanting to come back here, I do feel like this is a scenario where I do believe that he probably turned down maybe more total money with a 3-year deal or a 4-year deal somewhere else. And the Texans, it wasn't like it was completely out of love for hometown. The Texans ponied up an almost 100% guaranteed contract.
Oh, yeah.
So
at 25 mil. This was not a – if it was a discount, it sure wasn't a deep one.
But this is a trend that we've seen now that's kind of rare. And what Baldinger alluded to is people that actually want to be on the team. Like, it just doesn't happen in pro sports that much. And when it comes to your head coach specifically wanting to be in the city he's coaching, that's exceedingly rare. Because for the most part, NFL coaches, head coaches, they have to be opportunists. They don't get to really pick and choose. If they do, it's with a whole bunch of maneuvering and backstabbing and everything like that. So, like, for D'Amico Ryans to be able to go to exactly the place that he wanted to go, where he played, where his wife grew up, all of that, like, that's rare. So you don't get that connection between a player and the team, or a coach and the team in most situations in the NFL. And then likewise with Danielle Hunter could have chosen one of many places that were going to pay him really well. The fact that he wants to be back here, it's something that wouldn't have happened 2 years ago.
No,
it wasn't. That was not the time for a homecoming 2 years ago.
Yeah. Here's Chris Sims. This is a bit more specific to Danielle Hunter, the freak. Chris Sims says, Danielle Hunter, great signing. Looks like a guy who was built in a lab.
Hunter's a special entity in the NFL. Right? You know, I always go back to my old phrase, like, there ain't a whole lot of people walking around planet Earth that look like Danielle Hunter. Anybody ever see him, like, you go, oh, my gosh, where did they build him? What was the lab? That was a special lab. Wow. I mean, it's, shoulders galore. It's the longest damn arms you've ever seen, the longest damn legs you've ever seen, let alone, like we've seen in some of these highlights and pictures of him, he's jacked. I mean, Greek god jacked. Right? So, yeah, he's special. And, good for him. 2-year deal, $48 million. I have a hard time thinking he won't be successful. And after year one, I think they're going to be looking at him going, damn, I mean, maybe we should extend him. Maybe we should do something else. I think this is a perfect fit. I'm excited about what Houston's done. With their football team here so far, and we know they were a pretty damn good team to start with.
Super excited about Danielle Hunter's body structure.
What's going on with I feel like Chris Sims he's morphing into, like, stereotypical white guy voice. Like, the impression that people use to imitate white people, like, that every comedian
That's his
does.
actual voice now?
Well, more the one from the 90s. The white guy voice has changed over. It's turned more into, like, more. When I hear either comedians or people in general just make fun of white guy voice, it's turned into more of a dopey, almost California, like, oh, man, what the heck? What are you even doing? Where the Eddie Murphy white guy voice and on into Dave Chappelle, it was more like Chris Sims.
Yeah.
It was golly. Well, you look at the shoulders on this fellow.
That is a special lab.
Of the several labs that I visit routinely, this would be the most special.
Yeah.
This Danielle Hunter character. Am I pronouncing that right?
Denial.
I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody's culture.
Looks like Danielle to me.
That's okay. That's what I've. I'll say the thing about Danielle Hunter. It's very cool. Is his athleticism when it comes to finishing at the quarterback? When we talk about, it's a skill it's one thing to win the pass rush, but then it's another to actually get the quarterback down. So Jadeveon Clowney is the A+ example of a guy who would win a lot of pass rushes, but he was he'd have a boatload of quarterback pressures and hits, but he just has a hard time getting into the double-digit sacks. Danielle Hunter is the exact opposite. He gets within 2 feet of the quarterback, and all of a sudden, he's like a martial artist, like a fake one from the movies, where he's just contorting his body in all different ways and can kind of really, like, block the passing lane while at the same time changing direction, and he finishes. He's the exact opposite of Jadeveon Clowney in that regard.
Did you see the one making the rounds yesterday on Twitter? My timeline has a ton of Danielle Hunter highlights because, we've all been algorithmed. The one where it was Blake Bortles, I think he sacked, where he was getting kind of ridden out of the play, but he just basically reached over the tackle that was blocking him, grabbed Bortles by the shoulder pad, and pulled him to the ground with a guy blocking him. It was wild, man. They've got a player, dude. This is going to be a whole lot of fun.
Well, and I think going along with how he plays, how he finishes at the quarterback, that's something that Will Anderson can hopefully pick up from Danielle too. Because with Will, his sack total could have been better than it was in the first half of the season because he missed a few. And what I worry about with Will sometimes is he's so damn excitable that's what happens. Like those last 2 steps are you get so damn excited, you get sack fever, and that's when guys kind of they end up being stiffer athletes than they typically are because they're either trying too hard, they're not kind of settling in, and you almost have to slow down a little bit. Yeah. So just by osmosis. And seeing Daniil rubs on Will Anderson.
That's good. The other big acquisition, I guess it's 2 days ago now on Tuesday, was Joe Mixon. The trade from the Bengals to the Texans, that was completed yesterday. Here was Dan Orlovsky. I really like this because the Texans, running the ball on 1st and 10, not been a great thing for the Texans the last few years. Trying to grind out clock, keep the Texans in good down and distance situations on 2nd and 3rd down has been a big problem. Dan Orlovsky says that the Texans may have solved that with Joe Mixon.
The number one reason why they went to the playoffs last year was because C.J. Stroud on 3rd downs, and that's not normal for a rookie quarterback. They have to find a way in Houston to be better on 1st and 2nd down running the football, and that's what I love the addition of Joe Mixon. That's why for 48 hours I've been saying sign it back. Look how bad they were on 1st and 2nd down running the football. Bottom 12 in the NFL when it comes to yards, but under 4 yards of carry per rush, and then running for a 1st down. So what that graphic shows is you taxed that young quarterback. Now, he was up to it, but that's not consistently sustainable in the NFL for long-term success. So I love the fact that you get a back in Joe Mixon, that you're going to be able to, Bobby Slowick, their play caller, turn around, hand the football off on 1st and 2nd down, and maybe not have to be in 3rd and 7+ consistently and saying, hey, CJ, can you go bail us out? Because at some point, that becomes too big of a burden for any quarterback to carry.
The one thing about how they've spent Joe Mixon was one step in the process of improving that run game. The offensive line has to improve, but Joe Mixon has worked in this scheme before. You don't have to worry about Dameon Pierce, that type of non-adjustment or difficulty adjusting to the scheme. He'll be just fine with all of that. And he's kind of a grinder. You know, he's going to put his shoulder down and try to get you 3 yards even when the blocking's not right, so you don't have to worry about that. But they still, I think, need to find somebody to go alongside him. But the thing that Dan Orlovsky said at the very beginning of that, when he talked about helping out the young quarterback, what do we always talk about with that? That window you have where your quarterback's on his rookie contract, which I don't like to get too wrapped up in talk of windows, because ideally you should be planning for building around that quarterback all the time anyway. You're going to have to pay some guys on your team. But the way the Texans have spent so far, they're still 7th in overall spending, so they haven't been hugely aggressive compared to some teams, but they're 2nd in first-year cash spending. So, like, you talk about spending during this window, these next couple of years, they've come in and the money they've spent, a lot of it is in guarantees and right up front, so that, 2 years from now, that space opens up to where you can re-sign either some of these guys or some of your own guys. And that's when you're also going to have to thinking about paying C.J. Stroud. Let's all remember that his agent is David Mulligan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who just got Calvin Ridley a bag from the Tennessee Titans yesterday. In fact, a headline coming up. So,
one little depressing thing, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me something depressing here. Yeah.
Chiefs are 3rd in overall free agency spending.
Yeah, they manage their cap pretty well up there in Kansas City with a lot of really expensive dudes on the payroll for sure. All right, headlines. Trade yesterday by the Texans that we're still scratching our heads about a little bit. We think it's leading to something. Texans lose one more player in free agency last night. Big signing in the AFC. Couple signings in the AFC South that we'll get to as well. And we had our first player going back on his word from the legal tampering period, and it involves the Dallas Cowboys. We'll get to that. A whole lot of headlines, very football heavy, coming up next. It's the middle of March already, so we're coming up on prom season here, and Suit Mart is your
live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with, we got a lot of football. Let's start with football. We'll probably end with football when it's all said and done in headlines here, but let's start with the Texans. In a week that has been certainly franchise-changing to a degree, with the Danielle Hunter signing, with the Joe Mixon trade, with some of the other pieces they've picked up. I think we're now midway through a process here that I'm hoping ends with Eric Armstead as a Houston Texan, or at least some interior defensive lineman on the other end of this, because in the last 24 hours, two things have happened. The simpler of the two is Sheldon Rankins is gone. He signs with the Bengals, 2 years, $26 million. So there's another guy who signs with the Texans for a one-year prove-it deal and ends up making a lot more money on the other side, whether from the Texans or from somebody else.
What do the ladies call it? A glow-up? They come to the Texans and they get a glow-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
think it's a glow-up.
Okay.
They don't do makeovers anymore. They do glow-ups.
Text in. Is it a glow? Ladies,
yeah, text in if I'm right on that.
Ladies, text in, 713-572-4610. The other piece of business here that we don't think is done yet is the Texans traded Malik Collins yesterday to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick, which on the surface looks peculiar. They do get a cap savings of $3.4 million, but it's in a weird way. I mean, they're still taking on $10 million in dead money, but he would have cost X amount. Anyways, late in the day yesterday, the San Francisco side of things said that the Texans and the Niners actually had a straight-up deal. Malik Collins for Eric Armstead worked out on Tuesday, but the Danielle Hunter signing kind of got in the way of that. Not a lot of detail there, but the trade got scuttled. So the Texans they follow through in sending Malik Collins to the Niners for a 7th-round pick. My only assumption here is that there's another move coming, that the Texans feel pretty good about signing Eric Armstead now, who's been released, by the way. The Niners went ahead and released Eric Armstead, so he's available to the Texans and the rest of the NFL. I have to believe there's another move coming, because if not, in the last 24 hours, the Texans have lost their starting 2 defensive tackles with no plan B right now.
Right. And to be clear, I'm afraid I didn't explain this well enough yesterday, because I saw some theories out there, and I don't want to be to blame for this. Danico Autry can play defensive tackle, but he's not who you want penciled in as your every game, every down 3 technique. You know, like, you don't want him anchoring in there all the time. He can do it because he's a 3-4 defensive end, but he's like 285 pounds. You know, but not like an Aaron Donald, 285 pounds. He's a 4-3 defensive end who can go down and play inside based on game plan or situation. But I don't feel comfortable about just saying that, okay, he's one of your starting defensive tackles.
Yeah.
And especially now, he can give you that pass rush up the middle and do really, really well with that. But again, more situationally, with Rankins and Collins, they had a couple of guys who could get upfield. They've got guys who can fill in now at defensive tackle, not guys who can get upfield and rush the passer like Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins did.
So hopefully that's coming.
The other part about that real quick, because I know this is headlines. If Eric Armstead comes to the Texans and it turns out, okay, well, they had some kind of an agreement with the 49ers and a deal in place beforehand or what have you, I'll be cool with it. If not, then it's still going to you're still going to have that question, like, all right, the trade didn't work out, but so why did you still unload Malik Collins for almost nothing?
Yeah.
It was a weird move unless there is some kind of reciprocity coming back.
He's not a malcontent or a bad player. He's a good player who everybody likes, you know?
Maybe there's another lopsided trade coming from the 49ers.
That would be nice.
Maybe they agreed to something else that'll come through that all kind of balances out.
Debo Samuel for a 6th. Yeah. That would be sweet.
That would be so good.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey for a conditional 5th.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey for a 2026 9th.
That's right.
Or a 7th-round pick.
That's right. Other moves in the AFC South. Calvin Ridley to the Titans. This one was a shock. I would imagine in Jacksonville today, the Jags are getting pretty roundly criticized for losing Calvin Ridley because it felt like he was the favorite. The heavy favorite was for him to go back there. And instead, not only does he not sign with the Jags, but he signs inside the division with the Tennessee Titans. 4 years, $92 million. The other thing that I saw the Titans getting criticized for was, hey, you didn't want to give A.J. Brown 4 years, $100 million a couple years ago. Ridley, J. Brown, a better player than Calvin Ridley. Now you're giving Calvin Ridley almost that much money. I will point out it was two different GMs. It wasn't the same. That was John Robinson who did the A.J. Brown deal, which was his undoing ultimently.
Yeah.
And this is Rand Carthon doing this deal. But, yeah.
I would say, though, I think the Titans have done this with a few of their positions where they've brought in guys and paid them more than people expected while watching. Like, El Shaer leaving. They replace him with Kenneth Murray, who was a first-round pick by the Chargers, who didn't pan out.
Right.
They didn't extend his fifth-year option. The cornerback that they signed, Awuzie,
Cheeto Awuzie, yeah.
Yeah, he was missing snaps in Cincinnati. So I don't know. I'm kind of gleeful over how weird the Titans offseason has been. This is the headline from Gene Fournette, the columnist at the Jacksonville Times-Union.
Okay.
Hard to blame. Oh, they changed the headline. Damn it. Said his loyalty was the money, not the Jaguars, but then they changed it.
Ridley? Yeah, duh.
Yeah, okay, here it is. Calvin Ridley's loyalty wasn't to Jaguars, but Titans' money.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, he's acting like the guy was a Jaguar for like the last 8 years or something. He got traded there a year ago because he got pinched for gambling. Like, what are we acting like this is Jimmy Smith? Like he's some sort of franchise icon or something?
Apparently there's a feeling that he should have felt loyal to the Jaguars because they traded for him when everybody else was down on him.
All right.
Before he was going to sit out for a year or what have you.
That's a very flowery review of the Colts side. Joe Flacco yesterday, Seth. So I would imagine if I had to predict one thing, it's that the Texans are going to wind up facing Joe Flacco at some point this year because he is backing up Anthony Richardson, who is very, very good at one thing, getting hurt. So Joe Flacco, a pretty savvy pouncing by Joe Flacco right there to go somewhere where he almost assuredly will see the field this season.
Right. It also allays my fear that the Colts were going to trade for Justin Fields somehow as a backup.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
rumor that I had seen out of somebody in Denver was that they were maneuvering to get Justin Fields, which it'd be a gutsy move. I don't know if Justin Fields might not end up having a say in the matter, but I'm okay with it. Look, Joe Flacco, if he wants to throw 3 more interceptions to the Texans,
yeah, man,
provide a couple scores twice a year as a backup, that'd be awesome.
I'm down for sure.
Also, by the way, a glow up is a slang term used to describe a significant transformation in physical appearance.
There you go.
Perceived as an improvement. One of our lady listeners said she'd never heard of it, but I think that's more of a reflection of our lady listeners being super cool.
Yeah.
It's a cool chick. She doesn't have glow up. I got no time for that.
That's right.
That's sports to watch.
That's right. There was a little reversal, a little heel turn yesterday. Eric Kendricks was all set to go, linebacker, formerly of the Chargers, all set to go to the 49ers. We had our first bailing out on a verbal agreement, Seth, of the legal tampering season / free agency. He will be a Dallas Cowboy. Dallas Cowboys are actually holding, it turns
out.
They
signed people.
They signed somebody. They all got back from spring break yesterday. They're like, wait, Jenkins, have you done anything while we've been gone? No, sir. I've just been waiting for you to get back. Well, damn it. We need to go do something. Get me Kendricks. Stat. Yeah.
We didn't discuss this, but the big joke has been the fact that Jerry Jones had said, hey, we're all in on, and whatever that means, whatever. But then Skip Bayless, noted supposed Cowboys fan, tweeted out, all in my ass, which it had the comma in the right place. He is, after all, a writer, first and foremost.
For sure.
But if you just ignore that comma, it's a fun tweet.
I just read it in my brain.
Oh, yeah.
So they Eric Kendricks at Cowboys. So the Cowboys did something in free agency. Real quick, Garrett Cole going to miss 1 to 2 months for the Yankees, and it may be more. They're freaked out over his right elbow soreness right now. They've not ruled out Tommy John, but there were rumors that it's not a tear of the UCL. Anyways, Garrett Cole's hurt, and he's going to be out for a while. The Yankees were trying like crazy, as were the Rangers, to acquire Dylan Cease from the White Sox, and in swoop the Padres to make sure that the Astros don't have to deal with Dylan Cease on either of these teams. They end up trading for the Padres are the hero we needed. They gave up a bunch of prospects for Dylan Cease, and now the Yankees and Rangers are left there all they got C-blocked yesterday by the Padres.
Thank you. you, guys, which I have a hard time figuring out how I feel about. Right now, I feel good about
right
you,
now,
Sandy.
yes.
Thank you, Padres. Yes.
So there you go. Those are your headlines. Trev Alberts, by the way, the new AD in Aggie Land. He leaves his alma mater, Nebraska, to become the AD with Texas A&M. All right, be listening. Next hour, your shot at a pair of tickets to see Brad Paisley this weekend at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Up next, all right, we know it. It's going to be Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson coming off the edge for the Houston Texans this year. Is this the best edge duo in the NFL? We've got the candidates. Where do Will and Danielle Hunter stack up? We will go through that coming up next. Did a little prize picks last night. Did a little two-player entry in prize.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast. James Palmer, friend of the show, former Houstonian. For the NFL Network, he is the guy for the Texans. He's got a handful of teams that he covers pretty closely, including the Houston Texans. And he posed this question yesterday about Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., the duo of defensive ends for the Texans.
Now you add Danielle Hunter to rush the quarterback opposite of Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson Jr. Could this possibly be the best edge duo in the NFL? In his rookie season, 7 sacks, only 3 rookies have ever hit the quarterback more in their rookie season than what Will Anderson was able to accomplish. And this is not a surprise with what DeMeco Ryans has done to this defense, adding 7 players in free agent, adding Hunter up front. He has made it abundantly clear, if you speak to him, that the front is everything to him, Andrew, that you have to have an elite defensive line if you want to have an elite defense, and he was always looking to pour resources into it. Now he has the money to do it, and now he has the talent. Now we're just going to have a lot of fun watching this defense go out and play, just as much fun as we probably watched C.J. Stroud and this offense play a season ago.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun team to watch.
It'll be a lot of fun. The loss of Malik Collins just makes it all a little bit weird right now.
Yeah,
this is like somebody got drunk at the wedding reception and ruined it for everybody, and that was it was Nick Nick got drunk and decided to trade Malik Collins at the wedding reception. I gotta tell you people something about the bride. She's a whore.
And watch me trade Malik Collins.
Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you go and trade Malik Collins.
Somebody dared him. I dare you to trade Malik Collins for a 7th. Oh,
you think I won't do it? You think I won't do it?
I'll do it.
You've never respected me.
Yeah. We do have, the questions coming in. We have multiple questions, people here asking, like, what's the deal with this Malik Collins thing? They traded him for a 7th. We think there's another move coming. They had a deal in place, Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, reportedly, straight up, player for player with the Niners. And it fell through in part because of the signing of Danielle Hunter. That contract impacted things, according to reports. These are all reports. So we think that there's another step here in this, that they didn't just trade Malik Collins away for a 7th-round pick. And by the way, lose Sheldon. Let's put that off to the side for a second here. I like James Palmer's question because it's exciting to think about such a crucial position group with the Texans possibly being the best in the league, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. So, Seth, where are we on where they fall in the galaxy of defensive end, edge rushing duos?
I think the thing is, I can't put them up there yet because Will Anderson still has to, he still has to prove it over the course of a season. We could revisit this 5-6 weeks into the season. He was much better in a lot of regards over the second half of the season. He had a very, very promising rookie year. The sack numbers don't tell the whole story, as we know. But I'd still, if we talk about, let's say, Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
The proof is in the pudding there. And Micah Parsons, one of the very best guys of the past decade, paired up with DeMarcus Lawrence. Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack is one that people had mentioned. The interesting thing about that is that Joey Bosa hasn't actually been all that available over the last couple of years. He's played 523 snaps in the last 2 years. So just by way of comparison, Danielle Hunter played 1,000 snaps this year alone.
In 1 year.
So in the last 2 seasons, he's played 25% as much as Danielle Hunter, and he might get cut today.
Yeah,
he's got a roster bonus due on Friday. The Chargers are in cap hell and have had to cut Mike Williams and others. So I don't know if that. So they're better than. I guess the one Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau. So Thibodeau with the Giants had 13 sacks last year.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% convinced on Kayvon Thibodeau. If you look at total number of pressures, he had 44 quarterback pressures, but he had 13 sacks. Usually the guys that routinely get 13 plus sacks are getting 70, 80, 90 quarterback pressures.
Yeah.
So it might have been one of those years where it's just kind of flukishly a couple of coverage sacks or a guy tripped in front of you type of thing.
Yeah.
But But to give you a comparison there, Brian Burns or Kayvon Thibodeau had 44 QB pressures, whereas Micah Parsons had 104 QB pressures.
Right.
So, like, just way more consistently. So, I think there's a really good chance that Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson end up being better than Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, I think if we were having this conversation, if we were to like put this to a poll of some sort, I would think the duos that would beat out Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson right now would be Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. I think in Pittsburgh, T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith would get a lot of run. I think that Burns and Thibodeau are interesting. Like Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., they haven't even played a snap together yet in the same defense, so we don't know what it looks like with Burns in a Giants uniform or, to be fair, Danielle Hunter in a Texans uniform. Miles Garrett and Zadarius Smith is an interesting one. Largely on the strength of Miles Garrett being Defensive Player of the Year, but Zadarius Smith is a very underrated edge rusher on the other side.
That I was in the Texans might go after because he's more of a prototypically sized 4-3 defensive end. I thought, very good versus the run and as a pass rusher. And yeah, he gets that benefit of playing opposite Miles Garrett. Kind of like, back in the day when Bryce Popp was Defensive Player of the Year, and it was mostly because he played opposite of Bruce Smith. So it was.
That's you.
Yeah. Miles Garrett was working out with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
According to images that I saw on Instagram.
Yeah.
So that was nice to see.
What do we think of that? You like that?
That can only be better. Like the pass rushers have kind of formed a community in the last few years. Ever since Von Miller started that pass rushing summit, I'm cool with that because it's not like defensive linemen are getting together and buddying up with offensive tackles from other teams or anything. It's defensive linemen from the same team. And I think Will Anderson is a sponge. I think as much time as he can spend around other great pass rushers and defensive linemen, he's going to learn more and more. And just I feel really confident in his ability to just steadily improve over the course of his first 3 years.
Yeah, I'm cool with Will Anderson hanging out with the Cleveland Browns' premier highly paid player on defense. I don't need C.J. Stroud hanging out with their most highly paid player on offense and working out. C.J. can go do his workouts with other people.
Quarterbacks. I don't like quarterbacks hanging out with each other because I feel like there's too much chance that one will steal more information from the other.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you find out that your coach has been hanging out with Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Or having a combined practice with him for
when
clearly Belichick's going to get the better of this situation.
Dude, when they play them in week 1.
Okay, or
in week 1, that was 2018, dude. I know what you're referring to, the Greenbrier, and Bill O'Brien invites the Patriots to come practice with him, and Belichick's like, I feel like Belichick might have even said, "Do I mention to Bill that we actually play them in week 1? Does he really want to do this? We play them in week 1 of this season."
It's like, here, take our Enigma decoding machine for a few days and have some fun with it. Here's the key to the codes. Yeah. Well, and then that year, the Patriots ended up signing like 6 guys that the Texans had released, and they won a Super Bowl with those guys.
Yeah, they did. Oh my God.
So I'm okay with Miles Garrett and Will Anderson.
They were getting after it in that video, man, for sure.
I think Will does a lot of. He just loves to work. His workouts are pretty intense, but I see him doing a lot of stuff that's not it's not extreme box jumps or stuff that's going to end up being like playing like a second sport in the off season.
Yeah.
He does a lot of circuit training and stuff that makes for good montages on social media.
Yep, for sure. So I would say right now, without them having played it down together, I think Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson to me are for sure top 6 or 7. I think a lot of teams would take – I think 80% of the league would take that pairing over whoever they're trotting out there right now.
I think that the big thing to remember about all that is, it's fun to talk about pass-rushing duos, but, you had listed Dallas, the Chargers until Joey Bosa's gone, Miami potentially, the Giants, as far as the duos in Pittsburgh. The top 5 in sacks last year, only one of those teams were in the top 5 in sacks. So the top 5 in sacks were the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the Bills, and the Colts. Just kind of emphasis that, it's a committee affair, and those 2 guys can be really good, but it's also nice to have a Malik Collins. It's certainly nice to have a Danico Autry. It'd be cool to have a Sheldon Rankins. But two of those three guys aren't there, so I'd love him. And Danico Autry is not a full-time defensive tackle.
Right.
He can play defensive tackle, but he's not a full-time defensive tackle. So I would, at some point, hopefully they've got a plan for Eric Armstead or somebody else.
Yep, to come play the interior. Text message 8178. Seth, how much better is Joe Mixon than Devin Singletary?
That's a great question. This is what you need to know about Joe Mixon and Devin Singletary, because I don't want to act like Devin Singletary was garbage or anything. Once they actually started giving him meaningful reps, he was good. Devin Singletary went past the 200 carry mark for the first time in his career last year, whereas Joe Mixon usually gets 200-plus carries. And I think it's as simple as that. Joe Mixon is much more of a prototype bell cow or every down back that you can lean on to give you heavy usage. I don't think that Devin Singletary is that guy. So I think that alone, just in terms of durability and consistency, Joe Mixon's just a bit more conventional. And I think when it comes to the power side of things, in breaking, just bring a little bit more of that ability to churn out yardage than Devin Singletary. But the durability part is probably the biggest one. I wouldn't want to go into a season expecting Devin Singletary to get as much usage as he ended up getting over the past 6 or 7 weeks.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's built that way, and that's why he hasn't been used that way traditionally.
Jonathan Grenard said goodbye to Houston yesterday on social media. He thanked a lot of people for his time here in Houston. What I didn't realize, I guess, is he said, met some of the greatest people that I can call family now. Thank you to the McNairs for everything, especially for rushing me from Florida to Texas to see my first child be born. So I'm guessing that was probably game in Florida. So they didn't play Tampa in Florida. They didn't play Miami in Florida. So that must have been Jacksonville week 3. So they must have rushed him back on Air McNair on the private jet.
Yeah, it was right on the private jet on the way home.
That's how you become 7th on the NFLPA player survey and get a B+ grade as owners, is rushing guys back to see the birth of their first child after a football game.
Well, you know what, I would say going back to the very first year of the season, the first actual was the Hall of Fame game. I'm blanking on his name right now, but there was a really bad neck injury in the Hall of Fame game in 2002. And that player, he ended up not being able to play again. And I don't know if he was even going to make the team that year. But that, I know the McNairs ended up kind of paying for him to go back to college. And they've done little stuff like that that's never publicized. It's very much under the radar. And I think that's when, things always get complicated, when it's very easy for people to try to paint the McNairs as these demons and monsters from the outside. They've just done a lot of things over the years that really go unpublicized that guys on the team know about. So they've done some nice things for various guys through the years.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. You know who's going to learn that? Sheldon Rankins going to play for the Bengals now. The Bengals charge you for Gatorade and socks. McNairs are flying people all over the world in private jets so they can see their kid being born.
They'll be like, you're having a baby, are you? Yeah. Okay, well, we just charged you for using our team doula.
That's it. And wait till you see our daycare prices on game day.
Is that a thing? Is doula the thing? Is a doula like a midwife? Isn't that what a doula does?
I have no idea. I never heard the word until you just said it 5 seconds ago.
I think I heard it 27 years ago. It's that kind of morning for me.
Yeah.
And flashbacks.
Yep. Yeah, so Johnny Grenard going to play for his 5th head coach and 4th defensive coordinator in 5 seasons. How weird that must be. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We got a lot to get to here still. The national coverage of the Texans. I think a lot of people thought when Nick Caserio took over as the GM, this would be Patriot South. Hell, the Texans made it a point to tell us it was not Patriot South here. Turns out we're getting confirmation they are operating like another franchise in the NFL, and I would say this is one I'd rather they operate for. It's noticed by one NFL insider. We will hear from him coming up next. mensteaclinic.com. That's where you need to get to.
Turf.com. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And the TV in our studio here, Get Up, is on. Could Kirk Cousins make the Falcons Super Bowl contenders? Why would he make the Falcons Super Bowl contenders when he hasn't been able to make any other teams Super Bowl contenders? Kirk Cousins has the greatest agent and the greatest PR staff in the history of mankind. It's incredible to me. He had incredible weapons in Minnesota, and he won one playoff game. He's won one playoff game in his career.
They don't have, what have they done in Minnesota or in Atlanta to all of a sudden turn this into a Super Bowl contender? Like Darnell Mooney?
Right.
Is Darnell Mooney the guy that I don't get this. Like, they've got Drake London and Josh Ali. Okay, great.
He played in an offense the last 3 years with Justin Jefferson. He had Jordan Addison last year. They had Dalvin Cook at the peak of Dalvin Cook powers. They had TJ Hawkinson last year. Like, he's had better weapons in Minnesota and a pretty good defense for a lot of that time than he's going to have in Atlanta this year, and he's coming off an Achilles tear. Like, what the hell are we doing? All credit to Kirk Cousins. It's amazing, but how does he get this treatment? Like, he's okay. He's good. Everybody knows he sucks in prime time, and he's won one playoff game. Does he super about here? Like, what is going on? Am I taking crazy
they're
pills?
asking him a question.
The answer's no. It's no.
You're doing the same thing when you write an article and the headline is a question. You get all pissy because read the article. Read the article. Okay?
That's true.
Why don't you just read the article? You don't know what my answer is. Whenever people see the question, they assume that the answer, like when it's framed like that, your natural reaction is to assume that they're making an argument, like it's a rhetorical question or something.
I just don't, like, to me, it's almost an insulting question. That's what it is. Like, no.
It's an insult to the other good quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, to guys who actually make teams Super Bowl contenders, for sure.
And yet, he is a hero to NFL players without them even realizing it. NFL players are openly yelling, how come we can't get guaranteed contracts?
Right.
And Kirk Cousins is over there like, hi.
I'm right here.
I've got a fully guaranteed contract, you idiots.
Wait, what's the white guy voice nowadays, Seth?
These days we're like, I've got the way.
Because there's no quarterback whiter than Kirk Cousins.
He's even got the 90s white guy voice.
Yeah.
He's more the nasally.
Super nerdy. Pat McAfee show yesterday, they had Mike Lombardi on, and they were talking about the Texans. A lot of people talking about the Texans, man. It's fun. McAfee had a question for Lombardi about the Texans, and this is where you get a real feel for Pat McAfee not being your classic radio host or journalist. He gets the question out in about 3 seconds, but then goes into a 47-second rant about the Texans that ends up with him being mad about how this guy point out. First, the question unto itself gets its own cut. Here we go.
How about the Texans and what they've been able to do? They're active, and it feels like D'Amico is going to be able to recruit and get people to come to Houston. Texas has the no state income tax. I do believe they're one of the states that has that, so that's quite a benefit. But if you look at what they've been able to do, I did not expect this from the Houston. The Houston Texans were supposed to suck for 10 years. And I love the Houston Texans. I love and appreciate C.J. Stroud. He's been great on our show. Caserio has been awesome on our show, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He's been
really good.
He's been too good on our show almost in this entire thing. D'Amico has been fantastic. Everett, their PR guy, best guy in the NFL to us. Everett. I love that the Houston Texans and the people there are having success. With that being said, as an Indianapolis Colt fan, they were supposed to suck for the next 10 years. Now they're seemingly making smart moves and getting better every single day, Lombo. Do you see it that way?
Okay, we'll play Lombo's answer here in just a second.
I'm not a fan of the question followed by a 90-second preamble.
Yeah, no, I just found it funny because it's McAfee working himself up the whole time.
Yeah, they call out Everett. They've called him out at least 3 times that I can remember now.
Have they?
Almost every time they mention the Texans, at some point they'll mention how Everett's always good to him. So Everett's Everett. I told Everett the last time I saw him, I was like, oh, yeah, I can grab that audio for you, and I think I got the sense that 29 people had already sent it to him.
I got the same sense yesterday when I texted him, and I was like, hey, man, McAfee gave you a shout-out. He's like, yeah, I heard. And I felt like I heard from 50 people. Yeah.
I think if anybody in the AFC South right now, you're looking at what the Texans have done and feeling like your team hasn't done as much to keep up.
Yes.
Like, I don't think there's another team. I don't think the Jaguars or the Colts right now feel that they've substantially improved their team in free agency.
No.
And I'm not acting like that's the only way that you can get better in the offseason. I'm the first one to tell you that doesn't mean they can't get better. But like as of these last 2 or 3 days, it's hard not to look at the Texans and think, okay, I can see where they've improved their roster. We haven't kept up. The Titans have made a lot of moves, but it almost feels like they've paid more to replace the guys who left with lesser players.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine they feel great about that either. They're giving Tony Pollard, more guaranteed money than Derrick Henry got to go to the Raiders.
Yeah. It's kind of wild. So here was Lombo, Mike Lombardi. Here was his answer on who the Texans have been emulating this offseason.
I think what you want to look for in free agency is, does the team have a plan? Are they executing a philosophical plan? Not trying to fill team needs. Like, what are we trying to accomplish? And I think D'Amico Ryans has taken that 49er approach that we're going to put money in defensive linemen. That's what we're going to do. That's what wins the game. That's what wins the game in the fourth quarter. That's what we have to do. Now, Greenard's a good player. They lost him, but they replaced him with Danielle Hunter. And I think, to me, they're putting their money. They have a formula on what they want to do. They're following the San Francisco blueprint, which has been successful. I think that's something you want to be able to do as a general manager. You got to have, you don't spend money. But if you just randomly start signing players without a blueprint, you're going to waste money.
All right, so, emulating the 49ers. We are Niners South, Seth, not Patriots South.
And honestly, this is where I've been impressed with Nick's strategy so far, in that he's spent according to a plan, like Lombardi was talking about there. And yesterday we talked about the real estate analogy, and not falling in love with every house on the market. You look at like commercial real estate. The really good commercial real estate investors don't just go. When all of a sudden they've got a boatload of cash to invest, they don't go out buying every single property out there. They're very careful, and they find things that fit their strategy. Despite so many appetizing, potential properties out there, I think that's how Nick has approached it. He's tried to look for things that make sense, but you don't go out and just flat out say, "I gots to have the most expensive than the best free agent on the market. I got to do whatever it takes to get Brian Burns," or whatever it might be. And that's the right way to go about it. They've been aggressive. They've spent the 7th most money so far in free agency, but they're not hamstringing themselves long term with any of it. It's really front loaded up into these first couple of years, and then they'll have flexibility after that. Yeah,
I like that we've been able to kind of RIP, pronounce the death of the Patriots South thing with the Texans. That they're operating. I don't even know that we're taking it. They're doing some things. D'Amico's doing some things, obviously, that are very Niners-like. The style of offense they play, the style of defense he wants to play. I just feel like you got a GM and a head coach that are on the same page and have a very similar vision for what they want this team to look like. I don't really care who they're emulating. I just want them to be a good football team.
I think when it comes to team building, on the defense especially, New England would pay for cornerbacks. Yes. They would pay. They don't mind having their cornerbacks being the highest paid guys in the league, but they never felt that way about defensive linemen necessarily. And they ran a defense where the defensive linemen didn't really even get a lot of glory. There weren't a lot of double-digit sack guys on those Patriots defenses. So D'Amico's just got a different philosophy, and he wants to build from up front. And that's why I'm not as nervous about that second cornerback spot right now being unfilled, is that you theoretically should be able to get by with guys and even thrive with guys without having 2 all-pro cornerbacks, because the guys up front make the job easier for the guys on the back end.
Okay, along those lines, how do you think that impacts things with Stingley when it comes time to extend him down the road? If he plays at the level he played at in the second half of the season, Derek Stingley Jr. is a top-of-market cornerback in a couple of years.
I think you pay to retain your own. Okay. You just don't spring to go out, over your skis on other guys or try to bring guys in. But I think, your strategy is to draft well and then replace those guys. And that's what the teams that manage the cap well through success and with their rookie quarterbacks, they're prepaying some of those guys. So that's okay, we've got a bunch of cap space now because our rookie quarterback is on his rookie contract. Right. That doesn't just mean that automatically means you got to spend that money on outsiders coming in. That means you've also got money to pay some of these guys as they start to matriculate into free agency. And in football, you get to do it more so than in baseball, where the Astros just couldn't retain all those guys. Yeah. Football, it's rare that you can't figure out a way to retain your best players. Yep. If you're going to let them go, you're letting them go for a reason.
Yep. Hey, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. Just shifting gears quickly. March 26th is when RFK Jr. is supposed to announce his running mate at vice president. Not a political take here at all. Just this is more of a sports question than anything else. Are you rooting for him to pick Aaron Rodgers as his running mate for his run at president independently here?
Oh, boy, when you ask it that way.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I don't need this in my life. I don't need my streams crossing, man. I don't need.
It's a fair answer.
I need less politics and sports cohabitating.
Yeah.
Please. And I would say from a pure football standpoint, I don't care. I would not care if C.J. Stroud was going to like down the ticket agree with every single thing that I want to happen with politics. He could be like my carbon copy political platform, and God, no, I would not want him running for vice president. There's no. This is honestly Aaron Rodgers, who complain about how guys need to shut their mouths on the team, like as he's ironically complaining about the team, and people thought, like, no, what is this? How is this offering any kind of focus to the Jets whatsoever?
January 8th, quote from Aaron Rodgers. So this is like week 17 of the season. Anything in this building that we're doing that has nothing to do with winning needs to be assessed. Everything that we do has to have a purpose. The bleep that has nothing to do with winning has to get out of the building.
Except for me potentially running for vice president,
of the United States during the season. During the season. This has to happen, Seth. I'm a little bit disappointed in you. I think this needs to happen.
I don't know.
He's the favorite. He's the betting favorite right now, minus 110 to be the.
I feel like, well, I don't know. Maybe he's tried to turn down RFK Jr., but he's been at his house in Malibu where there's no cell service apparently.
Oh, that's right.
Malibu notorious for having horrible cell service. Yes.
Yeah, where there's like the highest population of billionaires per capita. They can't get a cell tower in Malibu.
It's damn near like going on a darkness retreat when you go to Malibu.
Right.
There's a throwback into the 1840s. You can barely even almost get a telegram out.
Yeah, same exact thing. Sauce Gardner weighed in on this yesterday. Jets cornerback, teammate of Aaron Rodgers. Apparently, Aaron Rodgers has not been returning his texts. Due to potential vice presidential candidacy. Sauce Gardner, Aaron about to become the VP. That's why he ain't been answering my text messages with the hand on chin. The hand on chin emoji is very underrated. I love the hand on chin emoji.
I don't think there's any chance in hell that he actually.
No, I don't think so either.
Right?
But sure is fun to think about. Man.
I think so. It's fun for him to. It's not about winning right now, but it's the off season, so he's probably thinking like, okay, I can have a little bit of fun at this.
Dude, he's getting attention. He loves attention.
Look, if a third-party candidate approached me to be vice president, I feel like, okay, I owe it to the country to at least consider it for a little bit.
You owe it to this show.
Be selfish of me to just be, well, yeah, this would be different. Me running for vice president would just be the best thing in the world for this show's ratings, and I would definitely fall apart.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long would you last before your head exploded?
Before I died of whiskey poisoning.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think he does it.
No, I don't think so either. But, man, it sure is fun to think about. All right, let's give away some rodeo tickets here. Brad Paisley.
Has anybody ever run for office while playing? There are multiple guys that become politicians after they're done playing.
Yeah.
Was there anybody that's been like local mayor or anything?
While
I'd
playing?
be kind of surprised if there is.
Text in. What's a glow up? And has anybody
ever
know
what a glow up is?
Okay, yeah.
We've already done that.
And has anybody run for office while playing a professional sport?
Yeah.
713-572-4610. That's the text page. Now, that's also the number if you want to win Brad Paisley tickets. That's who you're listening to right here. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Brad Paisley. Way to spend Saturday at the rodeo, seeing Brad Paisley. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the rodeo this Saturday. All right, up next. This Malik Collins trade has left open a huge question for the Texans. That and what are the other big questions for the Texans as we head into the back end of the week here in free agency? We'll get to some headlines at the top of the hour as well, 8 of them to be exact, the 8 at 8 o'clock. Stay there. But first, I want to tell you West Point Lincoln.
NFL.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so as we sit here at 7:46 on Thursday of free agency week, I was just kind of jotting down, Seth, the biggest questions right now, especially in light of the fact that this Malik Collins sequence of events yesterday, the trade of Malik Collins to the 49ers, feels like there's another move coming here. We know the rumor was that they were going to trade Collins for Eric Armstead straight up, and that fell through. So they still trade Collins to the 49ers for a 7th-round pick. I feel like there better be another move on the back end of this, but that there are questions that I've had all week long that are still maybe unanswered, but that shoots to the top of the board for me, Seth, right now, as far as like biggest questions for the Texans as we sit here on day 4 is, okay, what's the next step here on the interior of the defensive line? Because Sheldon Rankins left also last night, so you're left now with neither of your starting defensive tackles on the team, and they've not been replaced yet, really, unless you count Foley Fudikasi.
Right. And Fudikasi can, they've got guys who can start, and I think you'd still have a credible defensive line. Like the pass rush, with Danico Autry, you can rush on the inside in nickel and dime and in pass rushing situations. You've certainly got capable pass rushers. I think a lot of it comes down to, for one, maybe Eric Armstead is still, I hope that Eric Armstead has plans on coming to Houston.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that. If that is the case, I don't know why there wouldn't have been a leak or something about that as of yet. But it's really, really strange that the Texans had a player-for-player trade, supposedly for Malik Collins and Eric Armstead to swap. The Texans then realized that they had a shot at Danielle Hunter, spent more than a lot of the money they probably had earmarked for Eric Armstead on Danielle Hunter. But then they still execute, just say net $3 million on the books. That doesn't make sense unless there's a corresponding move.
Agreed.
And that there's or maybe it doesn't end up involving Eric Armstead, but there's another, a lopsided trade in the Texans' favor for a 49ers player that they've agreed on. They need to maneuver to get it done. Or
a name that's come up quite a bit in the chat and on the text page today, like, hey guys, what about DJ Reader? He's still out there. If they move Malik Collins, and that would be that feels like it would be a fallback plan, DJ Reader, right now.
Right. Yes, DJ Reader is a possibility. It doesn't make the Malik Collins part of it make any sense.
That's right.
I want my cake and I want to eat it too here. I want to get a defensive lineman, but also have the Malik Collins scenario make sense.
I want my world to make sense. Yes.
Yes, that's all I want.
Yep.
That's the simple little thing that I'm asking for is for this Malik Collins thing to make sense. And it's the one thing marring an otherwise awesome free agency right now.
Yeah.
It's trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it's not ruining it for me. I'm anxious about this. I'm waiting for something here.
If you look at the guys who are available, DJ Reader, Calais Campbell, William Golston, there's not a lot of guys out there on the open market that you feel good about. Eric Armstead's not officially listed yet. So I hope that Eric Armstead already has a deal with the Texans.
Yeah.
And that it is as simple as that. For cap purposes, the 49ers had to cut him. The Texans couldn't bring it on right at the moment with Eric Armstead's current deal, but they figured something out.
My other questions I have, biggest questions, Texans, any move coming at safety. They've signed Jeff Okudah to be a corner. And as of right now, he'd be starting if they had to play a game on Sunday, I would guess. Jeff Okudah that they signed from Atlanta, former number 3 overall pick out of Ohio State. They've not, and I know they signed Lonnie Johnson. I think he's here as a body, special team or whatever. But this is a deep safety market that we really have not seen the dominoes start to fall with yet. I know that there have been teams reportedly kicking tires on Justin Simmons from the Broncos, but it sounds like he's looking to get paid like he was getting paid in Denver, and teams aren't ready to do that. But there are a ton of capable veteran safeties out there, and I've got to believe the Texans are having conversations with at least a few of them.
If you look at, I'm looking at Randy Mueller from The Athletic, his top 150. There were 3 defensive tackles still available in free agency. Safety, there are 8.
Yeah.
8 safeties.
I was going to guess
available
10. It's 8.
From his top 150, and 4 of those are in his top 100.
Yeah.
So I don't even I'm not desperate for them to sign a safety right now. If they do, I feel like you already have an old one in Jimmy Ward that I might not want to go for a guy that's in his 30s, but there's plenty out there. And somebody earlier, I don't know if I phrased it incorrectly or what have you, when I was talking about how I'm not desperate at the cornerback position just yet. I am, yes, I'd like them to have a starter for certain, but between the draft and free agency and or via a trade, they'll come up with a viable starter sometime in the next couple of weeks. And if not, I don't want to rely on a rookie to be a starter at cornerback necessarily. But I'm not panicking about it right now. It's just like there's everybody right now on the team can be filled by a commodity. And I don't think they're going to go into the season, with Jeff Okudah as their starting cornerback opposite Derek Stingley.
Well, that's a good lead into my next big question. And I don't know if this is a Texans question as much as it is a question about a former Texan that I'm just super curious about. Yeah. But Steven Nelson is kind of the last man standing out of what I'll call the free agent six.
Right.
Going into free agency. Because they'd already signed Dalton Schultz and Kymie Fairbairn heading into free agency. So there were 6 Texans going into free agency that I think people were very curious about, that I think to varying degrees Texan fans would have welcomed back onto the team depending on what the price was. We know that Blake Cashman got paid in Minnesota. Jonathan Grenard got paid in Minnesota. Devin Singletary got paid with the Giants. Sheldon Rankins just got a nice contract, 2 years, $26 million from the Bengals. And then Cam Johnston gets 3 years, $9 million from the Steelers. All these guys leaving the Texans and getting paid more money, maybe even way more money than people thought they would get in free agency. I think shows really well for the Texans, especially this time of free agency, where theoretically it's similar players to all these guys I just named. Singletary and Dalton Schultz were these types of guys last year. Steven Nelson's the last man standing. I would love to know what the market is telling Steven Nelson and telling the Texans about Steven Nelson right now.
But because Steven Nelson was always going to be a guy that you wanted him to test free agency, so you didn't end up with him being disgruntled about whatever his deal is when he comes back. I wonder if that's still some kind of a hurdle. Sometimes when their team lets them hit the open market, their egos won't let them come back, even though it might make the most financial sense. And a lot of guys don't. Like Chris Myers was a guy that tested the market even after he's already established as a Texans player, and then came back. Multiple Texans players have done it.
Sure.
But at the cornerback position, Steven Nelson, Stephon Gilmore, Kendall Fuller, Tre'Davious White, Xavier Howard, Trey Herndon, Levi Wallace, CJ. There's a boatload of guys out there right now that are right around where Steven Nelson is. Or maybe they're a little bit better, but they're older.
Yes,
and
it's the same bucket. They're all in the same bucket.
Yeah. So when I say that I'm not overly concerned about finding another guy, when you have Derek Stingley in this defense, as long as he can be healthy, and you've got somebody on the other side of him, you got Des King in the slot, you can have a functional and competent secondary. This defense is the engine that drives it, as D'Amico says over and over again, is the pass rush up front, and that allows you to get by with a competent cornerback opposite Derek Stingley. So I'm okay with that right now. And then maybe they end up drafting a guy that's got upside.
My last one, and if you want to add any of these, Seth, feel free. My last one is just wide receiver. Getting more weapons for C.J. Stroud is great. I do think C.J. Stroud is the type of quarterback who probably skews more to the end of the spectrum where you don't know about who the weapons are. He raises the level of other guys. That said, I think you want to put him in the best position to succeed. What is their solution going to be to bridge the gap between Nico Collins, Tank Dell, that tier of receiver, and then everybody else? Because that's something we were saying at the end of the year. It's like, look, man, if Robert Woods is going to be banged up, and it's not like Robert Woods was great to begin with. He was fine, but then he got banged up and he fell off the face of the earth. Even when he was out on the field, he fell off the face of the earth. And then John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, they got a lot of work to do, man. There is a big gap between the Collins-Dell tier of receiver on this team and the everybody else tier of receiver. What do you do to bridge that gap? And the wide receiver market has played out in such a way where, fortunately, the Texans can probably be patient if they're of mind of bringing in another veteran wide receiver.
You know what? I mean, there's not an actual slot that you feel good about. Tank Dell does most of his work on the outside. Nico Collins does as well, and they both go down into the slot. But Curtis Samuel is a guy that you could come in and say, all right, this is our slot receiver.
Yes.
And it has a different level to him than perhaps John Mechie or somebody like that. I'd be cool with that. I'll be surprised if that's where they spend their money right now. Unless the longer these guys sit out on the market, the price presumably goes down. Right.
If there's a value, and I know that the counterpoint to that is going to be, man, if you looked at this class of wide receivers, this is a great draft class of wide receivers. My concern there, teams thinking that,
Yeah.
Like I think all 32 teams are all ready to pounce on a receiver in the first 2 days of the draft, and there ain't 32 of them. I'll tell you that right now. There's a lot of good ones. Yeah. There ain't 32 of them out there.
Yeah. If the Texans were still the Patriots, I wonder if they would jump on a Curtis Samuel or somebody like that, because the slot receiver, if they were trying to be Patriots South, just because the slot receiver was one of the ways the Patriots exploited the market. But the problem is, they ended up making people realize, oh yeah, this is actually really worthwhile having a good slot receiver. They did the same thing with tight ends. The Patriots realized, wow, these tight ends are drastically underpaid for what they can do when they're really good. And so. That's what the old Patriots would do. I don't know. At this point, I think I'd rather gamble on one of the younger guys, and then that money, as the offseason has been so far, most of the money in free agency for the Texans has been spent defensively. Get that Steven Nelson style cornerback, just a competent starter at cornerback. If you want to find a potential upgrade at safety, then so be it. But I prefer that he be a little bit younger, you got to. Probably first and foremost, with the theme being the engine driving this defense, get yourself a pass-rushing defensive tackle. Because Danico Autry is only a part-time defensive tackle. They need a full-time stud in there somewhere. Like they had with Malik Collins, who they just let go for a 7th-round pick. If you're just tuning in, this is the update. Sean and I have no idea exactly why Malik Collins was let go for just a 7th-round pick. Eric Armstead for Malik Collins, player for player, one for one. That fell through when the Texans set their sights on Danielle Hunter, but we don't really know why the Texans still sent Malik Collins for just a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, unless there's another move coming. But as of right now, the Texans are without their 2 starting defensive tackle. As of right now, they got a big gap where the 2 starting defensive tackles once sat. And again, I know you just mentioned Autry and defensive tackle. We've still people weighing in, multiple people. If Autry could put on a little weight, could it be a full-time defensive tackle?
Yeah, but I don't think that's why he paid him. Yeah. I think he's he's Charles Omenihu. Omenihu can play defensive tackle. And there might be games where Danico Autry starts at defensive tackle because of the package or the matchups or what have you. Yeah. I went through and I watched the Saints game from last year, the Titans versus Saints. And I'm kind of trying to look at it through that lens of, okay, how much can Danico Autry play down inside? And when he plays inside in that 3-4 defense, it's in these 3-4 fronts. It makes more sense. Right now I don't think he has the bulk to do it down in, down out. And he's not like a freakish athlete like Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald's one of the more undersized interior defensive linemen. But he's still he's not the same as a 3 technique that can stuff the run and everything.
Yep. Last text message before we get to the 8 here. By the way, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Can people stop trying to link us to Odell Beckham? Don't need that sponge head over here. Okay. Sponge head. I partially blame Seth 13% for any Odell Beckham Jr. love. Yeah, you were all about OBJ yesterday at one point in the show. You were kind of for 3 minutes. Was
I seriously about him, or was it more just for fun? I thought it was for fun.
I think it was for fun, but you know how society doesn't always interpret things properly. They may have thought, I think there could be a faction out there that thought, hey, is Seth serious about this Odell Beckham Jr. thing?
I don't have any objections to him based on personality or anything like that. I think he's been a model citizen, or at least I didn't hear any kind of issues out of Baltimore. I think he's I think he's gotten to the point where he realizes where he is in his career. He's going to be turning 32 this year, and that he's probably not. He's not going to be the marquee guy anymore. And I think that's in Cleveland, the only time we really heard anything publicly was when his dad went off on social media.
Yeah.
It wasn't Odell Beckham Jr. himself.
And he still was at a stage where I think he thought he could be that guy. He was brought into Cleveland to be that guy. That was part of it. When he got sent to the Rams, I forget if he got traded or he signed with the Rams, whatever it was, he was going on to a team that already had Cooper Kupp and other receivers on there. Like, he realized, I'm going to be a complimentary. Plus, he won a Super Bowl. I would imagine that tamps things down a little bit if you don't have that anxiety of having never won the whole thing. So he's
to watch it from an MRI machine, but he won one.
He did. He has a ring, man. He has a ring, and he was on. Yeah, you're right. He was on his way to maybe being MVP of that game. He's having a really good Super Bowl. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe OBJ's got like that Randy Moss, the San Francisco version of Randy Moss vibe in him. People forget Randy Moss was a wide receiver on that Niners team that went to the Super Bowl in the Harbaugh Bowl right there.
Yeah,
he was like their wide receiver 2 or 3, and he was 2 years removed from being on 3 different teams in a single season because he was such a malcontent in New England and Tennessee and Minnesota. And Randy Moss at the end kind of settled into a spot where, like, hey, if he's on a good team, he'll kind of play his role and try to go win a Super Bowl.
The only thing about OBJ that I wonder is that he can be kind of creative with his route running sometimes, where with Bobby Slowick, I think precision is the word.
Yeah.
And I remember Steve Smith Sr. talking about this with that like him adapting into a Gary Kubiak system it wasn't really meant to be, because Steve Smith's a little bit creative with his route running, where with Kubiak and with a lot of the Kubiak Shanahan people, it's got to be precise, it's got to be on time, in rhythm, all of that. So I think that might just not be a good scheme fit. But I'm okay with OBJ the person.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I don't have a problem with it. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8 here, the Ocho. Yeah, thank you, Ben. 8 stories to get your day going. We won't pound this one too hard because we just hit it pretty good, the Malik Collins trade. But just to give you the update there, Malik Collins traded yesterday to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick. There was reportedly a trade in place to send Malik Collins to the Niners for Eric Armstead, who the Niners were preparing to release. They did end up releasing him yesterday because the hope now, I think, is that Eric Armstead becomes a Houston Texan via free agency, that they agree to some sort of deal, because otherwise, watching Sheldon Rankins walk yesterday in free agency and then trading Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick, if you're left holding the bag and your plan B at defensive tackle is to go sign lower-level free agents, then it feels like a botch, a pretty major botch.
A major botch. I don't know if now if it was the only way that you could get Danielle Hunter in the door, which that's what it seems like right now, is that they had to allocate that money to Danielle Hunter. They couldn't have Malik Collins on the roster because of that, or at least with it. I don't know, man. Or they couldn't bring Eric Armstead on and take the hit. I guess that's the equation we're going to have in their head. I need clarity on this at some point.
Yeah, Aaron Wilson just reporting a minute ago. Texans hosting Bills free agent defensive tackle Tim Settle Jr. for a visit today after the Malik Collins trade to the 49ers.
For a second, I thought it was going to be Tim Settle Sr., and I got all excited.
Tim Settle Jr.
Tim Settle Jr.
Tim Settle Jr. He played for the Bills last year. I don't know if we're.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's. I was going to quiz you before I read the tweet. Like, hey, Seth, do you know who Tim Settle Jr. is?
Yeah.
So, anyways, so that's the latest on where the Texans are right now. Defensive tackle, a hot spot on this team.
2.
All right, let's get to some free agency news in the division, and let's start with Calvin Ridley to the Titans yesterday. 4 years, Calvin Ridley going to a team that kind of came out of nowhere here. This was thought to be all day long. I had the NFL Network on TV, and the graphic at the bottom of the screen, anytime Calvin Ridley's name came up, Patriots or Jags? Jags or Patriots? Calvin Ridley, which one's he going to choose? The answer, neither. He goes to the Tennessee Titans. 4 years, $92 million. I was not scared of the Titans coming into free agency, Seth. And even with this move with Calvin Ridley, I still remain not scared of the Tennessee Titans.
So the big question with Calvin Ridley last year was, is Calvin Ridley not where he's supposed to be, or is Trevor Lawrence not understanding where Calvin Ridley's supposed to be? But it just was never the connection that they would have hoped for, and they never seemed to be on the same page. And some people, like, maybe they're trying to stick up for Trevor Lawrence more than they should, or what have you. But he was not kind of the veteran salve that they hoped he would be for Trevor Lawrence. And now you look at I don't think Gabe Davis is meant to be a number one.
No.
There in Jacksonville. I think when they signed Gabe Davis, it was okay. He'll be a good complement to Calvin Ridley.
Yeah.
I'd love to know whether this is a huge shock to the Jaguars as well, because the whole theory was that the Jaguars were going to wait until after the league year began yesterday afternoon, because when they did that, then they would only have to give up a third-round pick to the Falcons for the original Calvin Ridley trade instead of a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And did they get a little too comfortable or confident with that? With a guy whose age?
I think that's firmly in play, that they got too cute for what equals out to 31 or 32 draft slots.
It's a little bit of a, when you think a deal is closed and you wonder, should I check in just to be sure? And sometimes you think, I don't want to seem like I'm pestering him.
Dude, I was in sales.
You should have checked in. Yeah.
I was in sales. Trust me. I know. Yes.
Always check in?
Always check in, man.
Okay.
Colts, staying in the division, signed Joe Flacco as their backup quarterback. Here's Tony Grossi, who's covered the Browns for a number of years. I think a lot of Browns fans wanted Joe Flacco back. Tony Grossi wanted Joe Flacco back. The Browns looks like they're going to sign Jameis Winston. Tony Grossi thinks the Browns said no to bringing Flacco back, despite how much fun the fans were having rooting for a non-Deshaun Watson quarterback.
I probably owe the Cleveland Browns an apology for this reason. I'm sorry I had so much fun watching this and covering this team at the end of the year. We're not supposed to do that. Deshaun Watson was unable to play. We were all supposed to be in mourning and bag the season. We weren't supposed to have so much fun, okay? That's the way I interpret this move. Shame on you guys for enjoying the fact that our starting quarterback that we've paid $230 million to wasn't on the field. We want to win with him, not with anyone else. That's the feeling I get on this move. It's the fans' fault for finally having joy of watching a quarterback make great throws and lead the team and get popular. So that's the feeling I get. That's my fault for finally enjoying what I was seeing on the field.
Okay, awesome John Lopez style apology right there. Good sarcastic apology. 2, that's a hot take right there, boy. That is a white hot take.
Specifically to spite the fans.
Because the amount of fun everybody had rooting for Joe Flacco is going to somehow offend little Lord Bleep Pants Deshaun Watson.
I just wanted to be sure. I just wanted to check myself to be sure that it was Joe Flacco that threw 2 interceptions that led to 2 scores in the playoff loss. They lost 45-14.
It was.
And I know that Joe Flacco had a glorious stretch of beating the Texans with no Deshaun Watson.
Or C.J. Stroud, yeah.
Or C.J. Stroud,
yeah,
Sean,
yeah.
too. Yeah.
Either one.
My point was no Deshaun Watson. But which it's factually correct.
It is true.
Okay,
no, you're right.
It's factually correct.
I'm sorry, I corrected
There's no denying that, all right?
They like Flacco up there, dude. Even with the 2 pick sixes, they like Flacco up there.
He came in last year. Yeah. He lost 2 games to Denver and L.A.
Yeah.
Then they beat the Jaguars and the Bears. Yep. Woo! Then they beat the Texans without C.J. Stroud or Deshaun Watson. And then they beat the Jets. Wow. With Joe Flacco. I tried like hell to talk myself into being intimidated by Joe Flacco, and I think I did a pretty good job of it. Mm-hmm. The first game, regardless of whether C.J. Stroud was playing for the Texans or not, Amari Cooper had 265 yards receiving.
And Flacco
in
made
that
some
first
throws.
game.
Flacco made some throws.
Indeed, did. Yeah. He dropped some dimes in that game, and yet the entire way through, he was throwing a lot of interceptions. Yep. And I was making excuses for his interceptions because I wanted to be sure we treated him with the appropriate respect. So, my God, he turned into a massive dorky pumpkin there in the final playoff game. I don't know how you can watch that playoff game and think, oh, yeah, this is the guy that we need to have around just in case in case of emergency break glass.
Yep.
4.
We had our first going back on a verbal of legal tampering / free agency, and it involves the Dallas Cowboys. Eric Kendricks, linebacker, was all set to sign with the 49ers, had verbally agreed to a deal to go to San Francisco. And then yesterday, apparently the Cowboys decided to jump into free agency. Apparently they showed up at the office yesterday like, wow, I didn't even know this started. Let's go get Eric Kendricks and get him out of his deal with the 49ers. So Eric Kendricks signs with the Cowboys. And I guess the big news with that, Seth, is the Cowboys actually did something in free agency. They have done, well, until Kendricks, they had done nothing in free agency so far for an owner who said he was all in just a few weeks ago.
These are the two moves in free agency. Eric Hendricks signed a free agent deal, and they re-signed free agent long snapper Trent Sieg.
Okay,
so they
have
show for what's that?
You need one of those, right? You
need one of those, yeah. That's their illustrious offseason so far. I'm just scrolling through the free agency tracker. I don't think I see another team out there that has as few transactions in free agency.
It's wild, man.
Now the Steelers, notoriously not very active in free agency. They haven't done a lot, but it's been notable. Like they have 3 transactions. One's Russell Wilson, one's Patrick Queen, and one's Dante Jackson.
Oh, the trade with Carolina.
Yeah.
That's right. They traded Deontay Johnson. Yep. All right. So yeah, Eric Kendricks, Cowboy.
5.
HOA Florio is all over potential tampering. If you're an NFL team and you might have tampered with somebody, look the hell out because Florio is there with a badge and some pepper spray ready to take you down to Chinatown. All right?
Florio's got very, very specific concerns about tampering, and you have to tamper just right if you want to escape Florio's scrutiny.
Here are the two that are in the Florio crosshairs right now. One, Kirk Cousins admitted in his press conference yesterday to direct communication with the Falcons training staff during the legal tampering period. To be clear, the legal tampering period that started on Monday morning and ran through yesterday at 3 o'clock, your teams are allowed to talk to representation of players from other teams. They're not allowed to talk to the actual players unless that player doesn't have an agent. Kirk Cousins, make no mistake, has a really good agent. But Cousins had talked directly to the Atlanta training staff and admitted as much. And he kind of caught himself and realized, oops. So that's number one. Number two is that Howie Roseman, the owner of the Eagles, may have had direct contact with Saquon Barkley, direct verbal contact with Saquon Barkley during the recruiting process there. You know who spilled the beans on that one? James Franklin, the head coach at Penn State, was asked some innocuous Saquon Barkley question. He was Saquon's coach in college. He was asked some Barkley question in an interview, and he talked about how Howie Roseman was a big part of the recruitment of getting Saquon Barkley there.
All right, well, okay.
Not legal.
Yeah, okay. Now this one's real then though, because now it hits home because the Texans were pursuing Saquon Barkley supposedly.
Oh yeah.
And not that I wanted Saquon Barkley, yet at the same time, if that's who Nick Caserio wanted, and Howie Roseman was the down dirty dog that was recruiting him face to face, or at least person to person when he wasn't supposed to be. Yeah, I got issues with that. You're gonna tell me Howie Roseman was gonna be more enticing than DeMeco Ryans?
Right.
My God.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman's lucky if he can sit in a corner and watch.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, this is dirty. Florio's right to point this out.
Yeah, we're with you on this one, Florio. And you know what, Eagles?
Desperate whore Eagles.
Give us a third-round pick. I know normally you get penalized. The Eagles have been penalized for stuff like this before, back in the Andy Reid days. They tampered with Jeremy Maclin, the wide receiver from
and
Kansas
this is the
City.
one that Florio won't stop talking about. How
Jonathan Gannon,
Jonathan Gannon was himself.
6.
Let's get to these.
Okay,
lines.
so I judge Florio in those two circumstances. One, the one that may have hurt the Texans was that's an accurate.
Yes, we're with you on that one.
Pointing out of
we're going to the HOA meeting with you, Florio. We're going to stand behind you as you walk up to the podium to state your case to the board. 3 quick ones here as we close out the 8 at 8. First one: Garrett Cole going to miss 1 to 2 months, sore right elbow. The Yankees were hoping, and the Rangers actually, were hoping to land Dylan Cease, the frontline starting pitcher for the Chicago White Sox. In swooped the San Diego Padres yesterday, and for a gaggle of prospects, acquired Dylan Cease. So the Yankees and the Rangers get left out in the cold on that one. And the Yankees go into the season with a starting rotation that is old and banged up a lot of the time. which I got no problem with. Guess who they opened the season against? The Houston Astros. 2 weeks from today, right? What's today?
2 weeks.
2 weeks from today. Today's the 14th, right? Yeah, 2 weeks from today.
She's a rolling. Okay.
2 weeks from today, man. Season opener at Minute Maid Park.
7.
Trev Alberts is the new AD for the Texas A&M Aggies. Trev Alberts was the AD at Nebraska. He was a Nebraska legend, and he's been the AD there for the last couple of years. So now he goes to Texas A&M, and I would imagine he's getting some heat as a native son of Lincoln, Nebraska, and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. You know who's not happy with this, Seth? Larry the Cable Guy, legendary Nebraska superfan. All I know is I'm a faithful Husker, and I don't want to live anywhere but Huskerville. I'm not letting this get me down. Our sports have great momentum, and we're on the upswing. We have unbelievable coaches. As far as I know, Benedict Albert ain't throwing, running, and passing.
Oh.
Benedict Albert, dude.
He called him, he made a Benedict Arnold reference while also doing imitating Giselle a little bit. That's versatility out of Larry the Cable Guy.
No one is bigger than Husker Nation. The next guy will need great support. Plus, he may be even better. GBR, which I think means Go Big Red. Onward and upward. There's no place like Nebraska. I don't know about that last.
They do have. How long was Trev Albert there?
As the AD?
Yeah,
a few years. Not all that long ago he got there.
Their women's volleyball team was already really good before Trev Albert became the AD. Like he can't. That's big. That's big these days. Yeah. I mean, they pack that stadium. I remember there's sports other than just football.
Yeah.
But
Nebraska was the AD at Omaha for 2009 to 2021. Then he went to Nebraska in 2021. So he was there for 3 years. And now he's at Texas A&M. Second biggest trending story on the Chronicle. Trev Alberts, new AD at Texas A&M.
8.
Last one, Russell Wilson. All that talk yesterday about, hey, what is Daniil Hunter? Is he going to get to wear number 99 with the Texans? I think it's still TBD on that. A lot of jersey talk yesterday.
Daniil Hunter was number 94 both in high school and at LSU.
Okay.
So I think that's I bet he's number 94.
Okay, that could be in play. I bring this up because
Khalil Davis a little bit.
I bring this up because the Broncos wasted no time giving Russell Wilson's number 3 away. He was cut yesterday officially. Will Lutz, their kicker, is going to be wearing Russell Wilson's number 3. That took It took like an hour for them to hand over Russell Wilson's. Here, clean the stench off of this number.
There's no sentimentality there or anything. You're not going to have to.
Yep. So there you go. There's your 8 at 8. All right, Texans getting a lot of love. Good Morning Football yesterday. Every single person on the panel could not stop gushing about the offseason the Texans are having. Do we agree with what Peter Schrager has to say about what's going on in the building? And are we agreeing with Kyle Brandt about where they sit right now among all teams in the AFC? You're going to hear from both of them, and we'll chop it up next. But first, the Yellow Rose
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
When people are high on the Texans, especially on Good Morning Football, are they caught up in the recency of the Texans making one of the biggest, and I think one of the more cost-effective, maybe a little exaggeration. It's still $24-25 million a year, but I think just in terms of the 2-year nature of the contract, I think people look at that Danielle Hunter contract like, wow, man, that is a win-win. The Texans get a really good football player, and they kind of get him sort of on their basis or terms. Is that what's coloring some of these takes on the Texans? Because a lot of people are really high. This is about as much optimism as I've heard from a national person on where exactly the Houston Texans stand in the NFL and in the AFC specifically.
And who is this?
Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football.
We got next. I don't know, they came out 20, 25 years ago, and that was their slogan. I just feel like the Texans have next, don't you? Like they're sitting here, and it's all just happening, and the quarterback and the coach and everything they're saying about the draft picks and the rookies of the year. It feels like they have next. And we've been waiting for someone to have next for a long time because the Chiefs just run over everybody. And it's almost like if you're the Bills or if you're the Ravens or one of those teams, now you have a new problem. It's not just running down the Chiefs, is that while you guys have been failing to do that over the last few years, teams have been building and rebuilding, and Houston feels like it has next.
All right, so Kyle Brandt's basically putting them on the level of teams that can he just mentioned the Bills and the Ravens. I mean, keep in mind, they lost to the Ravens by 24 in a playoff game, so the hope is that this improvement they're doing with their roster at the very least closes the gap on the Ravens, and then you worry about the Chiefs. But, man, that is pretty high praise, man, for a team that a year ago, C.J. Stroud's been a Texan for 11 months.
Well, yeah, I wonder if you think about it. Obviously, in that Ravens game, there were both offensive and defensive letdowns. Yeah. The offense, though, felt like they never had a chance. Right. It was a kick return for a touchdown that kept the Texans in that game at all. At the very least, the defense put up a really good fight in the first half, but they had to blitz a lot more than they typically do. And credit to the Ravens, they figured it out. And it was a high risk, high reward game plan for DeMeco Ryans. We're built to be a team that doesn't blitz a lot. If we do blitz a lot, they're going to have opportunities to take advantage of us, and the Ravens did. but offensively, they just flat out didn't compete. And I guess that's where I wonder if we're thinking about specifically the Texans versus the Ravens, or a team like the Ravens, because the Ravens might be weakened this year. They have a lot of guys leaving the team. Can the offense show up? And right now, they haven't done a whole lot to improve the offense so far in free agency. You presume that C.J. Stroud's going to get better. The relationship with the receivers should get even better because they're all young and it's all fresh and new. But without fixing the interior offensive line, they're going to get destroyed by good teams.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud won't have a chance. And that's where maybe with some of these remaining moves to fill in certain spots on offense, but then also with the draft, there's going to have to be improvement there.
Yeah. And all those teams that Kyle Brandt named there, they play all those teams this year. You're going to find out like where they stack up with the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Bills. You want to throw the Dolphins in there. They were a playoff team last year. Like they play all those teams this season.
Who are the teams like? What phrase was Kyle Brandt using? You better watch out.
No, you have next. They've got next.
You have next.
You've got next.
Who are the teams in the AFC that like are the most recent ascensions? Like I guess the Bills would be an obvious one.
Bills are the first one that come to mind.
Yeah, like they were a team like they were lost in the wilderness. Quarterback showed a little bit of promise, but was erratic, and then all of a sudden, the year after, the Texans faced them in the playoffs. And okay, did the Bills have next? Like when they lost to the Texans in the playoffs, you really didn't get a sense that, okay, the Bills were the one to watch out for. It was the signing of Stephon Diggs was promising, but then Josh Allen also took a step forward.
Josh Allen took 10 steps forward the next year. Like Josh Allen went from a guy who had a ton of physical talent to a guy who actually put it all together and got numbers. Cincinnati's the big one to me.
Well, Cincinnati's a big one because, they made that. They had the splurge with free agency. The next year they got Joe Burrow, and, they were all of a sudden they were to be contended with, like a genuine contenders. Yeah. The one that I think maybe flies under the radar because people just don't know what the hell to think of the quarterback is the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Browns, If Deshaun Watson had been anywhere close to what they had hoped to get out of him right now, the Browns would be the ones you're looking at and thinking, "Oh my God! Like look at their players on defense. Look at their running back. Oh, look at between the health of Chubb and whatever the hell's Deshaun Watson is anymore, they're the team that should be that team right now, and they're just not.
That's a team that I would have listened to. I just went on a rant about Kirk Cousins like an hour ago. That's actually a team that. If you put Kirk Cousins on the Browns with that roster, with a healthy Nick Chubb, that's a team, and they can't do that because Deshaun's clogging up $64 million in cap space. But I'm just using that to illustrate a point. Yes, that is true. If they had a slightly above average quarterback last year, they're right in it. They were thought to be a dark horse with Joe Flacco off the couch as their quarterback.
You know what?
That's a good one. Cleveland's a good one.
Well,
that's a good one.
And the other one, though, too, I think the one that lights a fire under your butt to remember, we got to keep building, we got to keep getting better, is that this time last year, those Jaguars, man.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence has hit his stride. Yeah. Woo. Better watch out for those guys. They got young Trayvon Walker's going to come along, and Josh Allen's already there, and got to watch out for the Jaguars.
Yeah, that's actually it's a really good kind of warning label on all this. I think C.J. Stroud's better than Trevor Lawrence. I think there's I think DeMeco Ryans is. I know Doug Peterson's won a Super Bowl. I'd take DeMeco Ryans as my head coach over Doug Peterson. So I think there's some things in place with the Texans where I feel better about them quote having next. But you're right. There's probably a segment with Kyle Brandt saying similar things about the Jags last year at this time. That's a good one.
This goes all the way back to 2013. When everybody was choosing the Texans to be the darlings next year. They're the dark horse favorite and everything. I'm just I don't need this love and adulation. It is fun to hear it, but it also it always reminds you no, it's not as simple as that.
Yeah.
We don't just get the momentum that carries us forward. We got to keep getting it. And they have defensively. We'll get to turn our eyes to the offense now from here through the draft, and hopefully they do some things that improve on that side.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we'll get rid of Peter Schrager.
Oh,
of
this
Good
son
Morning
of a-
Football, talking
How
about
dare he? How dare he?
talking about the culture of the Houston Texans.
Texans are this fun young team with a great young quarterback and with a defensive rookie of the year and Will Anderson. And I look to the head coach. I look at D'Amico Ryans. He has instilled a culture of not only winning, but a culture of fun, competitive, hardworking guys. And there's a moment, and it was last season in a game that they ended up losing in the divisional round to the Baltimore Ravens. And the Texans have this great play, and Frank Ross is their special teams coach. Frank's been around the league for quite a bit. He's a John Carroll University guy, like so many of these fellas are. And they run back this special teams punt, and this was to give them a lead early in this game. My son Mel, who's a Ravens fan and a huge Lamar fan, was crying when this happened, so I remember it well. Meanwhile, I was grinning because I see this, and you look at D'Amico, and then I want you to see Frank Ross. This is the special teams coach. This is a team that is young, fun, fired up, amped up, and players see that.
That was I don't like his tone of voice. Kind of
at the beginning was a little. It was a little uncomfortable.
Bit like, hey, this is a fun team.
Hey, Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, that felt a little too much. Get in my van.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, you kids like having fun? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I do. I think he nailed it in terms of the atmosphere.
Yeah,
much different than other atmospheres on some teams.
What kind of team, Peter, do they have again?
Texans are this fun young team.
You're a fun guy, aren't you?
And you're young.
You like to have fun? Come on.
You're a fun young guy, eh? Oh, by the way, I had it flipped. Sorry, texter. Boy, there's
Funyuns.
That's what I thought. Funyuns too. Yeah. It was the Chiefs tampering with Macklin while he was with the Eagles. Andy Reid was involved, though. I think it was Andy Reid who was doing the tampering. So yeah, sorry about that. I had it flipped. I had the Eagles tampering with the Chiefs, Jeremy Macklin. It was the other way around. Media narratives, the guy says, ugh. I wasn't trying to set a narrative. My brain just got it flipped, that's all.
Are you a media narrative setter? What the hell, Sean?
I wish, man.
I know I was working with scum like you.
Oh,
first I got to listen to Schrader's creepy come on, and then I got to listen to you.
You setting narratives about Jeremy Macklin.
Narratives.
I know.
I'm not going to sit here and turn this into the show that bashes Jeremy Macklin over and over again, damn it. I thought you were a fun guy.
The Eagles should owe us A.J. Brown now for stealing Saquon via tampering. Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
I think you just give us A.J. Brown as a penalty.
Or draft pick.
Yeah. Give us your...
Give us a draft pick that we could use to trade for 7 Malik Collins.
In a second. A box full of cheesesteaks, please. Yeah, right. To get Malik Collins back.
We got to think about this for a moment. They gave up Malik Collins for a 7th. There's got to be a corresponding move. There's just got to be. There's got to be something that comes back. Either a wink, wink, a nudge, nudge, fun young guys, whatever it is. I just let me know.
We're gonna get a Schefter tweet that the Texans have signed Peter Schrager.
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, he's gonna be so psyched to be here too. Schrager's gonna be super pumped to be here. Peter, why you're happy to be a Houston Texan? Why?
Texans are this fun young team.
It's getting worse.
I want to interview for a job with the Texans. Seth, why do you think you should be our facilities manager? Man, I just look around here and it's just a fun young team.
And meanwhile, the person interviewing you is like looking at you, has their phone out under the table, like hitting 911.
You look pretty fun yourself.
Do you like to have a good time?
I like to have fun.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. I swear Seth is my spirit animal. Get in the van vibes from Schrager, LMAO.
Texans are this fun young team.
I like Peter. Peter Schrager does a good job, man. I like him. I think he does a good job. That was a little weird, though. It was a weird tone to talk about the team.
It was more of it felt like a ladies' man type of thing from the 70s or something. Like he was sitting back with a Cavassier and he was just kind of like
shirt buttoned down to the middle of his stomach, big poof of hair coming out of his chest. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We talk a lot about big contracts coming up for Houston athletes. There is one that I don't know if we've touched on this yet, but this money is going to be big, and I hope this guy gets the money. Young team. And it's not even the Houston Texans. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
So, Karam Law, if you have been injured in an accident and it wasn't
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, we had some fun with the Peter Schrager assessment of the Texans being a fun, young team. Just to refresh, Houston Texans. And
Texans are this fun, young team.
Says it in kind of a tone that's a little weird. Text message. That's what I love about these Houston Texans, man. I get older, they stay the same age.
Texans are this fun, young team.
Come on now, man.
What was Matthew McConaughey's character's name there?
Wooderson, right? He's Wooderson?
Wooderson.
Yeah, Wooderson.
So Wooderson was the guy that said, that's what I like about these high school girls.
Man.
I get older, they stay the same age.
Peter Schragerson. Yep.
Texans are this fun, young team.
Mm-hmm.
Another text message. Schrager said that with the same energy as someone walking up behind a woman and going, hey, girl, let me butter your bread.
They are a fun young team. He's right.
Man, that is a tone of voice of me being talked into something that I only partially don't want to do.
Right.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, Peter Schrager.
May or may not wind up on the internet. Yeah.
Keep your eyes up here and let's talk about football.
Let's talk football, okay? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, shifting gears for a minute here as we head towards the top of the hour. We'll get back to the Texans' top of the hour. Still trying to make heads or tails of the Malik Collins trade. I've seen nothing yet other than the Texans are holding a meeting today. They're entertaining Tim Settle Jr., a defensive lineman from Buffalo. He played for Buffalo last year. Had 5 sacks for Washington a couple years ago, I guess. I don't know. I'm reading the anthology of Tim Settle Jr. on Aaron Wilson's Twitter timeline right now. I would imagine that's a transaction you could have done without trading Malik Collins. So we're waiting to see if there's an Eric Armstead move coming up here tied to the Malik Collins trade yesterday. We'll get back to that top of the hour. Shifting gears for just a second. Rockets have been playing really well lately. Rockets have won 4 in a row on the road. They're back home tonight against Washington. They're 1-0 since Alperen Şengün went out with his leg injury, his ankle injury. It thankfully not nearly as severe as it first looked. Here was Shams Charania of The Athletic talking about Alperen Şengün, and this is something he brings up, something we're going to have to start thinking about, similar to this young Texans core. We got to start thinking about this with this young Rockets core, and Şengün might be right in the middle of it. Here it is.
Sources tell me Alperen Şengün, the Rockets' young Super 3 right ankle sprain. He will miss several weeks. Tremendous sigh of relief is he's avoided any damage to that right knee. He's avoided surgery, but this likely ends his regular season. Houston is 5 games out of a play-in tournament slot. Şengün, though, he's had a breakout season. 21.1 points a game, 9.3 rebounds, 5 assists over 63 games. And when you look into the offseason, he will be eligible for a 5-year, $225 million max contract. And Alperen Şengün has put himself in that category of being a max contract player.
Oh, we haven't talked about stuff like this with the Rockets for a long, long time.
Yeah.
5 years, $225 for Alperen Şengün. Oh.
If you had to poll, who do you think is more bullish about that? The Rockets fan base or the Rockets themselves?
Fan base.
Yeah.
Fan base.
Yeah.
I think they like Alperen Şengün. I don't know if they feel like he. I don't know.
When you say they, you mean the Rockets themselves?
The Rockets themselves. I don't know if the front office feels like Alperen Şengün is right now a max player. Look, he's been benched at times this year. I don't know if Ime Udoka feels like he's a max guy.
Yeah, and I think Udoka is a guy that really, really, really cares about defense. I think it's like Shaq's designation of Şengün as a young Pau Gasol might not resonate as much with him with Udoka.
I'd love it. I love Şengün. I love his game. I think his game seems to be the direction the center position is kind of going. I think if he can add some range to his game and shoot a little more consistently, when the ball comes around to him on the rotation, he's sitting there with open jumpers, be a threat to knock him down. That's. I don't want to say the Achilles heel is his defense, as you point out, but offensively, he's about as skilled a big man as you're going to find in the NBA today. I'd be cool with it. Look, they got to start making decisions on some of these guys. These young core is going to be in line for extensions soon enough. I'd rather do it with him than Jalen Green. I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, they stumbled into a process type scenario when James Harden left, where all of a sudden, all right, you better get to sixering, and like that's at some point these guys gotta actually they gotta show up. They're either going to be your core or you're just going to keep sixering. They run the danger of being too good next year to keep sixering.
I think the Rockets really, really, really all capital letters want Jalen Green to work out to be a guy that people in league circles are discussing the way they're discussing Şengün right now. That's the sense I get. But I would do that with Şengün. I love Şengün's game. Hey, would you, if you were if you were getting married, you had a loved one getting married, how much would you want Jameis Winston to do the blessing at your reception?
Oh, I'd want it a lot.
I would too.
I'd really, really want it because it's got a high chance of being memorable.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter whether it's memorable for good or comedic reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be unique.
Yeah.
So I would like it. Yeah.
Here was Jameis Winston. Now Jameis Winston, who is a Cleveland Brown now, he went to the wedding. He and a few others, the wedding of one of the equipment managers on the team recently. And Jameis not only did like a speech, I don't have the whole speech on video, but the blessing that he did for the married couple wound up on TikTok. Here is Jameis Winston blessing the newly married Saints equipment manager and wife couple.
Are so grateful for your presence. We're so grateful to help celebrate this beautiful couple. And we just pray for eternity in their love, and we just pray for blessings, and we just pray for grace and power, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Good job. And then a group hug with everybody. The video probably plays better than the audio because Jameis is, you know how Jameis does those pre-game routines where the hips are all over the place.
Oh,
He's doing the thing where he's getting his footwork down, but at the same time the hips are gyrating. He's kind of getting into it body-wise too when he's handing out grace and blessings and eternity. Like
I wonder, with Jameis, I wonder sometimes it feels like I just feel like sometimes he's trying too hard when he does his public speaking because he does have a rhythm and he's got like he's hitting the right emphases and everything, but there's just somehow it doesn't feel as natural and as smooth as an actually great orator or preacher or what have you.
And yet,
I'm not sitting here pretending that I'm some great orator or anything either. There's a part of it where I feel like, oh yeah, he's really getting it, but then it all feels like I don't know, it feels like an act somehow.
And yet, I would when do the budget for our wedding. She would have looked at the budget and said, "What is this $10,000 for Jameis? Who is this?" And I would have said, "That's the person who's going to come in and do our blessing at the reception." $10,000, really? Yes, it's a bargain. Trust me. He's going to hang out. He's going to hang around afterwards too and talk to people.
That one was disappointing to me because there wasn't necessarily funny or goofy or anything.
Yeah, it was just I like hearing Jameis's voice. You're right. It was probably just it was a little bland. Greg Williams, he's not bland. Greg Williams was on the third. He was on a podcast. And I'm doing the Sean thing now where I'm having trouble finding the name of the podcast, but he was asked about Baker Mayfield's new deal. Now, he was the interim coach after Hugh Jackson got fired in Cleveland, and Baker was the quarterback. Here is Greg Williams' proclamation of what he and Baker could have accomplished together.
First and foremost, Baker Mayfield, G-Dub. Talk about that. I know you saw that.
I'm so happy. He's one of my all-time favorites. I believed with all my heart we could have won a championship with him had I stayed at Cleveland instead of heading out. And I'm so proud of how he has proven himself time after time after time, from high school to college to the NFL, and now within the NFL. Hey, come get some, Bake. I'm very happy for him.
Greg Williams is one of my least favorite people in NFL circles.
Well, remember that he had that weird stretch a couple years ago where he was claiming that he'd been offered all kinds of jobs.
Yeah.
By
I forgot about that.
He's like a classic BS artist, and everybody knows it. Like people that have worked at it. I think he was a good enough defensive coordinator. A lot of coaches were willing to put up with his crap. But he's just a weird human, man. I don't know. He's one of my least favorite people in the world too. There's nothing worse than some doughy pear-shaped loser wearing shooting glasses for some reason, talking about what a tough guy he is.
Have shooting glasses.
Listen, you stupid fat punk. So let's just go ahead and be see who's tougher. Just you and me, mano a mano.
Yeah.
All right. Instead of you hiding behind your ability to control people's employment.
Yes.
Oh, I hate him. I hate him so much. And I know people who like him.
Yeah.
I just despise him.
The Come Get Some show. It was the Big Play Come Get Some podcast is what he was on. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
What job was that he claimed that he'd had letters off?
I'm going to look that up during the break. I remember, letters was the best part of that.
Letters.
Like,
I have the letter. Yeah, I have the letter.
The letters to prove it. No, I don't know that they send letters anymore. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Let's get back over to the Texans. What are we waiting for here with this sequence of events along the defensive line? Are we going to see it this morning? And if it's not Eric Armstead, is there a suitable replacement available on the interior of the defensive line that would have us okay with letting Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins go? That's coming up next. Also, we got Brad Paisley tickets coming in the next hour, too, in the 9 o'clock hour. So make a note of that. Saturday night at the rodeo. Make a note of this as well. If you're heavy, if you've been going out to the rodeo and sweating, maybe you sweat when you look at your own eat.
championship contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
They're talking up the Texans on Good Morning Football again this morning. We'll have the audio for you later on this hour. My God.
Is that what you were just listening to?
Yeah, Patrick Peterson is on there. We in or we out? This is the topic. The Texans will be the trendy Super Bowl pick in August. We'll have the audio for you a little later. Man, people are all over the Houston
Patrick
Texans.
Peterson, is he a full-time commentator now?
He actually, the funny thing is he was on the Steelers last year, and he was covering Nico Collins on that dagger touchdown that they got in that game. That ball that CJ just flicked the only place you could put it, but he put it right there, and Nico took it to the house. Patrick Peterson is kind of joking in this audio, and then they got Nico Collins, who you see he's burning me right there to close out the game.
Thanks, people that put this together.
Yeah. So anyways, we'll have that for you later on this hour. It's fun to see people saying good things about the Houston Texans. Now, this is we are still in the midst of maybe what's been the first glitch here of Texans free agency. I know there's a lot of people after day one who were disappointed that day one was so slow. I think day two made up for that for most of the folks who were disappointed in the lack of elite high level activity on day one. We love Danico Autry, and I think Azeez Al-Shaair is a good player as well. But day two is where they made their mark with the Danielle Hunter signing and the trade for Joe Mixon. And now fair to say the expectation is more like kind of filling in spots. But this release of Eric Armstead by the 49ers, and more so this trade of Malik Collins yesterday that appeared to be setting up the stage for a second move, it's kind of, at least from where we sit, kind of stalled. Who knows? Maybe behind the scenes,
it's fizzled out.
They're maybe behind the scenes they've just been working on some things, and they're at the 5-yard line right now, and they're ready to punch it in. But we're waiting right now.
Well, and to lay it out honestly, because it gets confusing, and I think a lot of people today probably don't realize the story about what happened yesterday was that originally it was supposed to be a player-for-player trade that Malik Collins was going to go to the 49ers and Eric Armstead was going to come to the Texans. Yeah. The way it's being reported is that the Texans then realized that they had a shot at Danielle Hunter and had to allocate a whole lot of funds to that, and that the trade wasn't going to work out with Malik Collins and Eric Armstead. For whatever reason, the Texans still followed through on sending Malik Collins to the 49ers for just a 7th-round pick, which seems like lopsided value there. Hopefully there's some corresponding move that justifies it. I don't quite understand exactly why they followed through on the Malik Collins part once Eric Armstead was out of the building. They saved $3 million, I just don't get it.
Yeah, and again, unless we're only privy to what we can see with our own eyes and hear what's going on. So we know, but this we do know, if we believe the reports that there was a trade in place, Collins for Armstead, there's definite interest on Houston Texans next year.
Yeah.
I guess now, real quick, Seth, now the question becomes with Armstead being released overnight,
right?
Because he's a free agent now, is that interest from Armstead reciprocated? Does he want to be a Houston Texan?
But that's still, like, if it's just now a free agency situation, that doesn't make the Collins deal make any sense at all.
Right.
It's because now it would just be, he's a free agent and you can sign him. If maybe they'd come to terms on an agreement already and it just hasn't been public, and that it was all kind of part of a package deal, even though it wasn't considered a trade technically, then I'm cool with that. But if it's just that, Eric Armstead's out on the market now, and you got to crack at him like 30 other teams in the league, then that doesn't. The Malik Collins part still doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think it's exacerbated the anxiety over this. I mean, at least I'm feeling anxiety over it. The Texans don't have their 2 starting defensive tackles from last year, and I don't know what Plan B is right now for them. I think the anxiety is heightened by the fact that Sheldon Rankins signed with the Bengals last night. So you've got this hole where Malik Collins was that has not been filled, and then Sheldon Rankins walks in free agency. So you got a hole where Sheldon Rankins was that's not filled. And I don't know what to think of Foley Fatukasi, who they signed from the Jags. They brought Khalil Davis back, but he's a reserve level player. There's got to be another move. There's got to be another move coming here. If there's not, then this was a really strange sequence of events, which probably, like, if Eric Armstead, we get news that Eric Armstead signed with the Lions. Yeah. And I still think overall free agency's been a success. But this is a weird sequence where you've got this huge hole in the middle of your defensive line now.
I think that in some respects, it's nice that Sheldon Rankins got a better deal with the Bengals after spending 1 year with the Texans, just because it's proof of concept that, hey, you can come to the Texans and you can, get a good performance in and actually turn it into more money elsewhere. So maybe you start getting more guys like that. The defensive tackle availability is kind of dried up in free agency right now in terms of guys that you would genuinely get excited about. So like Eric Armstead presumably at some point will be out there. DJ Reader is out there, but there really aren't a lot of guys you feel really good about. Just Tim Settle Jr. that they're hosting this morning. I mean, he's had 7, 8, 9 sacks over the course of 5 or 6 years. Very nondescript, plays 10 or 20 snaps a game for the Bills, but certainly hasn't looked like a guy that is ready to step in and be a stud pass rusher as a starting full-time defensive
I don't
tackle.
know, man. I'm looking at a video on Twitter right now where he swim moved a left guard on the Packers and went in and got a sack.
Yeah, he didn't even have to swim move that
If
dude.
he
That
does-
dude took a bad angle.
I don't know. I'm just kind of glancing down at it. It looks like a swim move. When I turn my eyes this way, it looks kind of like a really badass swim move. He just does that on every play. I think he's going to be a bargain.
All you have to do is do that 59 times more in a game.
Yeah.
Instead of just however often he's been doing it.
Yeah. Step it up, man.
So I guess I guess there's hope for either an explanation on what happened with Malik Collins, or that it's just Eric Armstead's on his way here and there's just a few little details that need to be figured out.
Okay, so let's pretend for a second. It was going to be Malik Collins for Eric Armstead. That's the report. Let's pretend for a second that trade goes down. Let's pretend for a second that Eric Armstead does indeed become a Houston Texan. Is this a massive upgrade over Malik Collins or Sheldon Rankins with Eric Armstead? He's in his early 30s. He's coming off a knee injury. Now, he did play through a lot of pain in the playoffs and played well. We know he's going to be a scheme fit because it's DeMeco Ryans, his former defensive coordinator in San Francisco. But, how are we feeling? Is this you, Seth, as a former interior defensive lineman, how do you feel on Armstead versus, we'll just say Armstead versus Malik Collins?
Armstead versus Malik Collins, I think that Armstead brings more physicality to the position, like a combo stopping the run and rushing the passer. But Malik is very, very good at collapsing the pocket, getting upfield, flushing the quarterback to the guys on the outside. I think that Eric Armstead is just more of the physically imposing type that DeMeco is looking for. I think that, and that's one reason too. Denico Autry can play end, he can play tackle, but that's more of in pass rush mode. But he's not an every down defensive tackle. So I know a lot of people have been saying, Denico Autry can be the starter. I don't look at him as a starter per se, unless they're starting in nickel or what have you. You still need guys with a physical in there, and Eric Armstead has that more so than Malik Collins did. But it's still Malik Collins is a good football player. I'm not trying to besmirch him at all.
Yeah.
It's not so simple to just replace him with some guy like this Tim Settle Jr. or somebody like that. So when I say that there's got to be a corresponding move, I mean that maybe there was a de facto trade for Eric Armstead.
Yes.
That they can't do it like an actual swap, but the way they all work it out, that they came to an agreement with Eric Armstead beforehand, and that allowed the Collins trade to happen. Some kind of creative bookkeeping, perhaps. But if it's not that, then it was a wasted trade of Malik Collins.
Anybody other than Eric Armstead coming here, and I feel what are you doing trading away Malik Collins? What that makes? Did you need $3 million in cap space that badly? I don't think you do. And there's other ways you could go get the cap space if you wanted to.
Yeah.
That I think are better ways to do it than trading Malik Collins.
And the other thing too, people are asking about going to find somebody in the draft. Sure, yeah. I mean, you can do that. But that still doesn't make the Malik Collins trade make sense.
Right.
You saved $3 million in cap space to get a 7th-round pick back. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
No.
It's
no.
You wouldn't buy $3 million. You wouldn't pay $3 million for a 7th-round pick on the open market. And certainly when it comes with losing a good football player.
Right, and losing Malik Collins in the process. Yeah, absolutely. Now, for what it's worth, reaction to the Malik Collins trade, Titus Howard. Because Titus Howard reacts to everything. 3 very sad crying emojis. Malik Collins probably went against each other in practice quite a bit, Iron sharpens iron for Titus Howard.
So what you're saying is he's going to miss having an easy guy to go against in practice.
Maybe.
That's all that is. That's shade at Malik Collins.
All right, can I put Laramie Tunsil possible reaction emoji through the Seth Payne Laramie filter here?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this is actually in response to this or if he's actually commenting on a world affair.
11:58, Laramie tweeted this. The trade was announced at 11:37 a.m. yesterday. So 21 minutes later, Laramie Tunsil tweeted a sad emoji with one tear as a reply to Titus Howard's tweet where he was sad about Malik Collins leaving.
Titus could have been sad about something he was watching on Lifetime.
He retweeted Schefter's report about Malik Collins and was sad about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like
it's
yeah.
That makes sense then.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, good then. Yeah, both Titus and Laramie upset about this. Now, are they upset about Malik Collins leaving, or are they upset about the value of the trade? Because either is valid. It'd be better if
that would be hilarious.
I mean, the clarification from Laramie Tunsil. Be like, listen, I hate the guy, but you got to get more than a 7th rounder for him. What the hell?
Oh my God. So we'll see what happens. I would hope that there's news today. If history holds true from the last couple days, it'll probably happen during In the Loop. That's when a lot of the big stuff's been happening. Daniil Hunter was late in the day on Tuesday.
These are the two. Like, I hope there comes out an oral history or whatever, one of these long pieces they do in The Athletic when they follow people around either. I'd love to find out exactly what the Texans' involvement was in the bidding for Saquon Barkley. I'd really love to see a behind-the-scenes part of that. Yeah. And then I'd love to see exactly what happened here. We're more likely to get the blow-by-blow of the Saquon Barkley scenario than
the Malik Collins trade in the Athletic.
Yeah, but I don't know if they've got a dedicated reporter embedded with the Malik Collins story or not.
Seth, maybe you've got your project for the next few days now. You go be that guy. There's a gap to fill here for an audience of like 12 that are
No. I can't be entrusted with keeping the details of a story like that straight. There's too many notes to be taken.
Sheldon Rankins goes to Cincinnati, 2 years, $26 million. George Fant goes back to Seattle. And he goes back to Seattle. He did a good job for the Texans last year, kind of thrust into starting right tackle duty. He was one of the more consistent performers, at least in terms of being available every week. Like George Fant was out there, did a decent enough job to go get a contract from the Seattle Seahawks. I've not seen the terms, Seth, of the contract he got from the Seahawks, but they joke on. He's a former Seahawk, so he's going back there, and they joke on the little graphic that they made on X that George Fant is reporting as eligible to come back. Agreed to terms. And they put, George Fant has reported as eligible, the Seahawks tweet. We agree to terms. And that made me a little bit sad because that, I guess, implies that for the Seahawks, he was that tackle / tight end that reports to the referee. All that. We didn't get much of that out of George Fant. I would like to have seen him and his basket. I would like to have seen him and his basketball background get a throw here or there.
I was trying to figure out exactly why you thought that was notable. I guess I just didn't read that much into it. I thought they were just doing a clever little in my mind I was like, wait a second, that was the Cowboys and the Lions that had the big the controversy, right?
I'm a big fan of
that. That didn't involve the Seahawks at all.
I like when the big fat guys get a chance to get the ball thrown to them. That implied to me that they used to do that with him in Seattle, and they never did it with him here. And that they tried to with Laramie in one game. Remember that? They tried to do the little tackle play down on the goal line.
Yeah,
it just made me sad. That
was the one where when CJ ended up rolling out to the right, right?
And
it looked like I wanted to give them credit for designing it that way, but it was actually just CJ being brilliant improvisation.
Right, they scored on the play, just not at all how it was designed. So George Fant gets a deal in Seattle. All these guys, all these 1 year guys or these contract year guys with the Texans, they all got paid, man.
It doesn't strike me as George Fant. Like, he never struck me as like the athlete that they would be using in that situation.
He played basketball at Western Kentucky. He was
aren't I a jerk? Okay.
Yeah, he played basketball. He was a basketball player at the Division I level. Now I don't know if he's, he might have been. He played at Western Kentucky. He might have been 40 pounds lighter back then. Who the hell knows? But yeah, man, he's got some chops. He's got some athletic chops. George Fant does. Yeah, dude. Blake Cashman, Johnny Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Devin Singletary, they all got paid. The Texans got a real good story to all these guys that are on the market right now who are looking for 1 year deals if they want to. They got a nice PowerPoint they can show. show to them, Seth.
They in losing George Fant, who ended up doing really well as a replacement and starter at right tackle, they have agreed to terms with offensive tackle David Sharp.
There you go.
Who's 6'6", 343 pounds.
Big.
Did not play a lot for the Panthers last year, so
I don't know what it's worth.
For the Panthers, who had an awful offensive line,
right?
But so I don't know if he's necessarily expected to be a replacement for George Fant, but he'll be in the competition for it.
Feels like a body. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got to get to some of the signing. One of the big signings yesterday. What does this do to the wide receiver market? Also, Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio, has a suggestion for Justin Jefferson that involves the Houston Texans. Let's run this through the Payne and Pendergast filter. Any chance of this happening? We will have that for you coming up next.
There's a really good chance that you get the absolute best deal that you can in the city of Houston on a brand new Chevrolet when you go to Bayway Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
As has been pointed out several times, not just by me and Seth, but many people throughout free agency, like a lot of these big contracts, it's just the math. Many of them don't work out. I think last 4 years, there's been a little over 30 contracts handed out that have been more than $10 million a year. Nearly half of them don't make it past a couple of years before a guy gets either traded or cut or pay cut or whatever the case may be. That's just the nature of free agency. The Calvin Ridley, Seth, if we had to have a pool where we take all the contracts, $10 million a year during this free agency, multi-year, like I'll say contracts of more than 3 years or more for $10 million or more per year, if I had to pick one that I feel like in 2 years is going to be a cap casualty or a number that a team is managing around or going to for a pay cut or just doesn't work out, Calvin Ridley's at the top of the. Calvin Ridley, 4 years, $92 million, with a team that seems to have kind of slid backwards, even with the signings they've made. Just because you're signing a bunch of guys doesn't mean that you're having a great free agency. I don't think they got better at running back with Tony Pollard versus Derrick Henry. They lost some pieces on defense to the Texans in Autry and El Aziz Shahir, who are guys that a lot of Titans fans wanted to see stay. I was texting with Brent Doherty yesterday, who's a host up in Nashville, who said, man, you're going to love those two guys. He said they are great dudes and really good in the locker room and good players too. So I loved hearing that. But I feel like you're dropping Ridley, who wasn't able to really get on the same page with Trevor Lawrence. Now you're dropping him in with a massive contract into a situation with a young quarterback who wasn't all that great in terms of getting on the page with his receivers this year in Will Levis. Yeah. And it feels like if I had to pick one contract where you and I are having this conversation in 2 years and we're looking at cuts at midnight or at 3 p.m. on the start of the league year, Ridley is at the top of my list right now.
And I think you look at, I mean, it was the fact that they had A.J. Brown in the building. That you trade A.J. Brown away. Mike Vrabel is apoplectic about all the other moves that have been made, and then, it's just a mess.
You trade A.J. Brown away for a first-round pick.
Yeah.
That you then use on a receiver, Treylon Burks. And what's your big move in free agency? To go sign a receiver for an above-market price. Theoretically, it should have been like Minnesota when they trade away Stephon Diggs. They get a first and they draft Justin Jefferson, and now you've actually got an upgrade at that position.
Right. No, so there's a whole lot of churn with the Titans, and there's my notes. I was looking for it. Okay, this is the one. These are the four big things that don't make any sense in terms of like actually moving forward. The Titans should be tanking right now. Instead, they're spending money while also not making their team any better. They paid huge money to Calvin Ridley, who never seemed to be where Trevor Lawrence expected him to be. They replaced Alshire with this Kenneth Murray character, who is a first-round pick by the Chargers. The Chargers didn't bother picking up his fifth-year option. He was a first-round disappointment. Yeah. Alshire was identified by a lot of people in Tennessee as the guy they really didn't want to lose other than Derrick Henry, because he was just kind of the glue guy and like the mature guy on the defense that got things done. He plays his ass off, and D'Amico loves him, so that's good. They brought in Awuzie, the cornerback from the Bengals. And then they replaced Derrick Henry with Tony Pollard, which I can see the case for that, I suppose, except for the fact that like Derrick Henry was the second leading rusher in the NFL last year, behind the worst offensive line in the NFL. Yeah. And I can say that almost objectively because every list I go to for rankings of offensive line has the Titans as the worst offensive line in the NFL. We saw the Texans get 7 sacks versus the Titans in one game.
Yeah.
I feel like they churned while paying more money than they were paying to the guys that they tried to replace.
The Cowboys let Tony Pollard walk, and the Cowboys don't have a solution at running back right now. That's one of the running jokes with the Cowboys is that, I mean, not only have they done nothing in free agency, but right now Deuce Vaughn would be their starting tailback. And I love Deuce Vaughn, the kid out of Kansas State, but he's like 5'5". Like he's not ready to take on 20 carries a game. So they let him walk. I think they got worse at running back. So I think the Ridley deal, if we have a pool here at the station for failed contracts, that's my pick right there. Zach Gelb, CBSSports.com, hosts, I believe, afternoons there now. He's been all over the lineup.
Yeah, I'm on his show at like 3 p.m. today.
Oh, are you really?
Yes.
Okay, good. So make a note of that. We met Zach at the Super Bowl. Zach, he's got an interesting take here. This is what Zach would tell Justin Jefferson to do. Justin Jefferson, who is about to play on a team with either Sam Darnold or a rookie starting at quarterback in a year paid, like top receiver money paid. Here's Zach Gelb's suggestion to Justin Jefferson.
I would start to think about requesting a trade for the Vikings star wide receiver. And if I'm Justin Jefferson, I'm just going about how I would approach it. I would go into Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah's office, say, let's get this deal done. If we can't get this deal done, then I'm requesting a trade. And the team I request a trade to would be the Houston Texans. Imagine going to dominate that AFC South. You have C.J. Stroud, who I think right now is the 5th best quarterback in football. And from a Vikings standpoint, you go get multiple first-round draft picks. You don't want to lose a player like Justin Jefferson, but if he's unhappy, you could trade him at a conference to the AFC, and he could land at Houston.
Okay, so it is a whole lot of fun to envision Justin Jefferson in a Texans uniform.
Yeah.
I think there's zero chance that the Texans are trading multiple firsts and giving Justin Jefferson $30+ million a year.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if Justin Jefferson himself wanted that. In that, like, you're going to end up sharing targets with 2 other really capable wide receivers. Like, that's where I don't like, even no matter how healthy Justin Jefferson's ego is, like, exactly why would you want to go there where there's not going to be enough touches to go around.
Maybe
with that wide receiver.
I'll say this: he's been on a team that's had a lot of different guys to target. Like, he started his career and Adam Thielen was there. They drafted Jordan Addison this past year. They traded for T.J. Hawkinson, who got plenty of targets as a tight end.
Right.
Your deal, then maybe you're less inclined to worry about getting all the targets, right?
Yeah, but I guess but there's a difference between having multiple threats or one threat, obviously, and having 3 guys in the receiving room that are all kind of like the premier guys. And like I don't want a guy who's only in it just because he's getting paid, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I would be surprised. The Texans just traded away Malik Collins for a 7th round pick, so I don't know. Maybe the corresponding move is they're going to like trade future first for Justin Jefferson. I would still be. I'd be very skeptical about spending your resources on that right now when fixing other things is still a number one priority.
No, I'm with you. I don't think it happens. It's fun to think about. I don't think it happens. Here was Justin Jefferson. He did an interview where he was talking about the quarterback situation in Minnesota, and he actually mentions names as to who he would like to see playing quarterback there.
We have to build on, for after Kirk or whatever the case may be. But having Justin Fields brings a little bit more pressure to other teams by having, a dominant quarterback like he is.
Welcome to Minnesota, Sam Darnold. Justin Jefferson likes Justin Fields as his quarterback. And then that interview was done in the middle of free agency while Kirk Cousins had, all but moved on to Atlanta, and Darnold had come to Minnesota, and he's pining for Justin Fields.
It's a scary thing trading for Justin Fields, man. That's you're either going to lose your job or get GM of the year on that one, because if you take the guy that's been a disappointment already and it doesn't work out, and there's lots of reasons to wonder whether it really can. Like when you tailor the offense specifically to do what Justin Fields does well, it works really well in specific instances. But it doesn't feel like the strategy to actually beat any and every team in the NFL. And that's a dicey spot to be in.
I feel like the Justin Fields situation is actually playing out in a way with some of the chairs filling up here, because the teams that had talked about Justin Fields or had been talked about as being a candidate for Justin Fields to go to were all starting jobs. The Steelers before Russell Wilson, the Falcons before they decided to sign Kirk Cousins. I suppose the Raiders are a team technically still out there that Justin Fields would be an upgrade over whoever they have, and they cut Jimmy Garoppolo. They've got Aiden O'Connell. So maybe the Raiders are still a team that fit that bill. But it seems to be evolving in a way probably much to the chagrin of Ryan Poles, who I think really wanted to max out what he was going to get on Fields. I think Ryan Poles thought he was going to get like a second for Fields. It's playing out in such a way where it's more likely that it's a day 3 pick from a team that's looking to bring Fields in as a backup, maybe to either to an older quarterback or to a quarterback who's had injury issues. And I think that's actually a better scenario for Justin Fields. I don't know that plunking him down on the Steelers or the Falcons was going to be the best thing for him. I think he may be better off as a backup on a better team in a good situation.
I think honestly, onto the Colts. I guess you can have Joe Flacco and Justin Fields on the same team. But there was this rumor that the Colts might be interested in trading for Justin Fields as a backup. That might be the ideal scenario for him because Shane Steichen has just done really good things with young quarterbacks already. And to be able to be in that offense and watch it, he'd probably get opportunities to play because Anthony Richardson's going to get injured at some point along the line. And then if Shane Steichen has an assistant that goes off to be a head coach somewhere, it's a very, very easy scenario to envision that Justin Fields ends up getting a shot that way. That I think you're right though. A backup with an injury-prone starter, but who's a veteran starter. Anthony Richardson's not a veteran.
In a system that's Fields friendly, you know what I mean? I think Philly maybe backing up Hurts.
I'm also I was thinking about with Justin Jefferson a couple years ago when he had 108 receptions. He had Adam Thielen, but then the third leading receiver was Tyler Conklin on that team. The next year he had 120 receptions the next year. He had Adam Thielen, but KJ Osborne was the third guy. Yeah. I'm trying to envision a scenario where a wide receiver wants to go somewhere that already has 2 starting wide receivers. Because it's hard to feed that many receivers plus your tight end and your running back.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. And wide receivers are wired differently, and Justin Jefferson is obviously wired in a way where he's pretty vocal about his situation. I think if he's gotten his big contract at that point, I think there's a chance he's not as worried about getting $120 million a year. And thinking about, and by the way, that it might mean you're only there with Nico for a year. You make a trade for Justin Jefferson, you sign him to a deal. There's a good chance Nico Collins is walking in free agency next year.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. You're not going to keep Tank's a young guy still, So
without knowing Justin Jefferson at all, I'm getting offended on his behalf that he would be only motivated by money and that doesn't care about his actual production or anything. Because if on the basis of just wide receivers in general. They only have limited opportunities to actually produce and do great things, and they have very little control over whether or not the ball gets thrown to them other than just doing their job the best they can. I don't know. I think it would matter.
Well, the one thing we haven't brought up is we brought up money, we brought up targets, winning. You going on a team, did you put Justin Jefferson on the offense with the Texans? Holy smokes.
Yeah.
You're going to win at a pretty high level probably. All right, let's give away some rodeo tickets. And by the way, speaking of winning at a high level, the trendy Super Bowl pick. That's what they were talking about with the Texans this morning on Good Morning Football. So we'll hear from a player who actually got fried by Nico Collins last year on that front in the next segment. But let's give you guys some Brad Paisley tickets right now. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Keep listening all day because there's Eric Church tickets that are going to be given away during both In the Loop and The Drive. But right now is your chance to win Brad Paisley. 713-572-4610. We're going to give them to caller number 5. 713-572-4610. And if you're caller number 5, you're on your way to the rodeo on Saturday night to see Brad Paisley. Question mark we discuss coming up next. West Point Lincoln Sugarland. Trendy pick to go get your next luxury vehicle. Not
Center.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Okay, a couple things here. First, congratulations to Andrew in Houston, winner of the Brad Paisley tickets. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, will be on Payne and Pendergast Monday, 7:30 a.m. So first crack at Nick Caserio here will happen on Sports Radio 610 Monday, 7:30 a.m. We'll get to ask him about all the moves in free agency. Seth and I, if you've listened to the show today, it'd be great if he joined us at 9:46 a.m. today because we got a lot of questions about this.
I just need to was waited for a 7th-round pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
We think there's another move coming. You know what this feels like, Seth? I was thinking about this during the break. Remember before Uber existed, and if you wanted a ride somewhere, you had to call a cab, and then you would sit, and you never knew where the cab was. You would just sit, and you would wait, and the cab could very well be 500 yards from you, but you wouldn't know it, and there's just...
No, but you'd have to call and talk to a dispatcher who didn't give a single damn about you, other than that, like, she was upset that you were calling for the 3rd time in 3 hours because the guy hasn't showed up.
Right, there's just a lot of unknown with how things used to be with taxi cabs, and that's how this Malik Collins thing feels like. Okay, I think I'm getting picked up here at the end, but I don't know where we're at with this. I don't know if the guy's going to be here in an hour, if he's going to be here in 10 minutes. The Uber age has conditioned us now. Like, I need a tracker for Eric Armstead and where we're at with all this and him getting here. Like, I am very impatient when it comes to this stuff.
The part, too, that I get a little bit nervous about is that it was reported that Eric Armstead was released. But as we know, sometimes it's reported that players are released, like Joe Mixon, and then, actually, he wasn't released yet. The Texans went and traded for him.
Yeah.
Right now, it was reported yesterday that Eric Armstead was being released, which would mean that it wasn't like a trade pending a physical with the Texans or anything. But there's always the potential for that.
He was on a list. I'll say this: he was on a list that was tweeted out that I've seen multiple reporters tweet out. A list that the league put out of guys that got cut overnight last night.
The league actually did it. Okay,
yeah.
Right.
So he's been cut.
And I just wanted to, because I had multiple people say, hey, well, maybe it's just the trade is pending a physical or something. He's been released, so now officially he's been released. So it wouldn't be a trade. And the only thing that would make it make sense that Malik Collins went for a 7th-rounder was that if maybe as part of all of this, Eric Armstead had kind of agreed in advance to a deal with the Texans, and he's coming here. So it's a de facto trade with the 49ers, even though it's not technically a trade. But barring that, like, even if they sign Eric Armstead, but it's when he's out on the street as a free agent, then and there's no prior agreement with the 49ers, then it doesn't really make any sense at all that they let Malik Collins go for a 7th-round pick.
All right, so Nick Caserio joins us Monday, 7:30 a.m. This will be something, the Malik Collins / Eric Armstead situation is something I'm sure in the loop and the drive, if it's still going this afternoon, that saga, not the drive. The drive will be going for a long, long time. But if this whole thing drags into the afternoon, we've got you covered all day long and into the evening with Area 45 here on Sports Radio 610. Patrick Peterson, future Hall of Famer, was on cornerback. Cornerback was on Good Morning Football this morning. Of course, most recently of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He, I believe, Seth, I think you mentioned, is a free agent. He's out there.
He's currently a free agent. A lot of people suspect that the Steelers are going to try to bring him back.
Okay.
But he's out there.
He's out there. He was on Good Morning Football this morning, and he was asked, should the Texans, who he played against last year, should they be a trendy Super Bowl pick?
Jason, I'm with you. I'm all the way in. And with it, yes. Very, very young, hungry, talented football team with a coach that understands how to not only get his guys in position to win, as we saw that, but he's been on the big stage before with the San Francisco 49ers. But what C.J. Stroud was able to do last year as a rookie, and also having a little bit of time to spend with him this past Pro Bowl. I know it was 7-on-7,
Still?
pretty much. Yeah, still football. But to see some of the things that he was able to do in that game, one of the throws that I'm still at all at is he rolled out to his left and threw it over his right shoulder to Jamar Chase, a dime in the left corner of the end zone, I believe.
Dude, nobody's getting more mileage out of a throw in a 7-on-7 Pro Bowl
in a flag football game.
And CJ Stroud. It was a dime, though, dude. It was a hell of a throw.
It was really nice. Yeah, it was. Yeah, for nobody technically with pressure in his face, but pressure that wasn't allowed to actually touch him or anything.
Right.
So it was impressive. He's done those. If he had never done anything like that in an actual football game, then maybe you would discount it. But I think people can easily envision him doing that in a regular season football game.
It's like Johnny Manziel's pro day. Was Johnny Manziel the one that had guys swinging brooms at him at his pro day?
Yeah. It was a big. Yeah. Mike Zimmer hated that. I just remember Mike Zimmer being super grumpy about that.
Oh, really? Zimmer was grumpy?
Yeah.
He was grumpy about something.
Oh, yeah. He said it was more like a circus than anything else or something.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Remember George H.W. Bush and Barbara were on the sideline?
The Texans had the number 1 pick in that draft. I remember.
They're like, it reminds me of a young George W. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Here's
something smells like. Yeah.
Here's one more from Patrick Peterson. He said the pieces the Texans added this year are nice.
To the pieces that they added to their roster this year, these guys are coming for you on the defensive line, from the defensive line, from the running back position. They have talent at the receiver position. And as we saw here on that highlight not too long ago, Collins getting me on the 7 route to pretty much seal the game.
Nico does that.
Yeah, he is, and to seal the game. To win, but we, like Jason said as well, we had the opportunity to watch that young team up and close. Man, they are very, very talented.
That was a nice rib on Patrick Peterson for the production staff to have one of the Texan highlights be him getting cooked by Nico and CJ to close out the game.
I would imagine he knew that was coming.
Maybe.
But
It was funny.
You know what, though, too? I mean, he is a free agent, and there's multiple cornerbacks out there right now, some of them aging, some of them not, but that would be capable enough. You know, Steven Nelson's still out there.
Yeah.
I would say right now, just looking at the free agents available, there's 10 that I think you look at and you think, oh, okay, yeah, this guy can be like Steven Nelson was last year, which as long as your defensive line is generating a pass rush the way that on paper it looks like they can, then that's cool. You can have Derek Stingley, you can have one capable starter. That'll be just fine. And maybe Patrick Peterson he had a good season 2 years ago. And then last year at the age of 33, he looked like he kind of took a step back.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe that's a scheme fit. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's just that everybody gets old. I'm wary of aging defensive backs brought in on free agency.
Yeah, I don't want him on anything other than like a 1 year, few $1 million deal for sure. You know.
Has Ed Reed ruined it forever for us for any kind of an aging defensive back that's got a huge name?
No, because if they're Hall of Fame caliber, we can at least claim them as a Hall of Famer for the Houston Texans. That's what I always do with Ed Reed. Yeah, so I kind of hope they sign Patrick Peterson so I can take a victory lap when he gets inducted into Canton, for sure.
The one thing that, he praised D'Amico Ryans also. He didn't say it in quite as creepy a voice as Peter Schrager, but he talked about what a
Texans
young,
are this fun young team.
Yeah. What's that, Peter?
Texans are this fun young team.
It gets creepier every time.
It gets better and better. By better, I mean creepier every time.
It sends cold pricklies down my spine.
Do it again,
like,
man.
Oh, my God.
Texans are this fun young team.
I need an adult. What the hell? So I wonder if Patrick Peterson would, maybe just throwing it out there a little bit, letting D'Amico Ryans know that he likes him. I was on my YouTube stream yesterday, and a 49ers fan popped in and asked, how do you guys feel about D'Amico Ryans as your coach? And, I told him how we felt. But also, I think the one thing that I haven't heard D'Amico praised for, that now I'm actually starting for it, but I understand why people that don't watch every week wouldn't know this, that for a rookie head coach, his game management was sublime. I mean, his game management was sublime for a veteran head coach. Think about how many one-score games this team was in this year and how many they won. And you can't even count on one hand the number of perhaps questionable or sketchy decisions. One would have been in the playoff game, not asking for a review on that Devin Singletary first down.
Yes.
They didn't even ask for a review on that one. Maybe kicking the long field goal in the Jacksonville game or attempting the long field goal.
With a backup kicker.
Yeah.
With Matt Amendola, not Kymie Fairbairn.
There were a couple like that, but that were still not egregiously bad. They did a really good job And like for all of the pitfalls supposedly of having a defensive-minded head coach, D'Amico is better than Andy Reid ever was as a young coach.
Yes.
Or middle-aged coach. It's really only in the last few years that Andy Reid got good at game management stuff. That part of it, that was really astounding to me. I expected there to be at least a few rookie coach moments where things looked a little discombobulated, but everything was so calm, cool, and collected. And I think having a defensive coach maybe works to your benefit when he's not all wrapped up in what the offense is doing, because most of the important game management decisions are done on offense. And so when he's on defense and watching the offense, maybe he's got more brain matter available for the game management stuff.
This is a good hypothesis right here from 1291 on the text page. Seth and Sean, about Armstead today, I don't think Caserio would be going on with you guys on Monday otherwise. JMHO, just my humble opinion.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think Nick's afraid of the heat. You know what I mean? Like, if something were to fall apart with the whole Collins thing, I don't think he'd be like, oh, cancel Payne and Pendergast.
A little bit of slow pitch with
yeah.
I don't think he's gonna.
Yeah,
he's not going on.
It ain't 60 minutes.
Crossfire or something with us. Yeah.
Right. We will ask him about it for sure.
No. I'm really intrigued to find out exactly what the timing was with Danielle Hunter, because that the story goes that the Texans had this deal in place to trade Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, but then the Texans found out that Danielle Hunter was available, and it wasn't going to work out right. The money wasn't going to work out right if they executed the trade. So yeah, we're just kind of hoping that maybe instead of the trade, they bought some time and they've got an agreement in place with Eric Armstead or something. That would make sense. That would make sense at least.
Let's get John Lopez's take on this situation.
Let's.
How are you, my friend?
I am terrific. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Good. Feeling good. What's happening?
I was interested in your conversation there more about D'Amico Ryans, what Seth said, because I said all before the season and during the season, he's going to have a flaw. Like every new coach has
hiccups,
yeah. Time management, timeouts, whatever. I didn't see any.
Yeah, there were decisions that I maybe didn't wholeheartly agree with.
But
none of them. They were all coin flippers. You could argue.
Oh my God, this guy can't. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Let's look harder.
I'll tell you.
Let's find some.
I'm going to tell you the one thing during the season where I was like, okay, stop doing this, was when they were flip flopping quarterbacks in the Cleveland game. The Christmas Eve game, I'm like, okay, just stop doing this.
Yeah.
Stop bringing Davis in for a series.
But was that even D'Amico? I mean, I know he has ultimate.
Yeah. So, are you concerned at all that the two defensive tackles that started for the Texans last year are no longer on the team, at least as of right now?
Not one iota.
So you think there's stuff going down?
Not one iota.
Okay.
I mean, all we have to go by is what he's done. And he's been able to fortify these things. And their focus is on the defense.
Yeah.
They're not going to say, hey, let's bring in this guy, and this guy.
Right.
But, we don't necessarily need to worry about the defensive tackle.
It would be weird if Armstead doesn't come, though, and they still made the Nico Collins trade, right?
Yeah.
That would be strange.
Yeah.
If it's not Armstead.
I'm okay with Fatukasi being one of the starters, but he's not. He doesn't have the pass rush presence that a Malik Collins does, and we've gotten excited about the potential for pass rush here. So John probably makes the most sense when they've focused on nothing but defense.
Yeah.
It would be really, really odd for them to just leave a huge chasm.
No.
And depend on the draft to
they'll have defensive tackles. I'm with you guys on that. It's just the Malik Collins trade without an Eric Armstead follow-up, given all that we know now about the efforts to go get Armstead, would feel awfully strange. That's all. I'm sure Landry's got a take on all this.
I'm glad that they're improving the D-line. That's what D'Amico said he wanted. So I'm missing these guys, honestly. I'm actually glad to see him go. I'm glad they're churning it a little bit.
Well, there you go. All right, we're going to get some more of that on In the Loop coming up here in just a few minutes.
I guess that's where I'm cool with them swapping out Collins for somebody else. I don't like them swapping Collins out and getting a 7th round pick. Like Collins has value as a football player.
Yep.
It's that's the part that is just so confusing to me right now.
Yep, we'll see. We'll find out hopefully today how this whole saga ends, but a lot more to get to here in free agency day 4 In the Loop. You've got them for the next 4 hours, the drive after that, and then Area 45 later on tonight. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, I'll see you tomorrow for Friday. Antibodies to you.
Oh, yeah, antibodies. Sure.
We got one more day. We'll do it. Yep. All right, let's get to In the Loop. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they start now.
I'm worried about you, J-Lo.
You're worried about
I'm
me?
worried about you, J-Lo. I think you might have some cheese on your lip there, buddy.
Some cheese on my lip.
Yeah.
Blue,
some cheese.
Sharp cheddar. Those are my two favorite.
It's dark yellow, nasty ass, stinky cheese on your damn lip.
Yeah,
because I feel like you're eating the rat poison.
What rat poison?
With what's going on with the Texans, you're throwing out Super Bowl and all that. I mean, I
did not.
Hey, you were.
I did not.
You're partaking.
Sharing.
You got some cheese on that goatee there, buddy.
I am the messenger, Mr. Locker. How many times did your teachers call you Mr. Locker? I bet you a million.
Never. Landry
Mr. Locker.
Landry Locker.
Sit up straight.
They'll just say the full name if they get pissed.
I know your mom.
Yeah.
Do they say your middle name too?
Nah. They leave that out.
Yeah. No. I am merely the messenger here, man.
If I had any concern, and I think they're going to handle this, I don't think you can ignore the offense. I don't think these weapons. That's the problem I have right now is that they've got to get more firepower on offense.
Well,
they got plenty of time, and I don't think there's necessarily been an opportunity at this point.
Mm-hmm. I feel it's going to happen. I feel it might happen in the draft, but we know what they're doing right now. They're fortifying the defense, and they're trying to take it to an altogether different level.
Man, they are slinging it.
They are slinging it.
I mean, they got Sugar Mama. Amy Adams Stank is a damn sugar mama,
Dude,
man.
What is going on over there?
I don't know what, but I thought she hated. I'm actually starting to believe that the stanky one actually does love Houston. I'm starting to believe it, man.
Why?
She's been pretty damn good to the Texans lately.
By her choice?
I mean, they lost to Case Keenum. They beat the Jags to give you the division title in a home playoff game and avoid that disaster in Buffalo. They got their ass whooped in C.J. Stroud's return. And then yesterday, the agent of C.J. Stroud, David Mulligetta, pulls off the Calvin Ridley move, which is just a double whammy. You take him away from the Jags, who were a game away from winning the division last year, and you put him on the Tennessee Titans. Highest paid wide receiver free agent, I think, in like 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while. The Titans and the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, they've been really good to the Houston Texans.
Well,
really good. My gosh, thank you.
None of those things were by choice. Well, very few outside of Calvin Ridley. And no, she hates Houston. We hate her, so it's all good there. But I don't know if they have a plan, man.
The Titans?
Yeah. I don't know if they have a plan. Like we're going to fortify Will Levis. We're going to do. I mean,
Calvin Ridley's 30.
He's 30 years old.
He's 30, and the other thing that they did essentially is if you're in this camp, and this is me, and you want a wide receiver in the round one, they're going to take a tackle now.
Yeah,
they're not even in the wide receiver market now at number 8. I don't
good
think
for the Texans.
So they push that back, and you're basically now for 19 spots away because there's going to be 3 quarterbacks that you're not interested in. They're going to take a tackle. Thank you very much. So you narrow it down to 19 to where you can get that receiver.
Mm-hmm.
That's lovely, man. Yesterday was a lovely day. It was a very lovely day.
See, I think 4 quarterbacks could go in the top 5 picks, and then that other one.
4th?
Well, I think the Vikings could get a quarterback.
Who?
I don't know.
4.
McCarthy? I don't know. I mean, crazier things have happened. But I think, let's say 3 out of the top 5 are quarterbacks, and then the other one's Marvin Harrison Jr. Dude, that's like 17 picks that the Texans have to worry about. That's it. 18. Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean that the number of picks before they can pick at 23 than you think it is, because there's going to be quarterbacks taken high.
The stanky one, man.
Yeah,
they have been very, very good to the Texans. Shout out to the old Oilers, Tennessee Titans. That was a gift yesterday, and I don't know how the hell it happened. We'll keep a close eye on that. John Lopez getting the cheese off his mustache.
No cheese.
Here
No
on
cheese
In the
here.
Loop on Sports Radio 16. He's got that rat poison for you.
No rat poison, no cheese.
Man, day one, you was ready to fire Casario, man. Now
he's
he's Super Bowl, man.
Now he's entertaining.
Man.
Now he's
Okay,
entertaining
Sean.
the Super Bowl thing.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Sean Pendergast with you today. No, man. Look, it's not. I'm just delivering the message. Like all of a sudden, I'm scrolling, I'm reading, I'm doing all this stuff, and everybody's talking Super Bowl with the Texans.
Here was something that you sent my way. I think this was Dan Orlovsky on ESPN. What the hell did he say?
I think the Houston Texans are trying to be the 2021 Cincinnati Bengals. You know, Joe Burrow's second year. We hit on the rookie quarterback. He's a stud. You know, what's unique about Houston's situation right now, they don't have to have their focus on, well, how do we help the young quarterback take the next step in year two? They're going, no. How do we help this team go win a Super Bowl? Because the young quarterback is so good, and that's why these additions matter so much. They keep Dalton Schultz. They keep a Noah Brown. And I just remember the Trey Hendrickson signing that offseason for Cincinnati and being like, that's a really big signing, and he plays, and all of a sudden you're going, well, the quarterback's a stud, and they got people on the outside, and now that defense is a complementary piece. There's a little bit of a San Fran blueprint there, but it feels like Houston is sitting there going, we can go build a team that could win a Super Bowl rather than focusing on how do we make sure that the quarterback is set up to play good football.
He said it again.
Yeah. Is that where we're at now?
Well, he wasn't the only one.
There's multiple people saying it.
Yeah. Just like that, overnight. Texans, trendy pick to win the Super Bowl. That's not me saying
They need
it.
more on offense, man.
No, they do.
They need more on offense. I don't want to fall in the dangers because I think the danger would be, and there might be opportunity to draft defense in the draft and all that, but I think the dangers would be if you just assume C.J. Stroud's going to carry the offense without focusing on and helping with the weapons. That's my concern. You get a little too defensive because we've talked about defensive-minded head coach DeMeco Ryans. Right now, it's apparent, and I think it's a great. I think the opportunity was there to where it made sense to focus on the defense. Now, do they focus on the defense so much in the draft to where C.J. Stroud's playing with two wide receivers who really haven't been able to stay on the field? Say what you want. That was the healthiest Nico Collins was last year. Tank Dell missed 8 games. Bringing back Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz, really? Okay, that's not enough. You got to get this guy as many weapons. Calvin Ridley goes for 90. Yesterday when I saw that,
92.
That's even more reason to draft a receiver. If that's the going rate for a quality free agent receiver like top end, you've got to go get you some more weapons. It's time to look at offense. You got plenty of time. You got money or half a year to figure it out. Really a month and a half. With the draft.
Well, for the draft, yeah.
But you got to figure this out.
Look, if you give it the old, people like to say the 30,000-foot view of what the Texans are, the only thing that would be a concern as you're looking at the whole picture is are they thinking they can rely on C.J. Stroud? And we've been down that road, and it doesn't play out well. So offense is going to be, I feel like it's going to be the focus on the draft because look at what they're doing in free agency. It's all defense, and I think the Eric Armstead thing is very real and on the way.
Yeah, Eric Armstead, keep a close eye on him. Keep a close eye on the safeties. The 443 on the text line. Oh, we're going here again. Oh, where are we going? Here we go. No receiver at 23, either corner or front 7, depending on remaining free agency. If they take the receiver with their first pick, they will trade it down into the early mid-second round to do it. Book it. All right, booked, bro.
Okay, yeah.
All right, man.
We'll get back to you.
Let me go ahead and write
I
that
don't
in
even
the
understand
books,
what he's
bro.
saying.
Book it, bro.
So if they draft a receiver, they going to trade it?
Book it. Book it,
Yeah,
bro.
what is that?
Book it, bro. All right, I got you. Get down. Let me write your phone number down. Here's my thing. If they take it too far on defense, you're doing a disservice to your quarterback. And
Right.
if you look at the opportunity to get a young receiver with what receivers are going for, I mean, Gabe Davis just got $13 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not too far-fetched. I know everybody loves Nico right now. It's not too far-fetched to think they could find someone better than Nico at 23. Oh, well, are you crazy? Okay, well, was Tank Dell as good as Nico last year? His third rounder.
Yeah.
And this is a deep wide receiver group. Do you want a cheap wide receiver for 4 years to where you can continue to be flexible and continue to be creative? I think so. I think that's an opportunity right there for the Texans.
There could be, if you take away Marvin Harrison Jr., there could be 5 big-time wide receiving prospects starting at number 6 in the draft, from number 6 to number 23. That's 18 picks, and there's 5 receivers. I like that math.
Yeah, I like it too.
I like that math. Like, if you start at number 6, and that's when most of the receivers are going to be starting to go.
Book it, bro.
Book this. The math of having 5 or 6 wide receivers available over a span of 18 picks. I love that math. I mean, you could have Malik Neighbors. Obviously, I think most of these guys are going to go earlier, but Roma Dunze, Brian Thomas, Adonai Mitchell, White Rice.
Bro.
Ladd McConkey.
He's got me.
White Rice does?
I dug into it, man.
I
dug
really
into
good
it yesterday
player.
on the stream. I mean, he's literally everything that Garrett Wilson is. Like, he has a slightly better broad jump. Garrett Wilson was like 0.01 better in the 40. Like, Ladd McConkey, and then Cosell said that he has no weaknesses.
0 weakness.
And this isn't like some blowhard fake film guy.
No.
It's Greg Cosell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might be able to.
Him at 23?
I might be able to roll with the honky at 23.
White Rice, baby.
Okay.
I might be able to roll with the honky at 23.
Yeah. But let's think about that. Like, if they take quarterback, whatever, top 5, you've got an 18-pick window with at least 6 first-round projected wide receivers available. That's a 1 in 3.
Yeah.
You know, that's a 1 in 3 that there's going to be a receiver, and that's not counting maybe even moving up if you like one guy in particular a lot or whatever it might be.
Yeah, it's really actually pretty crazy. On the YouTube, we have what's his name? Balin Rios. Comparing Ladd McConkey to Garrett Wilson is actually insane. All right, buddy. Let's pull this up real quick.
Yeah.
Let me pull this up for you there, buddy, because you're racially stereotyping. I see you. You're telling on yourself there, bud.
Mm-hmm.
40-yard dash. Ladd McConkey 4.39. Garrett Wilson 4.38. 10-yard split. Garrett Wilson 1.52 or 1.53. Ladd McConkey 1.52. Vertical 36 and 36. Broad jump, Ladd McConkey, 10.4. Garrett Wilson, 10.3. Height, Garrett Wilson, 5'11 and 3/4, 183 pounds. Ladd McConkey, 6 foot, 186 pounds. Okay, bud.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of raised the eyebrows as well. Those numbers are identical.
They are absolutely
They're identical. And then when you start looking at this film study, I mean, I'm guilty.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at the honky and I said, this guy's a slot guy. He's a lunch pail guy. I did it too. But he's at Georgia.
Yeah.
And they don't really maximize production with their receivers.
No.
And
Brock Bowers was the kind of go-to.
Well, I mean, they had running backs.
Yeah.
They had it all over the place. So, yeah, I mean, I know what's his name again? Balin Rios.
Mm-hmm.
I know you look at the honky and you say, man, this guy's not good. He's kind of got the edge on athleticism with Garrett Wilson. Okay, well, what about his production? Well, he didn't go to Ohio State, so he didn't have C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have Jackson Smith and Jigba. He didn't have those guys. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying I do think when we're talking about this, I've kind of made fun of you about the thing because I'm looking at the honky and saying, man, this guy can't play. What is it they say a white man can't jump? Who's the chump?
Yeah, who's
the chump?
Well, how'd that work out? Yeah, how'd that work out?
Who's the chump? I don't think he has a gambling problem.
Yeah.
Like Billy Hoyle, but who's the chump?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm telling you.
This honky guy. This McConkey.
Yeah. What'd you say?
This honky guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, take a look at him, man.
Yeah, I have.
Serious. I don't know what the deal is.
I absolutely have. But there's going to be wide receivers. I know we're going to have B. Scott here, and I think he's in line with me on this. I mean, wide receiver, unless you get creative for Bowers if he falls or the kid out of Texas. But there's going to be a weapon, a real projected weapon available at 23.
The measurables, man.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty wild. And then the tape. It's a combination of the measurables and the guys that actually watch tape.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's an interesting thing.
Boy, nobody. There are a lot of people that are not buying that are buying into the
honky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's who's on the YouTube? Why are we comparing combine stats? We're comparing combine stats because you look at the white guy and you say he's not athletic.
Mm-hmm.
He's as athletic as Garrett Wilson. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's like the measurables. That's why you look at that's why you're looking at the combine stats.
Yeah.
This guy got asked. Stutz was telling me that this dude got asked at the combine, hey, do you feel like how comfortable do you feel about being a slot receiver in the NFL? Stutz said the honky looked at him and said, if you actually do research, I lined up on the outside twice as much as I did in the slots.
And somebody said, look at their college stats. Okay, let's look at it. If you look at Garrett Wilson at Ohio State and Ladd McConkey at Georgia, they're pretty close. I think better senior season. Junior season, my bad. And McConkey has had overall almost the same type of numbers and touchdowns and everything else, and yards per catch as well. Well, he beats him on yards per catch.
YouTube's popping today. Shout out to all the people on YouTube. No one brought up race but you. You didn't have to bring up race to bring up race.
Yes, exactly.
Like you didn't have to. Like you don't have to say. You basically say it when you wonder if he's athletic or anything. And I did it. I admitted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You simply compared them to Garrett Wilson, and somebody said, "Hell no."
We got to be honest with ourselves. Like you did not watch the combine and see this guy have like a top 440 time and not say, "Damn."
Mm-hmm.
Like we got to be honest with ourselves. It is In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I say all that to say I think the Texans need to be looking on offense at the draft. That's really all I'm saying. So we'll see what happens there when it comes to the Texans. Brandon Scott, he's got a theory on how to acquire wide receivers. He'll get into that at 11:20. He also didn't know how sorry. Man, you sorry, dog.
You sorry?
How sorry the Texans thought that one particular area of their squad was last year, but apparently we are learning that. So there is that. There's a lot to get into. Such little time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Now, the obvious storylines in front of us, the Eric Armstead situation, all the ability when it comes to the Texans, those are clear as day. But the OG John Lopez says that there's news you didn't know you should be talking about. We'll get to it next.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
News you didn't know we should be talking about and looking at. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We're 4 days into this free agency process. Monday, quiet. Tuesday, active. Wednesday, some favors and some activity. Thursday, TBD. But there is other news that we should be looking at per John Lopez.
Yeah, man. Look, here's something that I think we touched on in the last segment that I think is really hugely important. The Texans have already moved up in the draft because of the draft. Because of free agency, quarterbacks departing, quarterbacks being signed, et cetera, et cetera. You know the Bears are going to draft a quarterback. You know the Patriots. You know the Commanders. Then you maybe think that even the Vikings are going to, if they fall in love with a quarterback, are going to draft a quarterback. So, like, it's conceivable 4 of the top 5 picks are going to be quarterbacks.
4?
It's conceivable.
How much
4.
you wanna bet?
I'm not going to bet on it. I said it's conceivable. But 3 for sure.
Book it.
3 quarterbacks are going in the top 5 already.
Yeah, we know that. Maybe
we
in the
know
top
that.
3.
Maybe the first 3 and maybe even 4, depending on what the Vikings do. Dude, the Texans have moved up at least 4 or 5 spots in the draft already.
Yeah,
because of free agency.
They're drafting 20 right now. Because the stuff that you're not interested in is basically just like tackles.
Yeah.
If the Titans
maybe
are gonna
19
take a
or
tackle,
18.
If the Titans are going to take a tackle, then that's good for you because you're not.
Hey, they moved up in the draft. They already have.
Despite what these mocks
say.
They
They already have.
So 3, you're at 23. You move up to 20.
Yeah.
The Titans, assuming they're not going to take a receiver now, you're 19 away. Whatever you have up there. And then you just kind of cross your fingers that, and I don't even know if they're in the market for edge guys at this point.
Exactly.
So
and those are going to go.
Take off edge, and edges are going to go.
Like here's another. It's conceivable. It's conceivable. Not only are 3 or 4 quarterbacks going in the top 5, but players that you've already bolstered. Positions you've already bolstered at defensive tackle and defensive end for that. Absolutely 100. So you could be looking at a window of 10 or 12 picks and 6 receivers available. Like, this is huge. Like, this offseason, what free agency has done is huge for the Texans' draft prospects. Without even making a trade, I feel like they've already moved up in the draft. Here's another story that I think we should be talking about. Let's say they don't sign Armstead.
Okay.
We all want it to happen, but let's say they don't.
Supposedly Buffalo likes him.
Buffalo likes him, yes.
They were talking Tennessee before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the Ridley deal impacts that.
Yeah. So let's say they don't get Armstead or a defensive tackle. Then you have to draft Byron Murphy or the kid out of Illinois.
Murphy ain't gonna be there, is he?
Or maybe Sweat. Like, you have to draft a defensive tackle at 23. We haven't even.
You could get one off the street, I'm sure, eventually. I don't know.
Oh, man, I don't know. If you're going to be this super unit.
I mean, the notion is that they wouldn't have gotten rid of Malik Collins if they didn't have a plan.
Right.
Which I think is a natural line of thinking.
Yeah, and
they
that's why I
wouldn't have got rid of him if they didn't have some sort of plan.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen, but it's very conceivable. Like, let's say it happens or doesn't happen during our show. I'm thinking defensive tackle. I've been saying wide receiver,
no thanks,
cornerback, wide receiver, cornerback,
weaponry.
No, I know, but I'm just
weaponry.
saying that's something that we didn't know, and that's what we're talking about here. That we should be talking about. DT all of a sudden becomes else. Let's say the Texans do get Eric Armstead. Let's say they also get one of the safeties available. Then there's a wide receiver, 95% chance you draft a wide receiver? That's where we need to focus at 23. If you get this defense at the signings they've already made, and Armstead and maybe even a safety, like your defense is set.
I mean, there will be opportunity, I'm sure, that will present itself.
Later. Then there's this that I think we should be talking about. What about tight end at 23?
You're talking if Bowers falls?
Yes. Or the kid from Texas, Sanders.
No, if he goes in the first round, that's a travesty. And I love the kid.
Yeah.
A lot. But if he goes in the first round, that's a damn shame.
Where is he? Probably early second?
Probably day 2 sometime.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know that he blocks well enough for what they would like to have with Schultz and Jordan.
Yeah. But I'm just not.
His blocking is underrated, though.
The reason I'm thinking tight end, maybe even move up a couple of spots if Bowers falls.
I think it might be trade back season.
Is I don't have a lot of I do have more confidence in Brevin Jordan, but not a lot of confidence in that room.
I mean, Brevin Jordan, at the very least, he's on the inside looking out of a roster spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to overreact to last year and just assume, okay, you got your number 2 tight end.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to overreact to what happened on offense last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I want to add some weaponry there.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about here. I think if Bauer starts to fall, he's probably the best blocker of those top tight ends, and the Texans don't have blocking.
Most complete.
He doesn't. The Texans don't have blocking tight ends. So maybe that's a 3rd, 4th round pick. A tight end that's more of a blocker.
Yeah.
So that I think that's something to look at. But really what it comes down to me is whatever Eric Armstead decides or however they play this out, that's going to affect the draft immensely. If they don't get him, I'm looking at defensive tackle. If they do get him, I think it's almost a 95% chance they draft a wide receiver. I don't know what the odds are, but I would bet on a wide receiver a lot if they do get him.
You got to think they're going to have a lot of visits when it comes to the wide receiver. By the way, Nick Caserio, if I heard correctly, he's going to join Sean and Seth on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the word on the street?
That is the word on the street.
All right, so don't miss the 40-minute man.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time now?
He will be on the show on Monday.
Yeah.
Talk about Daniil Hunter, everything else going on.
Eric Armstead.
Yeah. I think he's going to be loose, man. It's not stress-free, but they've filled some major holes. So we'll hear Nick Caserio on Monday.
Yeah, and I think it's starting to it's not quite as intense as before in terms of what he's doing, but it's intense today. It's intense today, and sticking to his plan. I know you heard the Michael Lombardi thing. I thought that was really good. That he and the Texans have. That's Nick Caserio. It's not just try to get players, because that's what they're doing in Tennessee. Tennessee has no plan.
Yeah, they're just chasing their tail trying to sign people.
That was a dumb signing.
It didn't make, especially with. I mean, I guess they want to fix their offensive line so they can do that in the draft. No, I don't know. I don't like Tennessee. I would hate. Good for them. I know I saw Morocco T and stuff. They're excited. Good for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll put it this way: if you told me that next year the Jags were going to win the AFC South, I would say, okay, I could see that. I mean, crazier things have happened,
and what they're doing,
they were close.
Yeah.
I mean, they were close to doing it last year. So okay, if you told me Indy was going to win the division, I would say, oh well. I mean.
See what happens with Anthony Richardson.
What's Anthony Richardson going to do? They don't have Gardner Minshew, but they were close last year as well.
Mm-hmm.
If you told me the Titans were going to win the division, I'd tell you get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
There is that is not a threat to anything, anyone. They're just there. They're really just there at this point.
I think Brian Callahan is just trying to accumulate toys. No, he's an offensive guy. He's more of an offensive minded guy, and maybe he knows something about Will Levis that the rest of us don't. I don't know.
Let's take a closer look at this. The Texans, day 3 free agency, they got a huge break, and I think it is time to say thank you to the Houston Texans, Stanky Sugar Mama. Next.
The Texans.
file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so I think we got to give some appreciation to the Tennessee Titans. They have been damn good to the Houston Texans, and yesterday was, for me, it was even if they end up looking smart, I think they did the Texans a favor. This was when the news dropped yesterday and the internet broke. This was Ian Rappaport on NFL Network.
Here we go. Sources say the Tennessee Titans are signing Jaguar star receiver Calvin Ridley. Listen to this massive deal. 4 years, $92 million for Calvin Ridley. $50 million fully guaranteed in this deal, negotiated by David Mulugheta and Reza Azam of Athletes First. It is the Tennessee Titans quietly lurking, working, and now landing a top free agent receiver. A massive, massive move for the Titans.
All right.
It is a massive move.
There you go.
You got that right.
There you go.
That's a robbery.
You got that right. It is a massive move.
Yeah.
This was one of those where I'm like, this isn't real, and I had to double and triple check to make sure it was real.
Yeah.
$50 million guaranteed. Okay.
I told him, give me $50 million or I'm going to quit.
Okay.
Yeah. Not really. Not really. So even if this goes ideal, like let's say that Calvin Ridley ends up being a good signing, you're still taking him away from the bigger threat. He might not have a quarterback in Will Levis, so it's almost like a double whammy here.
Mm-hmm.
And the Tennessee Titans are committing to a 30-year-old receiver, and they're paying him number one wide receiver money. So I thought this was a favor from the Tennessee Titans. And I also think the Tennessee Titans have been pretty good to the Texans. If you just look at what's happened, and we remember the uniform drama and the Oilers and all that, and kind of reignited some of the emotions from the past about the uniforms. But just look at what has happened between the Texans and the Tennessee Titans in the last few months. First thing, they lost to Case Keenum in a game that the Texans needed to win in order to keep their playoff hopes alive. Mm-hmm. The ghost of Case Keenum woke up.
Dalton
Schultz's catch, all of that, and the Texans beat the Tennessee Titans without C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Then C.J. Stroud returns. The Texans rough up the Titans so much that in C.J. Stroud's return, he's able to sit on the sidelines holding his shoulder pads and chilling and watching. So 2 important wins, crucial wins that made the playoffs possible. The Tennessee Titans took 2 of those L's. Then the Texans, they had a winner-get-in situation with the Indianapolis Colts.
Mm-hmm.
They won that game and had beaten the Jags in the last game of the season. The Texans would not have had a home playoff game. They would have not won the division, and they would have had to gone to Buffalo and been at the mercy of the Buffalo Bills in that bad weather.
Mm-hmm.
So the Titans do you a favor there. Then you cap it off with yesterday. They overpay Calvin Ridley, and they take him away from a bigger threat in the AFC South. And there's even more of a snowball effect to that because now the Tennessee Titans, and I saw Phil Yates tweet this out, now the Tennessee Titans at number 8 in the draft, it looks like they may be focusing on an offensive tackle, which regardless, whether you're looking at it through mine and your point of view, where that means that a wide receiver could get pushed back to you, or you're looking at something else, we assume that the Texans aren't going to draft a tackle. So the Tennessee Titans are basically just removing themselves from being some sort of hurdle for you. So the Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers, the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, they've been really good to the Houston Texans, like really good.
Yeah, I don't think much of it was by design, but it's sure everything they've done has fallen the Texans' way. And the Jacksonville thing. Look, I know the Jaguars have, they've been able to accumulate talent and receivers and weapons and all that, but Calvin Ridley against the Texans has been a problem. And what would constitute a good season for Ridley with the Titans, just numbers. Like, they're not going to go anywhere. I mean, they're not going to win anything. Like Rappaport about this signing for the Titans, but what's excitement? Excitement is just like he might have a good year. They're not going to win anything, So it helps you in that regard.
Yeah, it's just kind of a tread water situation. Yeah. It's yet another blessing for the Houston Texans when it comes to this whole thing. I was shocked by the Ridley thing, and man, David Mulligett is a dirty dude. He gets the job done, but he is a dirty. He plays the game. It's a two-way business thing, but. I mean, we saw what happened with the Texans and Browns. The Browns were out of it, and then Mulligett, and I think that's why after the trade they sprinkled in another draft pick. I mean, he goes behind the back and gets the guaranteed deal for Deshaun Watson. And then on this, I don't know if the Jags just got ahead of themselves because it was like being so well documented that, hey, the Jags are going to wait till 3:01 because they're going to give up a third instead of a second, and they still want Calvin Ridley. And look at New England. New England has this much of an offer, and then boom. I don't know if Mulligett picks up the phone and calls the Titans and says, hey, I know y'all need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
How about my guy or what? But at the last minute, David Mulligett swoops in, gets the job done. C.J. Stroud's agent doing his thing for the
maybe he's
for
helping
the client.
CJ.
He's doing his thing for the Texans.
I mean, he is helping C.J., but maybe he's doing it to make sure C.J. gets his. I'm kidding. For anybody who's saying that, thinking that, I'm kidding. This has been a really, look, I'm a little confused what to do on day 1, day 2, day 3, whatever. What are we, day 4? I think day 4 is the time is the day you start, as Patrick Peterson did and as Dan Orlovsky did as well. So I'm a little hazy on what I'm exactly supposed to say on day 4 of free agency, but I think I can say this. Everything in the division is coming up great for the Texans. In the division. If that's where you start, the division is coming up great for the Texans in free agency. And, by extension, the draft, as you pointed out. What the Titans are going to do elsewhere. Who knows what the Colts are going to do, et cetera.
What a time to be alive, man.
Great, man.
You mentioned Patrick Peterson. Let's hear from Patrick Peterson. He was on NFL Network. Is he going to still try to play? I know he's in his mid-30s, just got released. Is Patrick Peterson still going to try to play ball?
He sure sounded like a guy auditioning, didn't he?
Auditioning to play?
To be in a studio show.
Well, he failed if that's the case.
But he was really trying to put some juice on it.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
Just wait till you hear it. It's good.
We'll record that. Here was Patrick Peterson breaking down the Houston Texans.
All the way in with the
trendy Super Bowl pick, the Texans.
Yes. Yep. Very, very young, hungry, talented football team with a coach that understands how to not only get his guys in position to win, as we saw that, but he's been on the big stage before. To the pieces that they added to their roster this year, these guys are coming for you on the defensive line, from the defensive line, from the running back position. They have talent at the receiver position. Man, they are very, very talented.
They're coming.
On the text line, 281 says, add favor from the Texan sugar mama, the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, firing Vrabel. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, there was that, too.
Y'all fired.
There was that, too.
Appreciate y'all. They're not rebuilding yet, either. They're still kind of in denial.
It's like they're acting like an NFL team. Like, oh, we need to make a signing. So they sign some dude that's not going to help them that much win games. We've got a young quarterback. Yeah, is he good? I don't know. They are not an organized. They do not have an organized philosophy.
It sounds like she don't want to rebuild.
Yeah, but
it sounds like
you have to.
Yeah, it sounds like she want to win, but she got to take it on the chin and rebuild, start fresh.
Yeah.
No man's land for the Tennessee Titans.
They're in purgatory, yes.
Absolute no man's land.
Until she said, hey, let's just start over and let's take a couple losses.
Well, I mean, when you fire Mike Vrabel, you would think that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I
thought that's what they were doing.
I thought that was the plan is, hey, Mike Vrabel's gone. We are trying to get off the mediocre treadmill, and we're going to start over. And then they're just signing Tony Pollard. They're signing Calvin Ridley. They can draft O-line.
They acted like they needed to get in the coaching market soon. They brought in this Callahan dude, and I don't think anyone else was trying to get him. There's no plan there.
The problem is, that's what they're doing in Tennessee with what Nick Caserio and the McNairs have done here. If they really wanted to rebuild, they shouldn't have hired Brian Callahan. It should have been like a David Culley type, a Lovie Smith type. No, I'm 100% serious.
But they fired Vrabel, so that would have been
I think you buy equity, you buy time. Like, even though there were some people just torching the Texans when they had Lovie and Culley here, you could kind of see what Nick Caserio was doing.
I think sometimes it's better to hit rock bottom and then have to build up than it is to just be right there in the middle and trying to stay in the middle.
They went straight from a really good coach in purgatory to another coach that you're going to try to give him everything that he wants. No, there should have been another coach in the middle, like a Lovie Smith, that he knows, everyone knows, is really just try and start a rebuild.
Or you just keep Vrabel and you stay in that Mike Tomlin territory.
Just keep Vrabel. That's another great point.
And stay in the Mike Tomlin territory.
And tell Vrabel, we're going to try to win, but have Ron Carthon saying, no, we're not.
Yeah.
See, I think the Callahan signing, I think him being the head coach, I thought that was fine, but the signings don't make any sense.
No, but
they're trying to win now.
When you get a rising head coach like D'Amico and Callahan, and he's been very much, a guy that people are high on, you got to give him what he wants, but they're not ready for him to give him what he wants. They should have had that transitional kind of empty suit coach. Tear it down, build up the cap, basically do what Nick did.
No doubt.
No
doubt. Brandon Scott, he says the Texans have shown their disgust. Disgust. 4 days into free agents. That coming up next. Something I'm not disgusted about is my backyard.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, B. Scott from.
All right, Eric Church tickets coming up in a set. Closing down the radio. That's always a fun time. The final show of the rodeo, Eric Church. We got your tickets coming up in 18 minutes. Brandon Scott basically said to me, have shown where they were disgusted with last season. Explain yourself. Where was the disgust?
Hey, I'm just reading the tea leaves and basing this off of their own actions. And I would have been surprised by this had this come up a week ago when I was on with y'all. Like, I would not have been saying the same thing. I figured Jonathan Grenard might have been outpriced. They weren't going to bring him back. Didn't know exactly what was going to happen. But if you had told me that all three of the defensive starters not named Will Anderson Jr. were going to be gone, I would have been shocked by that. And I would have wanted some answers. And I think the latest move, or the latest couple of moves, between trading Malik Collins to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick, and then losing in the, dare I call it, Sheldon Rankins sweepstakes, to maybe overstate it a little bit. But they clearly did want to bring Sheldon Rankins back. They just, I imagine, just got outpriced or outmatched by the Cincinnati Bengals. Between those couple of moves, it tells me that there was at least one particular guy that they were very much cool not bringing back, like weren't competitive for at all. And that was the dude that they gave an extension to last year. The dude that was, after Jonathan Grenard left, would have been their longest tenured dude. So Malik Collins being the odd man out, the one that they made the most outward move to not bring back, just shows me, on top of the fact that, all of them are gone, not named Will Anderson. We knew Will Anderson wasn't going to be gone. So everybody else that could have been gone is gone. Tells me this defensive line play at all.
Do you think that's the wrong call?
No, I mean, I'm good with upgrading it. Like, if you're going to tell me that.
I'm not going to miss any of these guys. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Rankins is a nice guy and all that. I'm not going to miss any of these guys.
No, I can see that. I think that's a fine statement to make. I think you're actually upgrading at edge rusher. So I think that's a plus. You feel like you've got a routine double-digit sack guy as opposed to a guy who is capable of it, but you don't know if you can depend on him to be healthy year in and year out, which is what Jonathan Grenard was. So you're good with that. I think now you just have to figure out these holes on the interior, because the Malik Collins thing now stands as an outlier of, hey, this is the guy that you for sure did not want to bring back for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And then now what is your plan to replace him? Is it just now we're going to go end up getting Eric Armstead on the open market?
Yeah.
Or what is it? Because you still have that hole with Sheldon Rankins being gone.
See, I just think, and I'm not trying to dump a big bucket of cold water on your take there. I just think it's as simple as, man, we can get better. Like I don't know if they necessarily were out on these guys or disappointed.
Well, D'Amico did say we want to improve the D line, like, right off the rip.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a shot or an editorial statement about what they think of these guys. It's like they may have been fine for where they were last year, but dude, we can get better.
Yeah, but I feel like that's kind of the same thing.
Maybe
one of them is just a harsher way of saying it.
You're so harsh,
But think about it. You're a double-digit sack guy and you're a sack leader. You're like, nah, I'm not re-upping him. I'm going to give – they gave Daniil – and we understand the math around it. But they gave Daniil Hunter more guaranteed money than Jonathan Grenard ended up getting on a longer deal, double the years, but less guaranteed money. I think Jonathan Grenard got $42 million guaranteed on his deal, $76 million overall, but that's a 4-year deal. They paid more money for fewer years for a better player.
Yeah,
so
they did.
So that's smart money, smart big money, like y'all talked about. They were competitive for Sheldon Rankins, but apparently cool with not bringing him back. And then this Malik Collins thing is really curious because it made sense when it was going to be a player-to-player swap for Armstead. Absent of that, it's like, okay, this just seems like a guy that they really wanted to move on from.
Love when B. Scott comes in quoting us, man.
he's a loophole.
Shout out to the loophole.
Is that what y'all said?
Yeah,
smart big money.
No. Dang, did I recycle y'all's take?
No, not that. You always come with your own takes. No, you always come with your own takes. That's we're just talking about the smart big money.
Yeah, no, I like that phrase. That's a a well-coined phrase by y'all. So I appreciate
So
that.
the Autry thing I looked at as a replacement for Jerry Hughes, a better, more versatile replacement for Jerry Hughes.
Yep.
The Hunter I look at as a replacement for Grenard. Collins, they haven't replaced him, but I find it hard to believe that they would have made that trade if they didn't have something worked out.
Exactly.
Like I just almost feel like there's a wink deal for Armstead.
Yeah.
Or they like some other option. I don't think they're going to do that and then cross their fingers and say, please, someone slide to us in the draft.
Well, let's see what happens now.
Yeah, I don't believe that because Malik Collins actually, and I'm dismissing these guys kind of heartless when it comes to churning the roster, but Malik Collins was the guy that they actually showed with their money that they liked the most first, I think, because I think if I'm not mistaken, you know this as well as anyone, B. Scott, I think their first mini camp, Malik Collins was the first guy that got an extension with D'Amico in the building.
All of these things true. I agree with everything you said, but let me point this out. Malik Collins also a pre-D'Amico guy. Okay, more Nick than D'Amico, and all of what you're talking about happens. Even his extension last year happens before he actually works with and plays for D'Amico. So I would point that out, and I feel like that is got to be somewhat significant. And then also just back to just how all of this played out real quick. The Sheldon Rankins thing, losing him. I think there was a feeling, a concession that, hey, you might lose Sheldon Rankins in free agency. You're cool with bringing him back, but you might lose him, and you're cool with losing him. And that was where the Armstead thing sort of made more sense.
Yeah.
Once you shift over to, oh, no, we're trading Malik Collins for Armstead. Oh, you know what? We're not going to do that because we're going to sign Daniil Hunter, but we're still going to trade Malik Collins and just try to go get Armstead, even knowing that we could lose Sheldon Rankins in free agency. That's why it tells me a lot of what they thought about the defensive line overall.
I think there's also a factor of we can't get any more out of these guys. Like, they got the absolute most they could possibly imagine.
I could see that.
Out of Grenard and Collins and Rankins. Imagine if we had, like, better players.
Or like this, this is as good as you'll ever get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I also think they have guys worth the arrow pointing out, whether it's Lee Anderson, Christian Harris, Stingley, etc. Brandon Scott with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Joe Mixon. That's the answer at running back at this point. Where do you fall on the Joe Mixon thing?
Yeah, I like it. I like it just in terms of contingency. So on day one, my big thing, I was kind of with you, with both of y'all really, on being disappointed and it all being about the running back. I remember you saying that on day two, once y'all came in here on Tuesday, like it being all about the running back. That's sort of how I felt about it, similar to Landry. I differed, though, from you, Lopez, in the sense that I liked the things that they were doing. I was just down on the things that they were missing out on.
Yes.
I was like, damn, I kind of compared it. I was doing this earlier. I was kind of comparing it to being like at Christmas and opening up gifts with your cousins or your siblings.
Where's the BB gun?
And you look over there and you're like,
where's the
damn,
Red Ryder?
he's got this, he's got that, or he's got 8 gifts, I got 6, or whatever it is. Like it feeling sort of like that, like an unfulfilling Christmas morning, so to speak.
Yeah.
But then once you sit down, separate yourself from everybody else, and you just look up and you're like, you know what? I remember Danico Autry kicking ass ever since he was with the Colts and the Titans.
Yeah.
You know, I actually like that signing. Jeff Okudah has been a disappointment. I know you don't like that move at all, Lopez, but he was a number 3 overall pick for a reason. At some point, might there be some D'Amico Ryans
pixie dust thing
that you can rely on, like sort of isolated like that. And then, of course, the Joe Mixon thing, like Landry asked about. All right, we were talking about Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry when Aaron Jones, but Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
It just had not entered the chat. But if you had asked me, hey, if you sub Devin Singletary for Joe Mixon, how you feel about that, I can rock with it. I still want another back. I still would feel more comfortable not saying, hey, we're just going to rely on this year 2 in the system progression from Dameon Pierce that I do hope happens, but just don't want to rely on. I hope they find an answer for that. But, yeah, Joe Mixon in a vacuum, that's your new running back. Yeah, we can ride with that. Now, you still need more weapons. Sticking with the theme of this show, like – you still need more weapons. That's not enough. That's good. I'm good with it, but I need more than that. I do. You know.
So Joe Mixon is the Red Ryder BB gun, and Jeff Okudah is the bunny pajamas.
Why are you taking shots at Jeff Okudah, man?
No, I mean you can still use them. You can use those bunny pajamas from A Christmas Story. Just don't know.
You just made a Christmas Story reference like that was just gonna. What do you think the percentage hit was of that?
100. Everyone.
Do you think everyone understood what you were saying there?
Everyone has seen A Christmas Story.
Yeah, it's a good movie, but I'm just saying, you think it was 100%?
That was 100%.
I'd say it's probably about 55.
No, that's 100%.
55.
Hey, he's doing it for the people that are in for it.
That's right.
Hey, that's just too bad for the 45.
Yeah, the corner thing will be interesting to see how they kind of handle that.
Mm-hmm.
What they do at corner, they're not done there.
I'm intrigued most, but I don't think they're done there because that seems like it'd be kind of silly to be done there. Like you want to have more than that. You don't want to be like, all right, Jeff Okudah, let's go. But I am intrigued by it.
I'm definitely intrigued.
No, I mean I'm saying put a pin in it.
A little skeptical, but intrigued.
Yeah, well, skeptical. Right appointment. I mean, why would you be like, yeah, let's go?
Let's go.
But for me, I'm kind of, let's go because of D'Amico, because of the environment, because of the circumstances, because of Derek Stingley Jr., because of the defensive line, if they actually do figure out the interior part of it, what they got on the edges. Jeff Okudah does not have to be, hey, live up to your draft pick and don't be a disappointment, Jeff Okudah. He's just got to be, can he be Steven Nelson? Yeah, no,
that's what Landry says.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the idea, and I think he can be.
Yeah, it's a risk worth taking.
Yeah, it's a possibility. And for what? For what does he get? $4 or $5 million?
6 tops, maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean it's dropping the bucket. Man.
Ohio State guy.
Yeah,
do it.
Texas guy.
I just want to be clear. I'm not down on him. I'm skeptical because of what he's done.
That's healthy.
That's healthy.
It's very healthy.
Yeah.
What about safety? We good,
dude? I'm surprised. Given the fact that all of those guys got let go before the free agency period, we just saw that. What was it, about a week ago now?
Mm-hmm.
We just saw that wave of dudes getting let go. I'm surprised that more of them just didn't get signed up earlier. Maybe it's the fact that there's so many of them that's messing.
It's not valued as much.
Yeah, that's messing with the market, and we talked about it not being valued as much. But I would like to see them add one of these guys.
Sure.
I mean, I just don't get the downside of doing it. We talked about, I know y'all talked a lot about, you did a good job of this, Landry, of hey, it doesn't mean that you got to give up on Jalen Petrie just if you get one of these guys. I mean, that's exactly what it means, that you don't have to give up on them. You can still have Jalen Petrie on the team and have these spots. As much as you want to like Jalen Petrie, and I do, he has not reached a status of, hey, his job is unquestioned or he shouldn't be competing
That's
for a job.
That's what I've been saying. It's not like we're good there.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to say that.
No, I mean, I respect what he did as a rookie, and I like him overall. But, I mean, he had a down year last year. You just got to call it what it is. He had a down year last year and has not played enough good or great football to be the unquestioned starter when you got all of these other guys who actually have had that. They're cap casualties, guys that their teams would actually like to keep and have accomplished things, Pro Bowls, All Pros, and things like that. You should be bringing guys like that and shouldn't let a third-year guy who had one good year out of the two keep you from doing so. So I'd love to see him do it.
They got plenty of time to do it. The Jimmy Ward thing is interesting, too. What are they going to do there?
Yeah, and still plenty of time to develop Petrie. He can still, like you said, be a good player for you further down the line if that's what the case is if you bring one of these other guys in.
What'd you make of Calvin Ridley's deal with the Titans yesterday?
Yo, dude. So I'm just
love it.
I love it for them.
Yeah.
I'm just so glad. I was like, man, I'm glad the Texans weren't in on Calvin because I had.
Well, now we know why.
Yeah, and I had this conversation because there's this frustration with the Texans, at least on my part, and I think y'all share this with me because of how we talked about the draft too. But there's this frustration on my part of having not added any weapons. There's a run it back feel, aside from the Joe Mixon thing. There's a run it back feel to this offense. Let's pay Dalton Schultz more than we paid him before, which I was cool with. Let's bring back Noah Brown for $5.9. But okay, so where's the other? Where's the rest of it? I mean, swapping Devin Singletary for Joe Mixon is kind of a no-brainer. But what else is there? I came away from the season once they lost to the Ravens feeling like, hey, I know this defense needs to improve, but they need more weapons.
Yeah.
I talked too much about that Jets game because it was the day where I realized, damn, they need more weapons. Maybe it's not a problem today or as much of a problem today, but going forward, the Nico Collins, Tank Dell, hey, we're good, and Noah Brown, hey, we're good attitude is not going to cut it for me. So, I wanted them to be in on these guys, and Calvin Ridley was one of them I was having a conversation about. But at that clip, let the Titans spend the dumb bad money. Would that be the opposite of?
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Yeah, the dumb bad money. Let them do that.
Yeah, they are doing it.
Yeah.
That is for sure. Noah Brown's back.
Where did this come from?
$5 million.
Like all of a sudden, this excitement that Noah Brown is back.
Well, hold on.
There seems to be
Wait a time out.
That might be a little straw man right there.
Wait a minute.
Lopez is going straw man. Lopez is going straw man.
No,
I got to find your timeline.
There's
Lopez.
the scarecrow.
But you just said it.
There's the scarecrow.
No, absolutely not. Because you just said it like this feeling of we're good, and you're frustrated.
Okay,
with that.
so what? So that's two different things, though. There's a difference between
let me rephrase.
lack of outrage
how did Noah Brown,
and excitement.
How did Noah Brown wrap up the position group?
Nah,
maybe that's how I should
nobody
say
thinks
it.
that.
He just said it.
No, the issue is,
yeah,
and I think it's going to resolve itself over time.
Mm-hmm.
But you brought back Noah Brown, and the other guys that aren't good enough are still on the roster. You're more than likely not going to carry more than 6. Count them up, Lopez.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Noah Brown, John Mechie, Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, all still on the team, dog. That's 6. Somebody got. So the point is there. What I was saying is somebody's got to go, and they just brought Noah Brown back, so he's not going to be the one to go.
I know,
so maybe it's Robert Woods. Maybe it's one of those younger guys.
I like Noah Brown.
So,
Newer. No.
Of the 4 now objectively
He had yards a year. Two. The other games that he. I think he's better than Robert Wood.
The position rid of.
Hey, we know Brown someone. I
was excited. I didn't.
Even boomers are going to be in this time. I'll give you a chance to be there. Caller number 10. You're going to and the important weapons.
Texans play here.
All right, the path to weapons for C.J. Stroud. Let's start first with the importance. Then we'll get into the path. B. Scott here, day 4, free agency. Texans making moves. Texans getting a lot of love around the football world. What is the importance of adding weapons for C.J. Stroud right now? Right now, you're the exact same at wide receiver, literally. You're the exact same at tight end, literally. The offensive line, I think, is naturally should improve because you're getting bodies back, and Laramie Tunsil is going to be healthy. Titus Howard is going to be back to his natural position. So you improve there. Still within room, depending on what they think about Dameon Pierce, but you have Joe Mixon. Where is the importance? Let's focus on the importance, B. Scott. The importance of, from this point forward, getting some playmakers on offense.
Yeah, I think it's of the utmost importance. Like, I don't think it's let's just rely on C.J. Stroud to save all butts. I think there's a danger in, like, going from acknowledging that C.J. Stroud is special to just overly relying on that and saying, well, you know what? Since we got C.J. Stroud,
we good.
He can throw to anybody. He can fit the football into tight windows. Our offensive scheme is one where guys are just going to be schemed open. Never mind if Noah Brown, has never really shown signs of being this good. We can scheme up a Noah Brown. We can bring back a Noah Brown because our offensive scheme is so good. Robert Woods can play well into his 30s on a deal like this because our scheme is so good. Like, to me, and our quarterback is so good. To me, overly relying on that would be a little bit foolish, especially at a time when you don't have to. Like, I think you might reach a point when, hey, maybe you can't pay all the wide receivers that you want. Maybe a guy that you bring in, a guy that you draft this year, you can't pay him, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. Like, you're going to have to make some business decisions at some point. Right now, it's advantageous to you to be able to go out and sign one of these guys or to draft one in the first round, which I think is, the path that we're going to talk about in a little bit. But to me, it's of the utmost importance.
We're all going to be nervous about the offense. Depending on what happens in the draft, because how deep are you at every position? Maybe one person deep, right? Offensively,
you're counting. Are you counting Nico and Tank as like individual one? Yeah. You don't have any depth.
Running back,
the depth is bad. The depth is bad. Really bad.
Offensive line could be a problem.
No, look, one of those guys gets hurt, and both of them have a history now of getting hurt. And it's an issue.
Won't you be nervous about the offense? I know they're going to draft a wide receiver at some point. I mean, that's a given. But, if you don't really feel like you upgraded, significantly?
Oh, no, if they don't draft a wide receiver or if they don't figure out a way to upgrade, whether it's trade, draft one, if there's one, I don't know if Curtis Samuel signed, whatever it is, they don't find a way to actually upgrade that room, I'm going to go into training camp criticizing the group, thinking – hey, you guys think that this is good enough, and it's not. And that would be the disagreement, right? Like, maybe they do. Maybe they think that was good enough, that the issues were that the defense wasn't as good, that C.J. Stroud in year 2 with what they had in year 1 can be good enough. And we would just disagree on that. The public was wrong last year, about the wide receiver group not being that good. They turned out to be much better than we thought. But still, I don't think good enough in year 2. Especially given the resources that you have in front of you.
So the question is, what's the path? You mentioned Curtis Samuel. I do wonder about Curtis Samuel and Hollywood Brown, if perhaps they could be this year's Dalton Schultz, and then would still be focused on adding a young wide receiver in some way, shape, or form. What is your dream path to giving C.J. Stroud the weapons that I think we all agree that he needs and he deserves?
Ideal path would be if you're able to somehow trade back, and I know Landry's talked about trade back season, you're on the trade up season.
Maybe.
More than that.
But definitely I think you're going to be good at 23 for a receiver.
Yeah, I'm good at 23 for a receiver. I think that's the safest route because you just get to pick one. You don't have to rely on the guy that you want falling to you in that case. But the only reason why you would do that would be if there is a collection of guys that you think could fall to you that you would be good with taking. Yeah. So, if the LSU receiver, Brian Thomas Jr. and Adonai Mitchell, you look at similarly and you think that they're both falling, okay, trade back and you can get either one of them.
Yeah.
If you like one of them specifically more than the other, or if Troy Franklin's in this mix as well, like one of those guys specifically, then you stand pat. I don't think you should have to trade up to be able to get one of those guys. So to me, the best path would be, hey, if you can trade back and still get one of the guys that you already liked, and maybe the smartest path is just to stand pat at 23 and for sure draft the best wide receiver available. Normally, I'm best player available, and I'm still kind of like that.
They're beyond that right now.
But here's where I say where you'd meet in the middle. I think the best player available could very well end up being a wide receiver. So let's just go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I also think that if we're talking 2-year plan, like Nick Caserio has spoken on, money that even guys like Calvin Ridley get and Christian Kirk and stuff, you don't want to get yourself in a position where, let's say that, I'll knock on wood, I'm not wishing this on anything, but let's say that Tank Dell is just injury prone.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that he's, he missed 8 games this year, flukish injury, but
nevertheless,
let's just say, however the hell you want to look at the injury, but let's just say that's a thing. And you're having to play half the season without Tank Dell again. You don't want to be in a position, like, be proactive. Don't just ignore and assume. I think assuming that the best is yet to come is dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my fear when it comes to this squad, because I think they've been proactive, is don't just assume that the best versions of Nico Collins and Tank Dell that we saw last year are some sort of thing that's just going to be the norm.
Yeah.
Because it can hit you in the face quickly. Mm-hmm. And if you add a wide receiver to that mix, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say, if you hit on a first-round pick, that this guy can be the same caliber as Nico Collins and as Tank Dell, if you do it right.
I mean, he should be. He's a first-round pick. Neither of those guys was.
And Tank was on the same. Tank and Nico were. I mean, that was 1A, 1B type of joint last year.
No, 100%. Like, you're betting on that upside that this guy could become a wide receiver number 1 for you. And look, when Tank Dell got hurt, I was told that it was just football. That's how football works. That's just that. Hey, Scott, that's just football. Don't be complaining about him being in the game.
Why are you bringing up old things?
That's just football. But look, if it's just football, then acknowledge that it's football, right? And
that's what we're doing.
But I'm saying, and this is for the team, though, right? So if it's just football, dudes get hurt. You got 2 guys that are really, really good, but also
have been hurt,
and get hurt. Then go get you another one, especially one that honestly projects to be better than those guys projected to be coming out of college. Like, you can level up here.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's almost a no-brainer. If one of those guys is going to be available, y'all like the white guy too, right?
White Rice.
McConkey. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call him.
So, you got McConkey could be available. Troy Franklin could be available. Adonai Mitchell could be available.
Those are the guys that are going to be in the sweet spot of about 2023.
Yeah. Brian Thomas could be available. So,
I'm starting to be convinced that Adonai Mitchell's just going to be a freaking monster.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, and these mocks got him going with the last pick in the first round.
Yeah. I'm starting to feel that.
And if he's there at 23, I'm almost like, okay, I understand the logic in trading back, and I'm kind of greedy. Like,
sometimes you gotta just say, screw it, this guy's that much better.
Hey, if that dude is at 23, I'm like, man, I am not giving whoever's at 24 by that point a chance.
I'll take McConkey too.
Yeah, or whoever you like. Here's the trust Caserio / D'Amico moment.
He's in.
Whichever guy that they like, considering how things have gone with Tank and Nico, if they like the guy at 23, go ahead and take him.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take him. If you like 3 guys somewhere in the back of the first round, all right, I get it.
I got a hunch that Mitchell's going to go earlier.
But did you – the last time they liked 3 guys, they traded back and got Kenyon Green. Because they had Kyle Hamilton, Jordan Davis,
Now, why you bringing up?
I'm just saying the last time they just said,
when you start taking my lead to bringing up, come on, man. Come on, man.
I'm not here to live in the past, but we can embrace it.
Kenyon Green comeback season, man.
And yet here we are.
Coming up, the biggest exit so far, perhaps, for the Texans, presents an opportunity, plus a failed attempt to make the best team in town upset. The hits are lit next.
Come on down to Nico Autry.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, y'all tried up 45. It just didn't really work out. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Joe Mixon has put out a statement thanking the people of Cincinnati. This is what Joe Mixon had to say. Helping to facilitate and be a witness to a major culture change within the team and the city over my career here is something I'll never forget. For a team that went 2-14 to competing on the biggest stage, the Super Bowl, bringing life back to the city and fans in the last couple of years is a feeling like no other. The real fan support never wavered. This was Dan Orlovsky, by the way, mentioning the Bengals. Brandon Scott with us. Dan Orlovsky, I should say, on ESPN, he's comparing the Texans to the Cincinnati Bengals.
I think the Houston Texans are trying to be the 2021 Cincinnati Bengals. You know, Joe Burrow's second year. We hit on the rookie quarterback. He's a stud. You know, what's unique about Houston's situation right now, they don't have to have their focus on, well, how do we help the young quarterback take the next step in year two? They're going, no. How do we help this team go win a Super Bowl? Because the young quarterback is so good, and that's why these additions matter so much. They keep Dalton Schultz. They keep a Noah Brown. And I just remember the Trey Hendrickson signing that offseason for Cincinnati. And being like, that's a really big signing, and he plays, and all of a sudden you're going, well, the quarterback's a stud, and they got people on the outside, and now that defense is a complementary piece, and it just feels like Houston, there's a print there, but it feels like Houston is sitting there going, we can go build a team that could win a Super Bowl rather than focusing on how do we make sure that the quarterback is set up to play good football.
All right, do you like that comparison?
Dude, look, I'm not trying
We've made it.
I was going to say, I'm not going to try to pat myself on the back, but almost as like a little bit of hyperbole or as a pejorative, I'll say, hey, sign so-and-so and let's go win the Super Bowl. Like whatever free agent we were talking about at the time, hey, man, forget the money, man. Just go sign Saquon Barkley and let's win the Super Bowl. Sign Derrick Henry and let's go win the Super Bowl. I've thought about the Texans in this light of, hey, they already are a team that has shown it's got good bones. Mm-hmm. Like it's got the good bones of the foundation.
Yeah.
You just need to go add these pieces and let's go win the damn Super Bowl. So now they have added some pieces. They can stand to add a few more, but that's got to be the feeling, right? That's the next level. Like,
is it, or is maintaining and piling up good seasons the next level? That we're already Super Bowl. We're already there.
But what's the maintaining and piling up good seasons all about anyway?
Yeah,
like you're not just having good seasons for the sake of having good seasons. Like, does that mean you're gonna win the Super Bowl? Hell no. Newsflash, is hard to win the Super Bowl. I get it. Mm-hmm. But you want to be in that. Like, do you feel like based off of last year, the Texans were really in the conversation with, say, the Chiefs, Ravens, and let's just throw the Bills in there for the sake of the argument?
No, that's why we didn't want to face the Bills early. Like we didn't want to, yeah.
They were a tier below still for as good of a story as it was.
Yeah.
Now, be right here. Even if you don't like the Bills, ain't won no Super Bowl, but they're in that conversation every year now.
Right.
The Bengals still ain't won no Super Bowl, but they went to one, and they are in that conversation when Burrow's healthy every year now. Mm-hmm. Same thing, obviously, with the Chiefs, with the Ravens, because of who they have at quarterback and what they're putting around them. So you're trying to go from being the Jags and the Colts of the world, who's just like can make the playoffs but not really that good, to being one of those better teams.
I like what they're doing. I like the comparison. I think Joe Burrow is probably the closest comparison to C.J. Stroud in the entire league. I think the situation is probably the closest comparison to C.J. Stroud in the entire league. I think what it comes down to is when you mention those two words, everybody just kind of says, like, they kind of sit up in their chair like, really? Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I mean, and I get that part too. But at least you're moving in that direction clearly. Like, you might not say, hey, they're ready for a Super Bowl run.
But the thing is...
But you're making steps that wouldn't surprise people if you did make it.
But if that's the parallel, like if that's an actual parallel that you can draw, the Cincinnati Bengals, one of the worst franchises of my lifetime that I can remember, but all of a sudden isn't anymore. I mean, hello, does it sound familiar?
Yeah.
Like if that's the parallel, then why not?
Yeah.
You know, why sell yourself short of that conversation if the damn Cincinnati Bengals can do it, and the only difference was they drafted a quarterback, and then recognized that and started adding pieces around it.
Speaking of the Bengals playing the hits, Sheldon Rankins goes to Cincinnati, 2 years, $36 million. So one of the leaders of the Texans last year, he gone. George Fant, starting right, he's gone to Seattle. Do either one of those moves make you feel any type of way?
Yeah, well, I mean, you lost your starting right tackle. You lost your starting right tackle technically. So yeah, no, it's gonna suck to lose him. Hopefully, the guy that's set to replace him is.
You mean the top 5 highest paid at his position, Tyus Howard?
I'm hoping 2 things: that guy is allowed to play his actual position. That if there is some sort of issue on the interior somewhere, that he doesn't become their answer. That's not your answer. Hey, Nick, D'Amico, guys, if you're listening, that's not your answer. Leave Titus where he's at if he's healthy, and then Titus, you got to go ball, man.
And you and I have disagreed on this.
You got to go ball, man.
He wasn't allowed to play his position last year by their choice.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it was their decision.
Yeah, well, because the starter that just signed back with the Seattle Seahawks was playing pretty good.
Here we go again.
Hey, I'm just saying. Colts had Joe Flacco. 1-year deal. So they lost Gardner Minshew. They had Joe Flacco. Anthony Richardson has just started throwing. Tennessee also adds a backup quarterback, Mason Rudolph. Joe Flacco, huh?
Yeah, I think they upgraded. You guys are way higher on Minshew than I was, and also way lower than Anthony Richardson than I am.
He might be their best quarterback.
Oh, I was going to say
Joe Flacco.
He might be their best quarterback.
I think there's a chance.
Here's what I was going to say. Very similar to that. I was thinking he might think this is his best chance to start.
Oh yeah, the reason.
Yeah.
Look, he was probably looking around the league and saying, "Hey, I want to play for a good coach, weapons, and an opportunity to actually play."
Yeah.
And that's what
might be there.
That's what Cleveland was for him last year, especially in the moment, like in the middle of the year or whatever it was when they got him.
Yeah.
And then now the injury-prone, injury-riddled, unproven, now second-year quarterback Anthony Richardson.
Chance to play.
Where look, y'all can say whatever y'all want about Gardner Minshew. That was a system thing. That was all Shane Steichen. Gardner Minshew was not good
system
last year.
Quarterback.
Oh, 100%. He's
might
good.
be the Raiders starter, man.
Dude, yeah, no, he's a good backup as the starter without a Shane Steichen type. Like, we'll see what the Raiders have in store for him, what Luke Getsy can pull off. But I don't.
Gardner Minshew.
Oh no, dude, he is not that dude. He's a good backup.
Okay,
he is an elite backup, not a good starter. I think that was all Shane Steichen. If you're worth anything, you should be able to play in that offense. So we'll really see the truth about Anthony Richardson if he can stay on the field.
Shots fired at Jalen Hurts.
If not, no. I mean, look, is the proof not in the pudding, as they say right there? I mean, look, you got the small sample size of that, like of the truth kind of coming to light. He was also unhealthy last year, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that is a good situation for Joe Flacco, a good situation for the Colts. I don't like it as a Texans fan, to be honest with you.
The Titans signed Calvin Ridley. We got into that a little bit, playing the hits here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, a failed attempt by the Team Up 45 to generate any emotion from the best team in town. But we have some news in the NFL. But due to the Saquon and the Kirk Cousins signing in Atlanta, per pretty much every NFL media type, the NFL is looking into potential tampering by the Eagles and Falcons prior to the start of free agency, as is the standard in such matters per league source. Now, I think
this is Florio telling.
Now, I don't know.
A lot of people were reporting
I think that Kirk Cousins came out and said something like, I've been talking to these guys, for like Kyle Pitts, for weeks, and I think Saquon might have let something slip out. Let me just say this, okay? Did you ever have like a parent, like a group of parents in high school that you could go over to their house and they would let you drink?
Yeah.
And in exchange for that, you were drinking, but they didn't want you going around telling all the other parents. They didn't want you putting pictures back when you had the rolling cameras. They didn't want you putting pictures on social media, but they were letting you do something that was illegal. Shout out to the Ramos family, baby.
Oh, come on, man.
Shout out to the Ramos family.
I thought you just said
Statute of limitations, man.
Hey,
shout out to Big Joe Ramos and Joseph Ramos and Paul and the whole fam. Joanna, shout out to you.
Hey, look, we got secrets in Hiram Clark that we're gonna take to the grave.
But all I'm saying is you just shut the hell up about it. Like for Kirk Cousins to go up there and say, "Oh yeah, I've been talking to Kyle Pitts for a couple of weeks," or Saquon Barkley, dude, shut up. Don't snitch.
I think this is just
unless it's 20 plus years later or whatever.
The NFL is just like acting like they're mad.
Yeah.
This is you don't do that again now. Don't do it. By the way, shout out to the San Miguel family.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Man,
what are the
the San Miguel Ramos? They're Puerto Rican.
I do not approve of what's happening right now. What is going on?
You know who their godfather ended up being? Pudge Rodriguez.
Really?
Yeah, we used to Pudge Rodriguez was there. I mean, they were like,
bro, we're still openly snitching here. I know there's a statute of limitations, but wait a minute, I did not expect there to be
a lot of fun,
like a snitching spree out here on the radio.
Just give the keys and you can chill. We're good, kids.
They had an apartment. They had an apartment above the garage, dude.
Yeah,
didn't even have to go into the house.
Then my boy Silk, my boy Silk, John Wilkinson, Silk. He had an uncle. This is ridiculous. So this was back in the day where you couldn't just Google stuff. He had an uncle named Romeo. Romeo stayed in like a trailer park by the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like an older dude, you just one of those guys that probably never really moved on from high school. But we go over there and drink. This guy was such a pathological liar. And you were able to do it back then that he pulled out a Master P CD. And he's like, "Oh yeah, Master P's my boy. He dedicated his album to me, and it's like says to Romeo." So everyone was all impressed, and it was like, "Dude, that's his freaking son." We figured out down the line, we're like, "Man, this pathological liar is sitting there lying to us."
Hey, look, Mr. Reed, Ryan, I never tell on y'all, man.
There we go.
I just want y'all to know, all of this that's going on right now, Mr. Reed. You know, I'd never tell. I never tell none of it.
Snitch on your.
We're getting them.
Your party place in high school. Figure you want to snitch?
Nah, I can't do it, man. If I say these names, man, the feds might come down to Houston. Okay. It's a lot going on.
Okay.
I'll tell you off the air.
Jose Altuve, he was asked about if he's extra motivated because the Rangers won the World Series. This is like, I thought this was going to hit a little bit more. I really don't think people in Houston give a damn about the Rangers winning the World Series.
No.
Let's hear from one of the faces of the franchise. Let's hear what Jose Altuve. Let's hear if it's just making his blood boil that the Texas Rangers won the World Series.
I think they deserve it. Absolutely. You have to tip a hat to them. You know, they did everything right. Talking about Jordan being top 3 best hitter, you know, Cody Seager needs to be out there too. It's impressive what he did. One of the best hitters as well, along with, you know, the rest of the team. But they did everything right. You know, we motivated every year to go out there and keep winning. But, you know, they deserve it last year.
It just doesn't hit. Like they want I would love for it to, but they want the rivalry to develop. It's just not hitting. Maybe the Astros, this didn't feel any different than the Braves. This didn't feel any different than the Nationals, although the Nationals was worse. I don't know why I brought that up.
Yeah. It definitely felt different than that.
I think the rivalry will develop, but why the hell of all the people, if you're looking for motivation quotes, why are you going to Altuve?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's the nicest guy in the world, man.
Thing.
Yeah.
No, they deserved it,
man. Should have asked
boy.
Bregman or something.
Yes, go talk to some trash talker.
Yeah, talk to Bregman. They've been making fun of you and saying about the
we need some quotes
on
motivation from the Astros. I don't know. Let's talk to Altuve.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy,
he might be the most boring interview in town. Is he the most boring interview in town?
He's up there. He's up there.
He has to be.
Yeah, on the record, for sure. For sure. He actually likes brown people. He does. He does.
Wow.
He'll lighten up a little bit. But
look at this.
No, I'm saying Jose Altuve.
See that credential.
He's the superstar that like buttons up for the camera, right, and says all of the right things and stuff. But he
hashtag B Scott.
He actually cares. No, he cares. He cares behind the scenes. I'm just saying. No, I am not flash my credential in front of you guys. If anything, I'm tuck my credential inside my shirt and walk around with the crowd
with the Michelob Ultra.
Yes, I am 100% that guy.
Not that I've seen that,
and probably shouldn't be saying that out loud. Actually, so dump that, Figgy.
It's all good. All right, appreciate you, B Scott, the man, B Scott, always bringing the juice. Thursdays at 11. Also going to be on Area 45 today, so he's working that night shift.
Yeah, first time with Creighton, so we'll see how that works. See how that goes.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
B. Scott covers Houston sports like Whataburger 24/7.
All right.
Some are just in and out.
Serves breakfast all day?
Summer just in and then out. He's Whataburger.
I see what you did.
Whataburger does not serve breakfast all day.
I thought they did.
Yeah.
Nah. When the last time you
Which
been?
one serves breakfast all day?
No,
Sonic?
when the last time you been to Whataburger?
Jack in the
I'd
Box.
never get
Jack in
breakfast.
the Box and Sonic.
I never get breakfast at Whataburger because it's not good.
Well, that's fine, but hey.
Whoa.
Dump that.
No. Breakfast at Whataburger's not good.
Dump that.
Not good.
Coming up next, are the Texans a contender? Are they being fed rat poison? The text line's about to blow up because of Lopez. Next.
The NFL
that was not necessarily his making. It was more the Chargers. But his rookie year was nothing like C.J. Stroud's. Like not even in the same hemisphere.
Well, his rookie year sucked.
Yeah.
I'm talking about coming off of his second year.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you're seeing it as a rookie from C.J. Stroud, and you can project a lot. He got better. Imagine if C.J. Stroud gets better. He got better from a bad rookie.
Yeah, and I think I don't want to hold C.J. Stroud like some sort of got to duplicate the statistics. There could be some growing pains that go down. It would be nice if they would make it a little bit easier on him, though. I would kind of appreciate that.
Yeah, I think we all would.
That'd be cool.
I think we all would.
We got to give you off a lot of people.
I have?
You have. John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig with you. Do you feel like there is rat poison being passed around when it comes to the optimism level of the Houston Texans? D'Amico Ryans always warns about it. I feel like John Lopez might be sipping it. Speaking of rat poison, though, John Lopez said that Whataburger's breakfast tastes like rat poison. So I'm going to give you the floor because a lot of people are upset with you. I'll give you a chance to defend yourself.
Well, I don't think I have to. I think the meals defend themselves. Let me tell you this. You know how I feel about Whataburger. I love Whataburger. But let me be very honest here. Whataburger breakfast isn't only not good, it sucks. Their tacos are taquitos, whatever. Taquito, taco, potato, sucks. They're awful. Like, they're really, really bad. And here's all I need to say about Whataburger breakfast. Keep in mind, love Whataburger. Now you got me craving a number 2, the double?
Duh.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know that? Only a true non-Whataburger fan wouldn't know that.
Now you got me craving that. So I love Whataburger. If you are at best the third or fourth breakfast in fast food, you suck. You suck.
Well, I think the
number
appeal,
one is McDonald's by a long shot.
Yeah, they do a good job.
By a long shot. Chick-fil-A is better. Jack in the Box is better. That croissant they make.
I think Chick-fil-A's up there at number one.
They're with McDonald's.
Yes,
man.
yeah,
Chick-fil-A's up. Chick-fil-A's one.
Yeah. And then I would put Jack in the Box. I love their croissant, bacon, cheese, and egg. Whew, that's good. Hell, Wendy's is pretty good at breakfast.
They're doing too much, man.
They have a big menu. They have a really big
someone
menu.
said, Beltway Boys on Twitter, Walker said, try the Whataburger breakfast burger. Brother, that's 1,200 calories. I don't need 1,200. If I'm going to eat 1,200, I'm going to have to divide it out between like some
So you
other
agree
stuff.
with me?
I'll say this. In my experience with Whataburger, I think the main appeal of the taquitos, it's not necessarily I got to go there in the morning. I think it's 11 p.m. Is it late enough for me to get taquitos and throw them in? That's
okay.
No, but I think that's what the appeal is. That's what the appeal is.
There's somebody who said, hey, man, after a night out, those taquitos are great.
Yeah.
A shoe would be great.
Yeah.
Like Taco Bell is great.
Taco Bell's great 24/7, buddy.
I like Taco
watch
Bell.
your language.
I'm not casting aspersions.
Now you're crossing the line.
I'm not casting aspersions on Taco Bell, but at 2 a.m, Taco Bell is like great. If that's your gauge, if that's your meter, hey, you ever tried it at 2 a.m. when you're wasted? Yeah, it's great.
You know what's trash? Yeah. And I'm not trying to agree with you, but if whatever happens, dude, that jalapeno cheddar biscuit that everyone likes, I don't want that.
No.
Just give me a bacon, egg, and cheese from McDonald's, a bacon, egg, and cheese from Chick-fil-A, a chicken biscuit, something like that. Chicken minis at Chick-fil-A are a game changer.
Yes, I like
that. That's my go-to.
Yeah, those are next level. But chicken biscuit. What are we doing?
That's what B. Scott was talking about.
For what?
So you're kind of Figgy, where do you stand on that?
No, I'm not.
I love Whataburger.
No.
Their breakfast sucks.
John,
pick up your game.
When I go to Whataburger for breakfast, I'm ordering lunch. Because they make it 24/7. They don't make breakfast, and the lunch is the freshest Whataburger you ever have. So if we go there, I'm getting either a number 2, number 1, or number 5.
That's an editorial statement you're making with your wallet.
The sausage taquito is off the chain at Whataburger, especially if you get the cheese, the bacon, and then the hash brown. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a hash brown taquito. What is that?
Their hash browns aren't that good in the morning. They're really not. Like. I'm not. I'm just.
281 says, y'all are crazy. Whataburger's the best breakfast.
The best?
Enjoy your shoe. okay, let's figure this out by ranking breakfasts. I just gave you mine. 1 McDonald's by a long shot.
Okay.
2 Chick-fil-A, 3 Jack in the Box, 4 Wendy's.
You want me to tell you?
Hell, Sonic might be better.
You know, I'm a fast food guy, dude. Sonic's too much of a time commitment.
Yeah.
They don't count. Like until I can get food in less than 10 minutes in some way, shape, or form. You are on the sidelines. All right.
Yeah.
Here's fast food breakfasts that are better than Whataburger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
Not close. McDonald's. Not close. Taco Bell has good breakfast too.
You know what they
Taco
do?
Bell, it's hard. Some places don't have it, others do. Whataburger too. So Taco Bell, Jack in the Box is better breakfast, and you can get it 24/7. Not even close.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy's is better already. Burger King, I don't really F with on breakfast.
I don't like their buns.
I don't dislike it. I just don't really F with it.
I haven't had their breakfast in a long time, but at the time it was all right. Though.
Yeah, I never like breakfast. Burger King doesn't really. I don't hate it. It's just.
They used to have those cinnamon or whatever that was.
Now,
man,
those were pretty good.
Those was legit,
Yeah,
man. I don't know why they got rid of those.
They had the French toast sticks and all that.
Oh,
yes,
man.
I mean you might have made your point.
Yes,
you might have made your point.
Like at best, you're number 4 or 5. That means you stink. I mean, that means you stink. If someone's going to not drive past 4 places before they decide, oh, I guess we'll go here, you stink. And whatever they call those taquitos or tacos, they're awful. Like, they're awful. The tortilla is like paper.
It's 11 a.m. now.
It's a paper.
It's an 11 a.m.,
might as
11
well eat
p.m.
the run sheet here.
Yeah, McDonald's just, they just handle their business.
God, they're good.
They just handle their business.
God, they're
very efficient.
That's actually all
They need to bring back them steak, egg, and cheese bagels, man.
I'm in. I probably for about the last 10 years, the vast majority of times I go to McDonald's is just for breakfast.
Nah, I'll get those sausage burritos and a bacon, egg, and cheese. 2 sausage burritos, picante sauce. I need a picante sauce with my bacon, egg, and cheese, too.
Mm-hmm.
And then, for some reason, I don't know what this is, and maybe this is just a me thing. I think I might get some agreement on the text line. I don't know what McDonald's does with their damn sodas, but there's some sort of crack in there.
No.
Like the
French fries.
Dude, I don't know.
Best Coke.
Bro, I don't know what y'all are doing with your Coke, Diet
got
Coke.
that Pablo Coke.
And if you find them with like that Diet Dr. Pepper, or if they have Diet Dr. Pepper, just the cup and everything, I don't know what McDonald's is doing with their fountains, but man, it is
They partner up with Pablo Escobar, man.
There are some.
That's what they should call it.
There are literally
The
some
Pablo
people.
Escobar.
There are some people that just go to McDonald's to get Cokes
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
because
I'm
it is that good, dude.
At Orange High C?
Man, and it just the overall like the cup. The
I've
feel,
never had
all
that high C that they make.
High C orange.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
bad,
legit, man.
Man, for some reason, McDonald's soda fountain
Their
is something
fries, dude.
special.
They put sugar in their fries.
Don't know what they do.
Yeah.
Insane. Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. Can we stop doing this when we talk about the Texans? I'm asking nicely. Next.
Area 45. And Veterans and Mending Away the Dark limited series with Odyssey and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Download the podcast on the Odyssey app or imlistening.org.
Eye on Houston, a weekly public affairs program airing Sundays at 7 a.m. on Houston Sports Leader.
Watch this. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I may have to start a form letter when it comes to written apologies. I had a prepared statement yesterday. Now people want me to apologize for the truth that Whataburger breakfast stink. And then I came across this from our guy at JR Sports Brief. So maybe I'm going to have to write an apology too, because he did. So this will be my confession. I'm confused why he had to write an apology for this is what he said. It might be insensitive. I guess I could see where it would be interpreted as insensitive. But I'm just going to put it out there. JR Sports Brief. I'm excited for the women's tournament. I'm ready for Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, and the giant Brazilian woman from South Carolina that knocks people over. Okay, I can maybe see where that would be insensitive. But
what's her name?
I don't know her name.
Exactly. If he said her name, we wouldn't know who she was.
Camila Cardoso.
Okay, nobody knows who that is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just be serious. Like, nobody knows who that is, but when you say she's the one that knocked people over, we see that. I know who that is.
We say Greek freak.
Yeah, but I've seen the girl knock people over. I don't know who she is. She's not a big enough name.
Yeah.
No problem with that.
Right? I'm just like,
No
I'm
problem with
confused.
that.
So you can join me in the letter of apology that we're going to write.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I keep hearing that the Texans are taking some San Francisco blueprint, and I really don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, San Francisco has a monopoly on building in the trenches. We've seen that done for years. That happens everywhere. Furthermore, you aren't following the San Francisco blueprint because unlike San Francisco, they've been trying to do this since Kyle Shanahan got there. You got a quarterback.
That's true.
So you have a guy that you believe is a franchise quarterback. So naturally there is no San Francisco blueprint. Like, don't give San Francisco credit for trying to build in the trenches. You mentioned the Giants the other day. The Giants did that. The Cowboys did that. Jimmy Johnson's first, or one of his first number one picks was Russell Maryland, and then they brought in Charles Haley and they Jim Jeffcoat and all these bodies.
Hell, the Chiefs are still trying to do it.
Why in the hell do the San Francisco 49ers, just because D'Amico came here, get credit?
I think that's
for
why.
Building in the trenches.
I think that's exactly why.
Give me a break. They got the quarterback the Niners don't. I got to confess, it kind of irks me, the San Francisco comparison.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I have to confess, and you got to see Nickelback in concert.
Come on.
You got to see Nickelback in concert. Shout out to Bruce Springsteen fans who always say, you ever seen Bruce Springsteen in concert? Look, very casual Nickelback fan. Maybe 2 songs I could hum. The crowd, it was a rock show last night by all accounts. And it was a blast being out there. They had more people than Bun B and Drake. Like, it was a bigger crowd than Bun B and Drake.
So it was popping, huh?
Figgy, it was rocking.
It looked like it.
I mean,
it looked like it.
Big time show. Like, had people standing up the whole time. If you were at Nickelback, back me up here, because I went in thinking, hey, I'm gonna have a lot of fun. We were hanging out with some friends and coworkers, and it was just I was just going for a rodeo good time, bull riding, mutton busting, the whole thing.
Rodeo good time.
A rodeo good time. Walked around a little bit. Damn, if Nickelback didn't take it, man, they were good. They were really. I think they're better. I think they are better than Bruce Springsteen.
Say it again.
I think they are better than Bruce Springsteen.
At Lopez on Sports.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Dan Campbell got a contract extension with the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
I got to confess, why the hell does Dan Campbell deserve a contract extension? What's he done?
Well, you saw them last year, didn't you?
Okay, so you support Bill O'Brien getting the contract extension when Cal McNair gave it to him?
No.
Because he went to the playoffs and won a game?
No.
Okay, contract extension, got to confess, I think that's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm okay with it. I mean, look, I think, this is a trust your eyes thing. They got some players. They built the squad. He's got them off the ground, so I think I'm okay with it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I love Justin Simmons and the idea of him being a Texan today more than yesterday and any day. It's because I came across a stat. Now, you know this stuff off the top of your head, but I had forgotten about this until I saw this stat. No one has intercepted Patrick Mahomes more than Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
No one has
more interceptions than him since he came into the league.
No one has more interceptions than him since he came to the league. He's intercepted Patrick Mahomes 5 times, which is easily the most any player has intercepted Mahomes, and he's thrown in a strip sack on Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like, if you actually are buying into this whole they're on the path or they're a Super Bowl trendy pick or whatever you want to call it, who do you got to get through? Who do you got to get through?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
The Bills, the Dolphins.
Yeah, but Justin Simmons is a Patrick Mahomes killer. Statistically, he is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I'm kind of against a charitable donation. And I'm just being honest. Like,
you got to be more specific.
I support donating to charity, but I don't support it like this. This was Kirk Cousins yesterday at his press conference talking about Kyle Pitts and the possibility of getting jersey number 8.
To pick from, great. You let me know. I obviously have worn number 8 since high school. If it's a number you'd like to keep, great, no problem. I can find another number. So I just want to be a good teammate, and I do believe it's bigger than Kyle and I. I think the league will start to speak into things, and he was funny about it. I said, I'll write a check, whatever, foundation. I'm not going to let you just give me the number. I want to make it worth your
Foundation.
while, make a donation, whatever it needs to be. And he said, I just want, targets every game, He said, he was joking, he kind of winked. So we'll see how it all plays out, but it might be bigger than us.
First of all, I don't know what he means it's bigger than us. I don't get
Yeah,
that.
I don't get that last part
but
either.
second of all, don't tell me you'll write a check for charity.
I don't want your charity.
If I want to give it to charity, I'll give it to charity. Don't put that out there that, hey, he's turning down money for charity for the jersey. No, give me a check.
Yeah.
If you're right, if you're writing a $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, make it out to Kyle Pitts. Make it out to me. I'll figure it out. You don't tell me what to do with
It's like
bread,
getting a
buddy.
Christmas card. A donation in your name has been sent to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Hey, man, what about a gift?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, jackass, you're just trying to get a tax write-off. Screw you.
Yeah, what
for
about
your,
a
for your
gift?
jersey
You
number?
know, a little something for the effort.
Give me the bread. I'll decide what I want to do with it.
Yeah, and it may
There's
be
a lot of
charity.
money for charity.
It may be charity, but I got the write-off.
You donate money to charity with all that money you're stealing.
That's right.
You weasel.
The human fund.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm loving all this dysfunction in the division. I like the Titans and Calvin Ridley. It just feels so good that it's not the Texans. I've used that word with the Texans in recent years a lot. The dysfunction of the Texans and people laughing at this organization. Dude, it's so cool to be laughing at the Colts, whenever they hitch their wagon to a guy that's unproven. Laughing at the Jaguars because I don't think, and I'm not saying they're dysfunctional, but they've had some dysfunction in the past. But the Texans are the most well-balanced, organized, functional team in the division. Frankly, not used to it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get used to it. Hopefully it's not just a one-off.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I get a kick out of David Mulligetta yesterday after Calvin Ridley signed his contract. He went on Twitter and he said something like, yeah, all these teams are cutting players with contracts left and there's not a peep. Where the hell are you at, sir? Like, are you just locked in your office? We hear this every year. It's like the main go-to rant from players and people creating straw man arguments. Oh, there's no loyalty towards. Hey, I respect what David Mulligetta does. I respect what teams do. Contracts are not just based on years. There's ways that you can get out of them. And I'm not sitting here saying, well, the real world, you have to do this. But come on, like. There's no loyalty. The NFL is the only league right now that functions like a realistic business where you still have to earn your bread. You still get all the notoriety and stuff. So my confession is the whole to act like that's not brought up is silly, and to act like there's some sort of like victimization of players or something like that. Yeah. Miss me with that, please.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I said what I said about the top breakfasts in fast food. I feel like I got to confess this. I feel like I forgot a very important element in fast food breakfast that I get. I'm not going to say often, but pretty regularly. Burger King French toast sticks.
Yeah, those go in.
God, dog, those are good.
Yeah, those go in. I don't even like French toast.
Those?
I don't eat them, but that's a nice little
French toast sticks, man.
For me, I think breakfast. You got to be able to drive with it. Whataburger's like all breaks and stuff, and the taquitos you have to like open up the sauce.
Oh yeah, they're like full. They're like welded.
Yeah, it's like like you have to open the picante. You pour
That's
it in.
a
Like
great point.
Like,
It's not just that they suck. You have to like unweld them.
The McDonald's picante you just tear.
Yeah,
boom. Same thing.
And those
with
French
a lot
toast
of them.
sticks, just dipping it in that
Just
syrup,
dip it in
man.
the syrup, boom.
Oh, I love those.
Down. There you go. It's Lunchtime Confessions. Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, what's next? Have the Texans tipped their hand? And is there something alarming that we are ignoring because we're lost in the free agency sauce? We'll get into that next.
Come on down!
230 or more select James Hardie fiber cement siding panels. And there's more. Save 10% when you buy 9 or more select premium foam flooring underlayment. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Texans handling their business right now, but this was brought up yesterday on a team that was pretty good, not great. They're losing 3 out of 4 starting defensive linemen. Now, they add Daniil Hunter, they add Danico Autry. We feel like there could potentially be the addition of Eric Armstead. Are you going to miss any of these guys? Jonathan Grenard's gone. Do you look at this and say, man, I don't know how they're going to replace this guy, or why did they let this guy get away? Yeah. I was surprised, actually, Sean and Seth, they weren't upset by it, but they seemed a little bit more taken aback by the exit of Malik Collins than perhaps you and I are.
Actually, Malik Collins wasn't the one I would be thinking of. I mean, Sheldon Rankins has made, for what he was, and made some big plays. But to answer your question, no, I'm not. I mean, these are guys that you can replace and you can upgrade, and frankly, are upgrading. Jonathan Grenard, that's a miss. I mean, that hurts when you lose those sacks. But look what you're getting back, or look what you're adding. No, I really don't. And I think that's the sign of a team that's making progress. Like, loved them while they were here, but you're not going to miss them because look what's happening. See, that's the thing. There's 2 replacements. There's 2 key replacements and 2 guys that you can move around. But I'm not really like Sheldon Rankins. I think it's a guy that they probably would have liked to have kept. Yeah, he was the one that I think.
I just look at him as a 1-year, okay, thank you very much, bye-bye. Someone else overpays you now type of guy. I will say, though, you hear about locker room presence and all that. When we had him on, let's just kind of revisit it here on a Throwback Thursday. This was before the playoff game. Sheldon Rankins had spoken to the team, and we just kind of asked him, what did you say? He pretty much gave us the whole damn speech.
Yeah, it was great.
A little motivation from Sheldon Rankins as we pour one out for him here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Me, a couple other guys where we're asked to kind of just, paint the picture for guys. It's one thing to hear from your coach, and I think, sometimes it's just, good to hear from a different voice. I'm normally a lead by example guy. I'll pull guys aside and speak my piece here and there, but I'm normally the, quiet guy. A lot of guys listen. So, just being able to share my experience with the playoffs and those moments I've had.
He's just getting warmed up.
Just get guys to understand what's at stake. It's not a situation where, we could do it next year. We could do it the year after. I was just trying to impart that wisdom on guys where, like, you never know what could happen next year. This game is a 100% injury rate. Trades happen. All types of things happen in this league all the time. So, when you have an opportunity to win and you have the type of team that we have to be able to go as far as we believe we can go, I just wanted guys to really understand the magnitude of this moment and not take it as a moment to feel the pressure, but take it as a moment to embrace everything you've done to get to this point, because we have the talent, we have the skill, we have the technique, we have the tenacity, and we've proved that throughout the year. So not trying to put pressure on any of the guys, but get guys to understand, like, look, this isn't a 2, 3, 4 year project that we're just trying to build. Like, no, we are right here, right now, with everything right in front of us. Let's seize the opportunity. Let's be exactly who we talk about being and go out and dominate each time we take the field. Guys take that approach and buy into that, we'll be exactly where we want to be. And, we finished the season the right way on a win streak, making sure we had to win our games to get in. And now we just continue that mindset, and nothing's going to be perfect. At the end of the day, continuing to play our brand of football, continuing to buy into everything we've preached and harped on from day one, and understanding that we have the moment in time right now. There's no need to look to another year, because it's right here in front of us. So, just trying to get guys to understand that. And I think guys, listened and took it to heart. You've seen the way we've flown around, these past few games. Like I said, it's never been perfect. It's not been. There's always things to correct, but at the end of the day, the mindset, the physicality, the determination, the will to do everything and anything to come out of there with a win has been on display. We expect nothing less from ourselves going forward.
Look at that, man.
Maybe that's why he's the one I missed the most. He was sincere, convincing, and he's not he's pretty much a soft-spoken background kind of guy. But yeah, that was good. That was fun, and I think he made some big plays too.
Yeah, he had the touchdown against the Titans. The game against the Titans, the first
strip.
time he had a sack and a half.
Mm-hmm.
He filled the void, and they were without Will Anderson in that game. So yeah, I think they'll miss him. Leadership. I mean, if you're bringing in Armstead or Hunter or Autry, I think you're kind of bringing in guys that,
absolutely,
according to their former teammates, are kind of the same thing. So it's not like there's some youth movement. You still have experience. At the end of the day, it's D'Amico. D'Amico's going to be the face. D'Amico's going to be the guy that kind of figures that out. So you lose 3 out of 4 on the D line. You upgrade in some areas, and there's opportunity for upgrade in others. Eric Armstead, still don't know what's up with him, where he's going to end up, but the Texans are one of the first teams that are mentioned, although Buffalo, it appears, mentioned well.
Yeah, they are as well.
I feel like they're in a good cap situation, though.
Yeah, what gave it away?
Didn't they have to cut 25% of their roster last week?
They're having a garage sale. Like they're having an estate sale.
Von Miller just had to take a pay cut.
Forget cleaning house. They're down to the rafters here, to the studs.
And that's one of the questions that you get is you get the question, well, how much cap space do they have? Look, I'm not trying to get into the fill a roster thing, but the Texans can pretty much do whatever they want. They can figure out some ways to restructure. Mm-hmm. There's not much of a threat of them not being able to. If they wanted to bring in Simmons and Armstead, they could figure out a way to make it work.
Yes,
they could figure out a way.
Absolutely. That Simmons thing it's got me feeling pretty good about him again.
Well, the safety market, I saw that Darius Slay said that the safety market is the new running back market.
And he's right.
And Nick Caserio has been known to kind of pounce on those types of markets.
Well, when they zig, he's been zagging this whole way, and I think that's going to translate to the draft. Hey, man, and I was one of the many people saying this. Everything you can to surround C.J. Stroud with talent and weapons, etc., which I still think is hugely important. But instead, he zagged and went with the D'Amico Ryans. Let's make this defense superb. You go into the draft. Oh, they're going to need a cornerback. They're going to need a defensive tackle. I think they're finding themselves in a place where a big-time wide receiver is going to be right in their lap.
He's saying, give me something.
Oh, and he will.
You gave me Mixon. Give me something.
Yeah, he will. But once they set this defense up, then it's going to be very obvious what they're doing in the draft. But he's, hey, you got to spend big on the first day of the draft. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Christian Wilkins. No, we're going to sit this one out a little bit, even though they were in on Saquon Barkley. And we're going to see what tomorrow brings. And tomorrow brought what we all know is a pretty good haul.
Speaking of Saquon Barkley, the big news today in the NFL is that Saquon, the Eagles are under investigation for tampering, as are the Falcons, with the Kirk Cousins thing. Just let it go.
It's lip service.
There's all kinds of tampering and stuff like that. Let's just not.
Yeah.
Let's not worry about that. I don't want them to get in trouble. Just let it go. Everybody does it.
Absolute lip service.
But shut up, Kirk Cousins, and don't say that you were talking to Kyle Pitts for 2 weeks.
Yeah, don't be a snitch.
Yeah, and Saquon, I forgot what Saquon said. I guess he said he'd been talking to players on the squad or whoever. So
I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants said something just because he went to Philly. So they probably said something to the NFL.
You know what I hate the most about it, though? The NFL, Roger Goodell is going to have to levy out some fine or something.
Come
on.
on.
They are. Just to because it's total lip service.
Just hit the owners.
It's a complete sham. Yeah. Oh, wow. They did that? I'll be dog. Can't believe that.
Here's $200,000 fine.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, it'll be something minimal like that.
But then they're going to have to do this every year because it happens every year. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to be asking people to I'm not.
No, he gonna send a company-wide email. Guys, just shut the hell up.
Yes.
Stop doing this.
What are we doing here? gotta
I know what you guys do. Just stay off of social media, in front of the media, all that stuff.
Protect the commissioner at all costs. Protect the
I don't want to have
shield.
to keep doing this.
Yeah, let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Please let it go. We don't need that. Jose Altuve said this about the Rangers. The Astros, by the way, they're exactly 2 weeks away from beginning their season. They're going to begin it against the Yankees, who, by the way, Garrett Cole, he's out 1 to 2 months. Let's be honest. We know how this goes.
Yes.
Like there's is he going to come back in 2 months? You know how this goes usually, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you try to come back. There's setbacks, all that. He might as well be done for the season.
It's a little weird everybody taking so much pleasure in that, but
Yeah, I'm not satisfied. I don't want Garrett Cole to get hurt.
Astros Twitter is really reveling in
this.
this.
Tyler kind of laughed about it.
Tyler laughed about it?
Yeah, Tyler was laughing.
Well,
about
he is Astros Twitter when it comes to the Astros. He's all about it. He's all about it.
This was Jose Altuve talking about the Rangers winning the division. I thought it was interesting at the Super Bowl. There were some 105.3 The Fan people that were wearing the sister station up 45.
Everybody
they were
did.
wearing Rangers gear and like kind of flexing it and popping it. And I was just like, awesome, man. Good job. That was cool.
Oh, I forgot y'all won it.
Here was Jose Altuve being asked about it, and this is what he had to say.
I think they deserve it. Absolutely. You have to tip a hat to them. They did everything right. Talking about your dad being there too. It's impressive what he did. One of the best hitters as well, along with the rest of the team. But they did everything right. We motivated every year to go out there and keep winning. But they deserve it last year.
Why are you talking to him, man? It would be my answer. If you're trying to find some motivation, some headline stuff or whatever, Jose Altuve is not going to give you any of that. He's just not.
At all. Andrew Larker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Let's go around the NFL. Take a look at everything going on with the Texans outside, everything that impacts the Texans. And there is a hell of a lot, including some stuff to keep an eye on as free agency resumes. That's next.
All right, guys. La Michoacana.
Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the Texans have a top 30 visit with a guy that you like. Might be a little Edge Cooper.
Yeah, really, really good.
Out of Texas A&M. Some of you might not know his name, but number 15 on Texas A&M. Been pretty solid player for them.
Really, really good. Because obviously they didn't have a great season, but boy, he did. Just you talk about closing speed, and I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say sideline to sideline. I want to see him do it. I want to see him do it at this level. But closing speed. I forget who said it, but a very well-respected college analyst said might have had the best individual football game of any linebacker in football this year.
Against Bama?
Against Alabama. Yeah, like just absolutely just destroying fools.
Sheldon Rankins, he's going to Cincinnati. 2 years, $36 million. Some people say that the Texans wanted to keep him. My question is, at what price?
Mm-hmm.
2 years, 36, no thank you, right? Now, not all of it's guaranteed, but no thank you on that, right?
Absolutely no thank you. Thank you for your service. He's a true one of those. Like, you can fit him into that category. Thank you for your service. Really good season.
Really important.
Brought the Texans to another level, and we started to see you go. I'm serious.
An important part of mentoring young guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Stuff, having guys like that.
Yeah.
Now they speak about Armstead kind of the same way. So we'll keep an eye on that. George Fant, he's gone. Did the Texans lose their best right tackle yesterday?
I don't know.
Giving Ty Howard a hard time, but I just got to see that he's as good as they think he is, because here's the best way I can summarize the Titus Howard thing. If I could go back in time, I wonder what it had been like if they'd have never traded for Laramie Tunsil and they would have just said, okay, Titus Howard is going to be our left tackle of the future, and I wonder what it would have looked like. It might not have been pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I think it probably would have been anywhere in between what Julian Davenport was in 2018 and what Laramie Tunsil has been,
yes,
which is one of the best. It would have been somewhere in between that. But with all the tough money-saving decisions the Texans are making, and a lot of them are so they can spend money elsewhere, it's interesting to me, the guys that they're letting go, and then Titus Howard last year, you extend him. Now, you can say, well, there's an easy out, and it's not going to end up being as long, depending on what happens. But
yeah,
you give Titus Howard what you gave him, but you're being, like, financially smart in other places.
Yeah, the reason I reserve completely bailing on Titus Howard is you hear things about, that he's played with an injury, et cetera, and
he's been moved around,
and it was either like his right hand or shoulder or something, and that is very key when you're a right tackle. So I'm kind of reserving judgment on that, but I still can't get over the fact that this was a guy that should have been playing.
By the way, I misspoke. 2 years, 26, not 36.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but like I still can't get over. I mean, he was on the field position, and you use your right hand differently. I'm just saying, if he was injured, he played a lot.
Yeah, and he played right tackle and left tackle in college.
Yeah,
we had his head coach on, and I guess when the quarterback became a lefty, he decided he wanted him to guard his blind side, and then when the righty was in, he'd go to the left side. I just don't know, because there's some guys that are just so good at their position that you put Jags in at other spots. You don't say, hey, and it happens on the O-line sometimes, but if you have a guy who's really, really good right tackle, I mean, the guys that came in off the street and filled in at guard were good.
You just nailed it.
Yeah.
You just nailed it.
You find a left guard or a right guard.
Yeah, that's my big disconnect.
That's the cornerstone.
That's my big disconnect with B. Scott. Well, they needed a guard at the expense of the right tackle.
Here would be,
yeah,
that's my thing. Like, especially if he's really, really good.
Yeah. So, hey, we really need a guard. We really need a guard. He could play guard. So you're sacrificing.
That sounds like a backup.
Yeah.
To me.
So you're sacrificing the right tackle with C.J. Stroud back there.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, that sounds like a backup player.
Yeah.
Who could just plug in anywhere.
Yeah. Versatility.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's exactly
backup.
right. Yeah.
Do you think that Titus Howard is closer to being one of the top 5 right tackles in the league, or George Fant?
George Fant.
Yeah.
And again, I just said I'm reserving some judgment, but I'm just based on what we've seen.
Yeah.
And what you just touched on.
I do want him at right tackle. He's really, 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 really good at right tackle. I'm not putting him at guard, especially with how he played at guard last year.
You figure it out at guard.
Like, would you do that with Laramie Tunsil?
No.
Yeah.
No, he's standing right there.
Because he's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. So we'll see how it looks. I hope it looks good. Joe Flacco. The Browns brought in Jameis Winston to be their backup, which kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
But there might be other reasons why, the pressure on Deshaun Watson, all that. He goes to the Indianapolis Colts. $4.5 million deal worth up to $8 million.
That's an easy check to cash right there, man. End of your career, they throw you another 4.5. You're backing up Anthony Richardson, and who knows, you might even play a lot and get more money. It's crazy. I think he went to Indianapolis just because it's a better chance to play. Because he don't want to be out there he wants to play.
Yeah, I think he's proven that. I
Yeah.
don't think he wants to be a backup.
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley, 4 years, $92 million, $50 million guaranteed, 30 years old. He did whoop up on the Titans yesterday. Maybe that or last year, maybe that helped him out. Had 100 yards receiving in each game, 209 total, 3 touchdowns. Here's what I'm going to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the worst signing of free agency at this point, the Calvin Ridley? And what else is even in the discussion?
That you kind of stumped me because as you were asking the question, I'm like, what other really bad deal is out there that I would consider a bad deal? No, it has to be this one, right? Doesn't it?
I'm trying to think of something that's even
in
the ballpark.
I mean, Cousins?
Yeah, why is that not more criticized?
Cousins would be my number two.
Yeah. That might be number one, to be honest.
36
I don't know what
Achilles.
I don't know what he gonna be.
Man, I'll tell you what he is. That's a damn good businessman right there.
Have you seen his year by year guarantees over his career?
He was smart enough because he got franchise tag consecutively, right?
Yes.
And he was basically just like, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I get the average of the top 5 quarterbacks. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to establish myself as solid, and then I'm going to go break bread. Kirk Cousins is a damn genius.
I would say that might be and Figgy might be right. It might even be worse than Calvin Ridley, but
yeah, I don't think anything can even come to the ring. Like if Calvin Ridley were an old school wrestler and he picked up the mic and he said, I want one of you mofos from the backstage to come out here and prove that you got a worse contract than me. I don't even think any music hits. I think he's sitting in the ring by himself.
Keep in mind,
he's 30.
I guess nobody's coming out. All right.
Yes.
And this is the ultimate example, and this is what Nick Caserio is good at. It's the ultimate example of buy low, sell high, where I thought the Jags did a good job of buying low on him last year. I thought it was a good job.
Yeah.
Really good job. But now what are we doing?
I thought he was going to get like a 1-year deal or something.
So did I. I thought the market was going to speak to him as going to be like one of those. Or I thought he would get around Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
Probably what I thought.
I still thought he had to prove a little something.
Yeah. Look at Kirk Cousins. Good Lord. He has guaranteed, he's earned in his career $231 million and it has a $100 million guaranteed now. So he's going to make in his career at minimum $332 million. Kirk Cousins. You like that? $332 million. Kirk Cousins in his career. It does not stink to be a quarterback.
The Raheem Morris connection. I guess they were in Washington together.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Do you think he's better than Baker Mayfield?
I like Kirk Cousins. I'm just saying that's too much.
Achilles, though.
That's too much. Yeah, that's too much.
He tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about him, and I like, if he would have stayed healthy last year and had a normal Kirk Cousins season, that's fine.
If he's 28, 29.
He tore his Achilles at 36.
Yeah.
Like, remember when Achilles used to make
You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're 36 years old, you tear your Achilles, you get whatever it is, $100 million, 4 years guaranteed. So you think he might not. He even said himself, I might not earn this full contract, but you do all that.
But he's still got 100 guaranteed.
It's just not a big deal.
Still has 100 guaranteed.
You want to talk about overreacting? Like we talk about, there's like a small trend and a small sample size, and then you overreact. We saw Cam Akers in the Super Bowl after he tore his Achilles or something, and then Aaron Rodgers just basically warms up and walks around.
Yeah.
Maybe people just don't think tearing your Achilles is a big deal anymore.
Well, if they think that, they're wrong.
Like, is the Achilles the new ACL? Remember when a torn ACL back in the day was like the end of the world?
Ended people's careers. Like you're done playing in the NFL back in the day.
Jimmy Garoppolo, he got cut.
Okay.
You think Nick Caserio thinks about it?
Oh, God, I didn't even consider that. No, never.
Because D'Amico was in San Francisco, too, with Slowick. They worked with him.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Is Case Keenum the backup next year? Man, come on.
I don't know.
He's cooked.
That's a decision they're going to have to make here.
Do you think Davis Mills would have won that game in Tennessee?
I think Dalton Schultz won that game.
The catch, yeah.
Yeah. So Case Mills could have thrown a bad pass.
Case Keenum.
I mean, Davis Mills could have thrown a bad pass,
Case
too.
Mills.
Because that was not a good pass that Case Keenum threw.
No, it was just thrown up.
Davis Mills could have done that.
But Davis looked way better against Cleveland, remember?
He did.
Way better.
Mm-hmm.
Except when they tried to, use him in the Wildcat. Didn't know what was going on there. That was one of the weirder things of the year.
Yeah.
Mason Rudolph He goes from Pittsburgh to Tennessee. He's going to back up Will Levis. Good for him. Eric Armstead officially released. Keep an eye on what the Texans do there. Got to think they have some sort of plan with the Malik Collins trade. Xavier Howard, man. Another David Mulligata special. Xavier Howard gets cut by the Dolphins. There's talk. Well, could you get him on, a Steven Nelson type of deal? This joker got 4 years, $68 million with the Green Bay Packers.
That's a hell of a deal.
What?
That's a hell of a deal. It is.
We have rule proposals in the NFL. We're going to go through this. I want you guys
By the way,
tell me.
the meetings start today.
I want you to tell me if you're down with this rule proposal or not.
League meetings.
Going around the league here on In the Loop. All right, so the Eagles proposed an onside kick alternative that would permit a team to maintain possession after a score if it converts a 4th and 20 offensive play from its own 20-yard line. Yay or nay?
1,000% yay. It's a joke. The only thing worse than kickoffs is an onside kick.
The stat is that 2 out of 41 got recovered last year.
Yeah. Not only do I think this is 1,000% better, I think this might pass. The NFL is all about that action, man.
See, my thing here is from a strategic standpoint, if you're down, like if it's late in a game and say you're down 3 points, again, you have to go for it from your own 20, and you have to get 20 yards. It's 100% worth going for it because the field is short to where if you hold them to 3 and out, they have to kick the field goal.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can say that being down 6 points and them having to kick to you, no matter there's less range to go, is better than them punting to you in the territory to where the clock runs out and all that type of stuff, and you're getting the ball in similar territory. So it actually kind of, from a strategic standpoint, whenever you're down 3 or 4, and there's, 3 minutes left, it almost makes sense to go for an onside kick because you're going to have to force a 3 and out no matter what, right?
Right.
So you're either going to force the 3 and out, and they can, if let's say you kick off normally, and they get the ball at their own 20, they go to the 30. Then they can go to the 40. Then they can go to the 50. So they can get 3 first downs, and the clock can get run out. You're really only there to where you can get 1 first down.
Here's what I like about it. Let's say you're down 28-7 with a minute left in the third quarter. That's a wrap, right? Hold on. Tap the brakes. You're down 28-7 in the third quarter, and you kick a field goal. You're kicking onsides the rest of the way. Because you'll give up those 3 points for a chance to score 7.
Yeah, because you're going to have to hold them to 3 and out no matter what.
You can be down 3 touchdowns at the end of the third quarter. Usually people are walking out the exits. And you're still in the game. I think the NFL is going to pass this. I think it's going to be one that just adds more television excitement to everything.
So you think this one gets passed?
I do.
Indianapolis Colts. They proposed the rule that the coaches can challenge any foul that has been called on the field menu plays that are eligible to challenge. So you can challenge anything, basically, the Indianapolis Colts.
I don't like it, and it will not pass. It's like giving teams an extra timeout, too. You don't want to do that. Because I'm going to challenge that holding call. What? There's holding on every play, as we all know. Yeah, I'm going to challenge it. It's an extra timeout. Not going to pass, and I don't like it.
The Detroit Lions, they've proposed that coaches get a third challenge if one of their first 2 challenges is successful rather than both. So in other words, you just got to go 1 for 2 instead of 2 for 2.
If you win one, you keep it.
If you win one, you keep it.
Why not?
Yeah. I have no problem with that.
I like that one.
Buffalo, allow practice squad quarterbacks to be eligible to serve as the emergency third QB on game days. Current rule requires that the third quarterback be part of the 53.
I think they like this, and I think it's going to pass because the NFLPA likes this. More people getting paid, more people being active.
What's with the Eagles? They want game clocks to display tenths of a second in the final minute of each half.
Why? Why? This isn't basketball. What are we doing?
Pittsburgh, they want to move the trade deadline back 1 week to after Week 9 games. In a separate proposal, 6 other teams suggested moving it back until after Week 10. The later, the better.
Mm-hmm.
The later, the better.
Totally.
Why not?
Yeah, and the season's longer, too, so why not?
Yeah, go ahead. And the Jags, they want to make available the Raw Hawkeye replay feed rather than only in the replay booth.
And when I saw this, I was like, you mean it's not? So they're up there, and some people have said that they're waiting to see the replay. I thought they did have this already, where they would be able to get down. It'll speed up the game, too, and be able to, tell the head coach, you got a challenge, whatever.
Those are the rule proposals. That's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. No activity for the Texans. So we've had, to summarize, day 1, meh. Day 2, wow. Day 3, thank you very much, Titans.
Day 4, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Day 4, sit and watch. See what's going to go down.
Yeah, there's nothing really percolating right now with the Texans all show long, which is a little bit of a surprise. But we'll see. It could break at any minute.
So should crying lower your draft stock? This was on Pardon My Take. Pete Prisco, the hardo.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about Caleb Williams.
He is a hardo.
And Caleb Williams' draft stock has dropped with Pete Prisco because he cried after a loss. Here is the hardo, Pete Prisco.
It takes deep drops, and then he cried after a game, which is never a good look.
Of course Pete doesn't like that. You don't like his fingernails either,
we
huh?
think about the pain. I don't care about the fingernails. That doesn't bother me one bit. I just don't think you should ever cry after losing a football game.
Like that, man.
By the way,
it's
I will
analytics.
apologize if there was a death in the family or something that week. I apologize, but if there was not, you were crying over the football game. Bad luck.
I think it's our loss and during the national anthem.
I mean, maybe during the national anthem, if you get emotional over something, okay. Maybe there was something that went on in your life. I don't mind that. But after a loss, there's no way you cry after a loss.
He cares. Crying over football.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Crying over football. No, it doesn't. It means well, okay, then why doesn't the rest of the team cry? They don't care?
They probably do. I bet you a lot of guys cry privately. If I have a bad gambling day, like a really bad one, I'll do a little tear in the shower.
Even when I was a kid, I didn't cry over losing.
Oh, you cry if you're a fan?
Here.
No. What if we have a guy that works with us? He does some stuff with us, and he's a big Eagles fan. And when they won that Super Bowl, he had video of himself bawling. I mean, no.
Wait, you can't cry over a Super Bowl win? When are men allowed to cry in your mind, Pete?
When bad things happen in your life. Losing a Super Bowl is not a bad thing. It's a football game.
What about at your wedding?
So
are you allowed
bad.
to cry at your wedding?
Yeah, you can
I
cry
love
at
the
your wedding.
guy.
I didn't,
He's
but
fun
you
to
can
be
cry
around.
at your wedding.
He is fun guy to be around. He's kind of like one of those guys that's just surly and grumpy and all that, but when you're around him, you're usually laughing, and he's funny, and he's a good dude. But that's a joke. God. You often you throw around.
He's not on my board.
You throw around the word hardo a lot, maybe a little too much. It totally fits here. That's just a hardo.
Coming up, this is going to be traumatic or boombastic for a lot of people. This is, when I discovered this, I don't know how it made me feel. You're going to laugh, might smile, but I promise you, especially for the millennials and even some boomers, this is going to hit. Internet going nuts next.
Come on!
Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy.
I got the internet going nuts.
This one's going to hurt. Stuff that broke the internets here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Hell, I want to do a segment on this.
Do it every day at 125. I don't know how this is going to hit Figgy. I don't think Figgy's
It
ready
hit
for
me. You said some boomers. It hit me kind of weird.
It hits a lot of people. You know these. This is a big thing. By the way, Joey Bosa staying with the Chargers. So they kept Mac and Bosa. They both restructured their deals to stay.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh. Players want to play for him.
Yep. That's a big point. That's a great point. Yeah.
There you go.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I was asking Figgy this during the break. Apparently, we're in the final week of Girl Scout cookie sales.
Yeah.
Dude. Now, I know as soon as I say this, I'm going to get 700 people trying to sell me Girl Scout cookies.
So you go to the grocery store, they're going to be right there.
I have not been hit up for Girl Scout cookies yet.
Well, do you think it's cheating when someone emails the office? Do you think – because I feel like when my daughter's at Girl Scouts, I want to teach her to actually go sell Girl Scout cookies if she's in Girl
hustle.
Scouts. Yeah, I don't want to be the guy that asks y'all, but I probably will do it.
Can I? Well, I won't buy them unless there's a proviso. My 3 rules for Girl Scouts selling cookies.
Okay.
Number 1. Rule number 1.
Número 1.
Don't sell them online. A lot of moms, but a lot of Girl Scouts are selling them online. Don't do
Número
that.
2.
Why? Because that's not the spirit of selling Girl Scout cookies.
Okay.
Number 2.
Número 2.
Parents aren't your salespeople. Parents are not your salespeople. A few years ago, our program director, his cookies.
Here we go, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so him.
And
oh God.
And actually, I actually kind of
probably emailed the Texans.
I actually didn't know. I didn't know if he was going to be like
God,
like I guess insulted that I did this. But I was talking about he was talking to me about his daughter selling Girl Scout cookies. And you know what I did?
What's that?
I told him straight to his face. I said, I'm not going to buy them unless she sells them to me.
Yeah.
The Girl Scout sells the cookie. And to his credit,
no, she seemed like someone. His daughter, she was adorable. She felt like someone who would want to. Sell.
But to his credit, at first he kind of went like, "Really?" I was like, "No, I'm being 100% honest. I'll buy some Girl Scout cookies from your daughter, but I have to talk to her, and she has to sell them because that's the whole premise.
Yeah.
You're learning
It's
skills. Yeah, you're learning skills. You're becoming more outgoing, able to talk to people. And I'll be damned if she didn't call me that night. Hello, Mr. Lopez. So I bought a bunch of Girl Scout cookies from her. And number 3.
Número 3.
You better have them all available. Figure it out.
What do you mean?
Like I want all. Like well,
are you
we
bitching
have
at Girl Scouts about their inventory?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Because they're selling you Girl Scout cookies. Well, all I have left is this and this, and I don't want any caramel crunch or what. I want thin mints, man.
Nah, caramel delights are the best.
I mean, caramel delights. I like
You
those.
don't like caramel
but
delights?
it's just something that like. There's some that I don't like.
Caramel delights go in.
What
man.
are those the lemon ones? I'm like, ugh. Give me a break on the lemon.
Trash.
You're gonna come to my house. You better have inventory. You think I'm kidding? People are particular about Girl Scout cookies. You just were, and I just was.
Baby Avery, if you listening, you better have that inventory together.
That's right, and you make the call.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I don't know how this is going to make you feel, Fig. One of the most unique voices in my history of music.
I love this dude,
and I mean, I think even if you don't
love
know
him,
whether you love him, I think you've grown to love him. This might scar some folks. I'm warning you. Shout out to you. You're also going to have some songs in your head, so be ready. Texans free agency day 4, no activity. Shaggy, back in the 90s, into the early 2000s. He was an absolute legend. Started out with this jam.
Mr. Bombastic.
This is the good version, too.
Yeah.
Shaggy. Mr. Lover.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Lover. Girl.
Mr. Lover, lover. Now Mr. Lover, lover. She call me Mr. Bombastic.
Just a straight jam right there, right?
Big time.
Yeah, he got in trouble for this sample too.
Yeah, big voice though. Then
my favorite,
this one.
Yeah.
Wonder why, but
Honey came in and she got me red-handed, creepy with the girl next door.
get it, Shaggy.
Be taking love on the bathroom floor. How could I
gotta edit that. Come on.
that I had given her an extra?
He's warming up right now. He's just dancing in the background. He's about to hit
Jumping
it.
Jackson toe touches.
He's about to hit it.
Yeah.
Oh, you bring the woman access to your villa. Just for son of weakness, all of your clean on your pillar. You better watch your back before she turn into a killer. Just review the situation that you.
All right, so Shaggy. And no, he's not dead. So you don't have to worry about that. Although you might think he is after you hear this. And we're going to do a little test to test your feelings. This was an interview with Shaggy. This TikTok video is making the rounds. Have you seen this, Figgy?
Nah, I haven't seen it.
So you like Shaggy's voice, right?
Yeah, love it.
Can you not?
It was all a bit, man.
God, this is killing me.
Man.
This is all a bit. Listen to this.
One time, Mr. Lover. Oh, yeah.
But I got this voice by mocking drill instructors in the military. Because in the Marines, the drill instructors would go,
Hey, boy, drop and give it 20. Let's go, boy.
and I would mock them as a form of joking because it motivated, your platoon. I just sang that song in that voice because, it sounded cool. And all of a sudden, Oh Carolina blew up, and now I'm faced with a situation that I'm going to have to sing every song like that.
Dude.
This hurt
That
me.
hurts me, man.
It hurt me.
That hurts me, man. He's
So
talking
that
normal.
song, so those slaps he had was a joke.
He was putting it on.
Play it again. I mean, listen, and
This
then he
was
goes
not
right
his
into the
real voice.
He goes right into the real voice.
Flip this one on your musical disc. Girl, you're mine.
He's warming up in the background. What a hype man he was, too. I want to see if it still slaps.
You are to me, baby. Shorty, you're my angel. You're my darling angel. Girl, you're my friend when I'm in need, lady.
Life is one big party when you
I can't even hear this the same anymore.
have your back when it's all done. It's all good when you lift it up, pure fun.
I'm thinking about the drill sergeant now.
Yeah.
Play his story again. This hurts, man. Still jams, though.
Oh, yeah. But I got this voice by mocking drill instructors in the military. Because in the Marines, the drill instructors would go,
Hey, boy, drop and give it 20. Let's go, boy.
and I would mock them as a form.
Man,
That hurts.
that hurts, man. That hurts me. Still jams, though.
Yeah.
Still jams, though. Biggie looks really disappointed.
That was like, it hurts. It really was one of my favorites.
It's a joke. So these songs that are slaps, it was a joke to him.
It was kind of a joke.
Yep.
It was profitable, but kind of a joke.
Yep.
I got the internet going nuts.
Great news happening, man, as we speak in the last week. Terrific news. Figgy, I think this pertains directly to you.
Okay.
I do. So crawfish season started at the end of February. So about a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, what was all the news? Fish prices through the roof.
Yeah.
Like
It's a drought.
prohibitive. Yeah, it was a severe drought. Prohibitive prices.
What's through the roof? How much is too much for a pound?
$15 a pound.
Yeah, I seen 16.
$15 a
Aren't they
pound.
supposed to be like 10-ish?
I've seen
7 to
6.
No, good places have them for like $5.99 special, $6.99.
I've seen 6.
The $10.99 was too much.
Yes. Well, I don't know if this is good or bad, or I should even be saying it out loud, because so many people were like me, and I don't know about you guys, but like I kind of was like, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna, as much.
You were gonna sit out crawfish?
Well, I mean,
you can't do that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know how many times I'm gonna go eat for crawfish. That's pretty damn expensive. It's just the principle of the thing. Prices have dropped at least $2 to $3 a pound in the last 3 days because there's been no demand. Because there's been no one. I mean, more people like me that are saying, yeah, I don't want to pay that. So So what's going to happen now? If all of a sudden we start going to eat crawfish, are they going to go back up to $16 a pound? Like, it's like supply, demand. Like the drought is still affecting them. They're just people aren't buying them. So now you can go get crawfish today, Figgy.
They're on the boycott.
Yeah, it's like $2 or $3 less a pound. So if you're going to get crawfish, get them today. Or get them soon, because then they'll probably go right back up.
Get them for $12.99 a pound.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah.
Not as big on crawfish as you guys, but get down on it a little bit. I saw HEB had it the other day.
What was the price, you remember?
Back on it. Nah, they were just...
Remember eggs out front?
Yeah.
You don't see that right
now. They used to sell it hot.
Hot, too. Yeah, hot and ready, and then there's the big stacks.
They get a little shovel.
Good luck finding those now, man.
They're out there mixing it up, man.
Yeah, good luck finding those now.
I got the internet going nuts.
Love is Blind. Yesterday, it was trending.
You got me kind of interested.
So this is a public scandal, so I'm not spoiling anything for you. So there's a guy on the show. I forget what his name is. He's got the mullet. He's got weird ass like red stuff on his skin. I don't know what it is, but he was basically the guy that got dumped, and everyone felt sorry for him, and everyone felt like, protect this guy at all costs. Well, there's some screenshots that have emerged from his girlfriend that he had while he was going on the show.
Yeah, see, I saw
where
this.
He's telling her how much.
And I don't even watch the show.
He's telling her how much he wants to marry her and all this type of stuff, and he's texting her like in the middle of it. Man, Nick Lachey does not play around. If you haven't seen the Love is Blind, Trevor. Yeah, Clint Stoerner watches. So Trevor, man, if you haven't watched this, man, Nick Lachey and Vanessa, his wife, whew. This guy gets jumped
I
on
saw
like a
Nick
damn
and
trampoline.
Vanessa trending, and I'm like, what is this got to be Love is Blind?
They know how to handle a reunion.
Yeah.
But how's this guy going to go up there and be the sympathy figure, crying and all that type of stuff, and he's texting some girl on the side telling her how much he loves her and all that.
Yeah.
He ought to be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, I'm going to mess around and have to start watching that stuff.
Season 6.
Yeah.
You don't have to just start 6. Just start on 6. If it interests you, go back. But you can just start on 6. It's not like, oh, man, I got to catch up to Ted Lasso or something like that. It ain't like that. It's all the same. That's the internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the stories to keep our eye on, the ones that we might not be thinking about when it comes to the Houston Texans. That's next.
The Texans needed a running back.
the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time. There's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Tennessee Titans do the Texans a favor yesterday. They take Calvin Ridley away from the bigger threats. They make, I would say, the worst free agent signing of free agency. And it looks like if you are, even if you aren't, no matter what you want the Texans to do in the draft, they're not going to draft a tackle. So it looks like the Titans will do that. So the Titans, they've done a lot of favors for the Texans lately. This is just the latest in the stanky one, Amy Adams stank. Mm-hmm. Been a quiet day today, though.
It has.
When it comes to free agency.
It has, and I expected more. Really did. I fully expected some news on Eric Armstead, preferably good news on Eric Him. There's still some receivers out there, man. There's still some safeties out there, including Simmons, who might be another Texan that would kind of change the whole dynamic.
The Dalton Schultz signing last year is kind of, when you look at these receivers, like the potential thing. I do wonder, though. I mean, they gave Noah Brown $5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they're just going to wait for the draft. Is Robert Woods going to get released? That's $5 million. Why are you so out on Noah Brown?
If you were on YouTube, you saw me close my eyes and shake my head. It's not about Noah Brown. It's about what you're trying to do everywhere else. And if that's what you're trying to do,
you never did like Noah Brown, no.
Yeah.
No. Come on now. I knew you were against me.
He pissed you off the first game because they were throwing too many sideways passes to him, and then he kind of recovered.
I actually forgot about that.
You were pissed. You were done with him.
Yeah.
But that
you was against him.
Yeah.
But those sideways passes were a little bit out of control.
Yes.
But yeah, you were kind of out on Noah.
It's not Noah Brown. He has a role. This ain't it. What did he do in Dallas? Blocked.
Yeah, he was a blocking guy, and then he filled in when they had an injury.
Thank you. And I can't get over this. It's going to sound like I'm just totally torching the dude. I thought he was one of our favorite interviews. I like his style as a guy, as a player. I think he's respected.
It's the most backhanded thing I've ever heard.
It's totally backhanded because I know it's going to come across really bad. But don't we have different expectations? You know what? I just figured it out. That's what it is.
But if they add depth and push,
I talked out and I figured out why.
For me, it's this. I don't think you can have Noah Brown and Robert Woods. And I'm not saying they're the same type of guy.
And I'd rather have Robert Woods.
You would?
Yeah.
I'd rather have Noah.
I don't know about that.
Noah's got more upside. There's been they've won games because of Noah. They've won games because of Noah.
He's 28.
Yeah, but we're talking about Robert Woods. He's older.
He's been in Super Bowls and 1,000-yard seasons and everything else.
He's more like a chain mover, but Noah Brown,
more of a leadership role.
As soon as C.J. Stroud rolls out, he'd find Noah. Oh. Don't you remember the Tampa Bay game? If Noah Brown doesn't take that to the crib, 75 yards, they don't win that game.
Yeah, sure. Let me elaborate on what you just said. You said, "Don't you remember the Tampa Bay game?" How could you forget? 6 targets, 6 catches, 153 yards, and a touch.
Yeah.
Then
what about the Titans game with Case Keenum where he had the touchdown?
Hold on. The next week, Cincinnati. How could you forget? 8 targets, 7 catches, 172 yards. You know what's unique about those back-to-back games? It accounted for more than half of his season in yardage. He had 325 yards in 2 games, 254 in all the rest.
And he missed 8.
He played in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other games.
Yeah.
Maybe 6. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. No. 8 other games.
Yeah.
So in 8 games, he had 250, 325.
He missed some time.
That's what I'm saying. I think and that's what I kind of talked out here as we're doing this. I think my frustration is we're better than that. We're better than that. We are. We have better expectations than that. It's not Noah Brown on this team. Sign me up. Noah Brown in a crucial role? No, thank you.
No, I don't think he's going to be in a crucial role.
Well, I mean, if he's 4, he's a crucial role.
He's one of their favorites, man. They like what he brings. They like the toughness, the grit, the blocking.
The stuff you don't see on the stat sheet.
Just can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, he filled the stat sheet.
2 games.
Yeah. They were huge games, though.
They were. Congratulations.
He stepped up
on having more than half your season.
The Cincinnati
in 2
game?
Sundays.
How many games you played?
Yeah. The Cincinnati game when he
never seen you on the field.
I love that.
It felt like he had a sense of the moment. Like in the Cincinnati game, after they found Schultz on 3rd down to bring it past midfield, they find Noah Brown. He gets like an extra 10, 15 yards to get it closer from Matt Amendola.
Yeah.
If he doesn't fight for those yards, they don't make that field goal.
Yeah.
Who knows what happens with the season? That was kind of a turning point.
Do you have a sense of the moment in New York against the Jets? 6 targets, 0 catches?
I mean, it was cold.
Shut down completely?
Yeah, well, Nico and Tank were out. Nico was out after the first series, and Tank was out.
How was his sense of the moment against Carolina?
That was a rough game, man.
How about Baltimore?
Which one?
Well, the first one
he was out. The second one he got hurt early, right?
Yeah.
Or he got hurt early against Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah, against Cleveland. He was.
Yeah, he got hurt against
actually
Cleveland.
Inactive. So.
He didn't play against Baltimore.
Yeah, he didn't play against
the playoff game.
He got hurt against
and
Cleveland.
it's again, I understand what people are hearing. Oh, Lopez hates Noah Brown. No, man. I just think that the place where the Texans are at the receiver position, what they need, how they can help C.J. Stroud. Noah Brown is no better than the number 4 wide receiver. No better.
That's fine.
That's what I think.
That's fine.
Yeah,
we can get down with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's cool. The sideways passes, I was glad they got rid of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
I forgot about that.
Oh my God, you were mad. You wanted him. You wanted him gone.
I didn't want him gone.
Yes, you did.
I did not want him
yes,
gone.
Yes, you did.
You're making stuff.
We have to pull the tape on that one.
Yeah, you were out on Noah. You were out on Noah till you weren't.
I was not.
You were out.
I was not.
That's a fact, my friend.
You were
now,
lying.
I think he was out too because I think they wasn't really doing much with Tank. So he was just like, why is he out?
Yeah, why are they doing the sideways pass to Noah Brown instead of Tank?
Yeah,
we need more Tank.
And who was right?
But we got a lot of Noah too.
We got 2 games of Noah. 2 games.
Got more than that.
I mean, did we think we was gonna get those games from Noah?
No,
I didn't think he was gonna be that good.
No, we didn't. Good for him for having 2 good games. 2 good games.
So you would rather have Robert Woods than Noah?
I would actually. I get it. No, I get older.
I like Woods.
All that stuff.
I would feel bad for Woods if he got cut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I have a soft spot for him.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's possible though.
Could be. Yeah. Could be.
I mean, do we just need to? The Mechie thing is kind of like the.
Oh, they haven't given up on him yet, but I think it's fair to say you need to have an alternative plan.
I mean, the Mechie, like, what is he doing?
Yeah. I think you need to work on it, and you need to not give up.
What do you mean work on it?
You're not going to just give up on him, is what I'm saying. But you better have another plan because all signs are pointing to that ain't it.
And Hutchinson, he's just trying to make the team.
Maybe. I don't know what's going on with him. I like him in flashes, and then
I damn sure don't like him running reverses.
Oh, well, you probably
Although
like
he was better. He was okay.
Yeah, he was better.
But Bobby has to run at least 3 reverses a game.
Oh yeah, that's in his DNA. Absolutely in his DNA.
Eric Armstead, Buffalo right now. Tennessee, I just don't understand why. But Tennessee is in the mix, and that's really it. That's really all we're hearing about Armstead. The Buffalo thing is interesting because I guess they can make it work. Kind of thought they had a little bit of salary cap issue, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to cut half their team. So if you're competing with Buffalo, and the other thing is, you're not playing, right?
No. I mean, everything that we know about Nick Caserio and the Texans is there's chess moves.
Did I miss something with Malik Collins? I'm not trying to turn into you with Noah Brown, but did I miss something?
What, you don't think he was as good as others?
I mean, he's okay.
Yeah,
but the way that he gets talked about, it's. I mean, Bajani came in here and was like, "Man, I'm surprised they only got a 7th for him." What'd you think?
Yeah.
What'd you think they were going to get? Did you think they were going to give you Christian McCaffrey or something?
Hey, let's try that one out. Let's try to get that.
And then Seth seemed a little more disappointed. Now, he gave you 16 games and hard-nosed guy, and there's times where Malik Collins.
And he's been here.
Yeah, but, I mean, did I miss something?
He's a solid DT, and I think that's what you always like to have. But, again, nothing about the Houston Texans says that they allow one move to happen without already knowing other moves that are on the way. So I think there are other moves on the way.
Because you didn't need to get rid of Collins.
Yeah.
And you just happened to send him to San Francisco where you're talking about Armstead. I guess they said something about perhaps a trade was falling through. I don't know. I don't know what was
Well, they discussed it, and who knows what else.
No idea. But maybe I just don't appreciate Malik Collins as much as a lot of people do.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to let the market shape up. I think we're in the quiet spell right now.
The movie's quiet. Too quiet.
Never heard that.
Yes,
What
you
movie is
have
it?
to.
Never heard that.
Yes, you have to.
Never have heard that.
That's been in a million movies, man. Like Sean Bajani joining us. You've heard that. It's quiet.
I have. Yeah.
Too quiet.
Never heard it.
I don't think I've heard that. What movie is
Get
that?
out of here. In any movie. In a bunch of war movies. All this other stuff.
Clint, you watched Love is Blind?
I did.
Reunion?
I did.
Yeah.
I'm
Trevor, man.
Lock Dog, I'm my reality TV viewing has gone up significantly since getting married. And I'm not going to sit here and act like it's her. I don't enjoy.
No, you're
it.
in.
No, I mean, look, once you get in, it's binge. I mean, it's like it's any way you slice it. So
Well, by up, you mean quantity, not necessarily quality.
Yeah.
Well, in any way, shape, or form, it was non-existent before. But yes, Love is Blind is one of them, and it's interesting because it's the first, and I haven't watched a million of them, but it was blatantly obvious last night to the point that you were making, but even times 10.
Yeah.
Like Nick Lachey
knows how to do it.
And Vanessa, it's a married couple that started this show 9 years ago, I think they said.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously it's a baby of theirs. There's already spinoffs like The Bachelor with Bachelor in Paradise kind of deal. And so it's a baby of theirs.
Yeah.
Well, the guy Landry was talking about, named Trevor, it came to light after the show was filmed and everything happened that he was basically dating a girl before and dating a girl after, and it was basically all for the
She
publicity.
sent the screenshots.
Oh.
And there was a girl on there that after the show, she actually put out a video and said it's all about entertainment, baby, and we're doing it.
They called her ass out.
So Lopez, they start the deal last night, and I'm waiting for some like mushy Love is Blind type stuff. Vanessa goes in hard at old girl,
Good.
and they're defending their show.
Yeah.
Like they're basically saying we want to let everybody know this ain't BS. This is real.
Yeah.
Like people are coming in here looking for love, and these people are making, and I'm talking about.
They made a mockery of it.
Both of them, and I'm talking about they made it. They spent 20 minutes on old girl and just kept going back and bam, bam, bam.
And the dude,
when he came out, I was like, oh no.
The best was where the guy couldn't really defend himself, so he's like, oh, can I just leave now? Like he just said it in
I'm
passing.
done.
And then they kind of grilled him a little bit longer, and then like right when you can tell he's getting a little bit more comfortable with himself, Nick goes, "Yeah, you asked if you could leave, get out of here."
I mean, I think both of them was hot. It was like you came after their baby, man.
That's
and
awesome.
it was one of them. It was reality TV, but it was not what you expect on Love is Blind.
That's
awesome.
awesome.
When I heard you boys talking about it, I thought, oh, that's good. that was mushy now.
Little quiet today on the Texans front. John Lopez hung over. He was at Nickelback yesterday.
No, I'm not.
You did Nickelback.
Dude, it was big time.
Yeah, Patrick was there too.
It was big
Said
time.
it was a really good show.
I had
the girls at Twin Peaks were amped about it now.
I had to admit, it was a bigger crowd than Bun B and Drake. And not only that, but it was rocking. Like when you see like rock and roll, like old school rockers. Like they were rocking.
How was the sound? It was good?
Come on. It was really good.
Really? I can't tell you how disappointed I was with Whiskey Myers, and they're more of a rock band. It sounded like technical difficulties 20s, it was how Ben was going to do. I was wondering how.
No, it was good. And I was surprised. I'm not even a big Nickelback fan. I went in with very mediocre expectations, and I was like, damn.
You boys done? Y'all done with rodeo? Or y'all got
I got Brad Paisley Saturday. Brad Paisley Saturday.
I can't believe Landry Locker ain't going to Eric Church. I mean, he wears aviators on stage for one reason.
I like Eric Church. I just hadn't go. You're going there, right?
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. Eric Church.
And it's the last one?
Chief. Come on, baby.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD 2. The Drive with the king of the rodeo is live.
Yeah, baby. My bad, Tyler. I didn't mean to step on you. You drop right there, brother. I'm not used to being in this seat.
Aw, man.
But Dirty got the wheel today. Dirty got the wheel today. And look, everybody out there, y'all need to be listening up now.
Hold on tight.
Come on, hold on tight, because I might get off in the ditch a bit. It's a rodeo ticket Thursday. Every Tuesday, Thursday during rodeo season here at Sports Radio 610, we like to give it back to the people. We like to give away a few tickets. And today, it's a big day. We were just talking about him. It's Eric Church Day, y'all. We're giving away tickets to see Eric Church 2 times today, in the 3 o'clock hour and in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening during the 3 and 5 o'clock hour today for your chance to win, not 1, 2 tickets to see Old Chief, to see Eric Church, March the 17th, to shut down the rodeo. And look, I'm going to tell you this. I don't know how the rodeo's always done it, boys, because I don't pay attention to details. I've gone since I was literally knee-high to a grasshopper, but I don't really pay attention to detail that Sean Pendergast and Landry Locker and hell, somehow, some way, Ron Hughley pulls it off every now and then. But typically, you know, the rodeo is going to open up with a huge artist and close the thing down with a huge artist. When I say huge, I mean either like a George Strait type that they know is going to sell the place out, or like a super hot Texas country Cody Johnson type of vibe to close that thing down. This year it's Eric Church. And I'm going to tell you, I don't know where Eric Church lands on a lot of folks' sliding scale of country music artists and whether you love him or hate him. I know there's a lot of hate for what he pulled last year out there in San Antonio when he bailed and went to the – was it last year or 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago.
What did he do?
He bailed on a concert. He pulled out of a concert because he's a big North Carolina fan, and North Carolina, Kansas played in the national in the Final Four national championship game. Which one was it? Anyway, he bailed. I think it was the Final Four.
I like him more for doing that.
He pulled out. Well, people already bought tickets, made plans, hotels, and all that. So it was a bull jive thing to do. But being a fan and understanding that the artists, very rarely have a chance to pull out, no pun intended. It's a once in a lifetime deal for him, and he did it, and I'm not mad at him about it. I'd have been a tad bit frustrated had I had tickets. But anyway, a lot of people had some hate for Eric Church because of that right there. Johnny. But so I don't know what the ticket sales are going to be like. I don't know what the love or hate relationship is with Eric Church. But I'm going to tell you this. Everybody knows about it. When it comes to musicians, really, all across the board, but a lot of times it's country music, but when they leave it all on the stage, when part of their introduction is get out of your seat, stand up, let me hear you, give me everything you got because I'm going to give you everything I got for the next 60 to 75 minutes. When that's there and then they follow through with it, I can get down with you. You may not have the greatest voice. Hell, you may ditch a concert and go watch a basketball game. You may disappear off the face of the earth for a couple of years and then drop it, but I'm going to ride with you.
I'm going to say you're a big Eric Church guy.
I'm a big Eric Church guy. I am a huge Eric Church guy. I am stoked about it. There is no doubt about it. If you go watch an Eric Church concert and you don't at the very least feel the passion, the energy, the juice, the love for what the dude's doing, and the fact that he's either doing it for the people or he's fooling the hell out of us. And it makes me feel good. So, Eric Church, I'm coming to see you, baby. I'll be there Sunday.
You going to be on the floor?
No, I'm being a suite.
Suite? Okay.
I'm being a suite now. I don't know how you get on the floor. It's dirt. It's dirt down there at the rodeo. I don't know how you get on the dirt. I would love to get on the dirt if anybody out there listening has dirt access now. Any of y'all down there at the Bull? I do a little voice work for the Bull down there. Now, it'd be nice if y'all treated your boy and his
swing
bride.
a trade. People on the dirt probably like the
trade.
suite.
Hell, throw your boy a bone, man. Throw your boy a bone, man. I very rarely say no around these parts, man. Throw me a bone. I've been saying yes. Can I get a bone? I'd like to get on that turf and see the Chiefs sing a little bit. But nonetheless, that's a hell of an open on the show. Y'all be listening. 3 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour. My man Tyler's he's going to talk to you a little bit on that phone in there and give away 2 tickets in each hour to Eric Church. Hey, fellas, it's obviously free agency has hit us. We've had a couple of quiet days. We've had one pretty noisy day, and as we love to see players obviously coming in, and we're tallying this thing left and right as players come in and become Texans. And what does this mean? What does that mean? What do the Texans look like right now? There are some players that are leaving. There are some players that have left and have signed elsewhere, right? And I'm not real concerned about the players that have left and signed elsewhere. Not overly concerned about it. But I do think there's some signs. I think there's some signs that may answer one big question, generally speaking, about the Texans' offensive line. And I think there is one question that the move answers as it pertains to what the Texans are going to do in the next 24 to 48 hours or in the near future. Let's just put it like that. One, George Fant played absolutely lights out unexpectedly at right tackle last year for the Houston Texans. Consistent play, was more physical than most a good chunk of the time. One of the more dependable players. And he had to play right tackle because Titus Howard slid down and played left guard. And I think a big question is Titus Howard himself has changed his Twitter bio to I'm a tackle. I'm no damn guard. I'm a tackle for the Houston Texans. And most of his career, he's been screwed around and asked to cross-train at all these different positions, but yet he just got paid like a top-paid right tackle in this game. But you never know around these parts what's going to happen. And I think George had the Texans really thought and entertained playing Titus Howard inside, which I thought would have been an absolute disaster had they done it. But it has happened for 4 years now, guys. It's happened for 4 years. So it's not impossible. But had they thought about keeping that option open of playing Titus Howard inside, George Fant would be a Texan, right? I mean, George Fant would be, or they would be aggressive in the tackle market to try to have somebody.
That was never going to happen, ever, in a
George
million
Fant
years.
or Titus?
Both of them. Titus Howard was never going to play guard.
Well, he has. Don't say never. He has. He played
because
more
they were
guard than he has
desperate.
tackle.
They paid him to be a right tackle, the 4th highest paid right tackle in the NFL. So beyond what you needed him for last year, coming back into this season, that was never going to happen.
Well, that's the point though. Is when you paid him, it never should have happened. But you were put in a position to where it did happen again, and he played guard after you gave him all the money. Yeah. So what I'm saying, Sean, is it's not an option right now. It's clearly been an option in the last several years, right? Because we've seen it happen. Mm-hmm. We've seen a first-round bust at the left guard position. We've seen several centers get hurt. Mm-hmm. We saw 2 guards get hurt. And also, Titus Howard's got to go to left guard.
Yeah.
I just think – I believe that, to me, this move, George Fant going to Seattle, tells me that Titus Howard is not in the plans on the interior offensive line of the Houston Texans. And I think that's a big – people that pay attention enough to go – they know who the offensive linemen are, especially the highest paid guys. Mm-hmm. I think a big concern for them was like, man, we're going to keep screwing around with this guy we just paid a boatload of money to be our right tackle?
Yeah.
Or we're going to put him at right tackle and we're going to let him play. I know for me, as much Texans as I cover, it was a concern for me.
I don't think it'll ever happen again.
I agree.
You saw it. You experimented with it.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good at any point, at any time. And I know they had an opportunity to move him back to right tackle at a point last year, but that came at a point where, you know what, the offense, it's functioning about as good as it had.
Yeah.
And there was no reason to really tinker with something that you were making work, because it's not just about the left guard position at that point in time. It's about what's working at right tackle. Yeah. And so it was a business decision. I understood it, and maybe it gave him a little bit more flexibility if, in fact, Titus had gone down at left guard, which, hey, guess what happened? Guess who came back to play left guard? One of your starting centers that you had in the rotation, Juice Scruggs. So, like, everything that happened, it was out of necessity. tenacity. And I thought George Fant played fantastic football for the Texans last year. There was a reason why we were excited to get the guy. Would you give up a 5th-round pick to get him in a desperate situation during training camp? And you needed every bit of that guy. He came here and earned the contract that he got, 2 years, upwards of $14 million to go back up to Seattle. He's proven that he is a starting caliber tackle in this league. So for that reason, I never anticipated ever again having a conversation Titus Howard's going to play anything other than right tackle, in which he's the 4th highest paid in the league, period.
Well, look here. If you needed it validated,
that's what we do
Johnny,
here on the drive.
If you needed it validated, George Fant is in Seattle. It ain't happening, folks. Titus Howard is going to be your right tackle any way you slice it. Here's what I believe. I don't believe that it can get bad enough on the inside guard, center guard in Houston with the Texans for Titus Howard to see another snap at guard. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to be your right tackle. Larry Tunsil's going to be your left tackle, and they're going to do their damn. Shaq Mason's going to be your right guard, and they're going to do their damnedest to figure out this guard center situation. And they've got 4 or 5 guys that'll be vying for that spot. So
if that happens, football Armageddon has struck you again.
Ain't that the truth? And if you somehow win 10 games through it and go to the second round of the playoffs, here we are, right?
Or you didn't do your job depth-wise in building that line.
That's right. That's Sean Bajani, by the way. Ron Hughley is out again today. Spent a little quality time with his beautiful bride and his 3 babies on spring break, enjoying the Texas Hill Country up in San Antonio. Family is safe and has a great time enjoying our beautiful state of Texas and that hill country that I love so very much. Fant to Seattle means Titus Howard's playing right tackle. Everybody sleep well at night, right? The other move that is made is a recent move. Did this happen today or was this last night, boys?
What, Rankins?
Yeah.
Last night.
Sheldon Rankins to the Cincinnati Bengals, 2 years, $26 million, $13 million per. And the reason that matters is because the Texans, 2 starting, by far the 2 best D tackles they had last year, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins. They shipped Malik Collins yesterday or the day before yesterday to San Francisco. So you dangling Sheldon Rankins still out there working free agency. In my mind, I'm a little higher on Rankins. I think he probably means a little bit more than just what we saw on Sunday to this football team. And so I thought, well, if you can't get Eric Armstead, or even if you do get Eric Armstead, is Sheldon Rankins still an option? Could Sheldon Rankins be a Houston Texan next year? Well, that answer was given to us. Sheldon Rankins, again, is to Cincinnati. So what does that mean for the Texans? If you were of the thought that, we'll wait till the draft to get this interior defensive lineman. We'll wait around and we'll take second best, or pieces will fall together and we'll see. No, sir. We're beyond that. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are finna make a big move. Mm-hmm. We are in the process of making a big move written all over it, Sean. Written all over it. You just simply cannot. You can't go in free agency with that particular defensive tackle room or lack thereof in Houston.
I don't know that you need to go to the draft with the defensive tackle room like it is right now. I think the writing's on the wall with the Athletic report coming down yesterday that the Texans and 49ers had a deal for a swap, Malik Collins for Eric Armstead. It falls through because the Texans were able to work a deal with Danielle Hunter and give him $48 million guaranteed. That falls through in my mind because the Texans said, hold on, we can't make this work financially and do what we need to do down the road. Let's get Hunter taken care of, and our ace in the hole is Sheldon Rankins. And what tells me that was exactly the case is the report from Aaron Wilson yesterday that said the Texans made a run at Rankins, offered him $12 million per. So they made him essentially a 2-year, $24 million offer versus the Bengals' 2-year, $26 million offer, and they lost out to the damn Bengals. So that also tells me that Sheldon Rankins is looking at the two and saying, you know what, maybe financial decision, please, what's a couple $1,000,000? I don't know. But at this stage I'm at in my career, I feel like maybe there's a better opportunity for the Bengals to go do what they're going to do versus the Texans. And that kind of gives me a little pause in a different area of concern. But the biggest area of concern is that this seems to be now 3 times the Texans have swung and missed on a guy. Barkley, Armstead, and now Rankins, your ace in the hole. in my option out there, but the familiarity aspect, the productivity aspect, and now you're in a bidding war with a handful of other teams, at least for Eric Armstead's services, that to me is a concern.
Yeah, look, I'm with you, man. I think when we look at the, let's say, Saquon Barkley deal, and you miss over, what was that, $4.5 million over 3 years, and you look at the Sheldon Rankins and you miss over, $1 million a year over 2 kind of deal, and everybody, we automatically think, like, what in the hell? Why would you stop there? It's got to stop somewhere. I mean, it's at some point in time, somebody has to say, okay, we're going to bow out of this deal, and then whatever offer is made next, which one-ups yours, is what the player's ultimately going to take if he sees it the best place for him to play ball. So I'm not as worried about like how they missed out on those guys, Sean, as much as the ultimately the result. And I went back and forth on Twitter with somebody this morning, and it's just like, you can add all of the corners and safeties and defensive ends and linebackers that you want. If you ain't got dudes up front at the D tackle position, and I'm not saying you got to have guys that go get double-digit sacks from the interior, but if you don't have dudes inside that at least from time to time command double teams, at least from time to time have the ability to dominate guard centers in pass protection, then you're spitting in the wind. You're asking guys to play left-handed. You're asking defensive ends to go get sacks when the quarterback can climb in the pocket all day long. Right. So I just, where they're at right now, they've got to make some moves, boys, and the allowing Rankins to go to Cincinnati, or just having Rankins, agree to a deal with Cincinnati, tells me that as we sit here today, there's a good chance that we could hear something. Tyler Milner could hit that buzzer in there. T. Mill, you want to drop? You were 1 for 1. I think, what was that, Tuesday?
Yeah.
Tuesday you were right. Wednesday you were dead-ass wrong. You tried.
Yeah, I'm batting 500, but, shoot or shoot, as C.J. Stroud would say. So I got a prediction for you. We're going to get a breaking news sounder today. Got to give myself a bigger window than yesterday.
Don't be generic, by the way. You're going to make it – we're going to get a Texans?
Texans breaking news between now and 4:30 p.m. Central Time.
Yes.
Oh, 2 hours and 13 minutes, boys, damn near on the dot.
You know what to do, Nick. Let's go.
The question is what is it going to be for?
Sure.
If it's going to be for a defensive tackle, as we speak right now, that list is dwindling. Just looked at Quentin Jefferson, the former New York Jet defensive tackle. He is signed with the Cleveland Browns on a 1-year deal. He was on my list, along with DJ Reader, Adam Butler, Austin Johnson, Sebastian Joseph, as legitimate options now that Sheldon Rankins is off and you're presumably in a bidding war with Eric Armstead and would likely miss out on that guy. I'm not saying that the Texans don't feel a little pressure, desperate, overreach, and pay more for Armstead services than they initially would have, but and until they do, and I don't know that they're necessarily in that camp because of what they got with Fatukasi and what Daniil Hunter's capabilities are. We'll see.
This is an Eric Armstead race, bub. This is an Eric Armstead sounder that we got to hear. I'm in the camp I'm in the camp right now where you got to get Eric Armstead and you got to spend a quality top tier draft pick on a defensive tackle. Given what we're looking at right now, you got to have 2 guys that are starting. You got to have 2 starting caliber defensive tackles, whether that's a first round defensive tackle or Eric Armstead or both. You got to have 2 of them. And there is a huge void. We should, to be honest with you, we should be more worried about the Houston Texans defense today than we were a week ago. We should be more worried about D tackles are falling off the charts, and there's the linebacker you signed, the defensive end that you signed, they're not going to be able to play to their full potential if you don't have D tackles that can hold water. Period. That's just the reality of the game at the NFL level.
I don't know if I can get there, but
I'm there. I just got
see
there,
your
220,
point.
218, whatever it was. I got there. I talked myself into it, brother. All right, hey, we're riding dirty on the drive today, y'all. We're riding dirty on the drive. Bun B's joining us at 2:41. Talk a little rodeo recap.
Hey, what up, Bun?
Little rodeo recap. Little Texans, obviously huge Houston sports fan. Texans, Rockets, Astros, whatever the hell he's feeling. And I ain't gonna lie. to you the show, but I feel like Bun, my boy Scurf, and Trill Burgers have failed us. I got to get us some burgers up here, so I'm gonna bring that to Bun's
Call
attention.
some Trillies in for today, and when we have Bun B on, we'll eat them and enjoy.
Trillies. Oh, I got a plan. It's not somebody else isn't delivering it. We're either going to get it in person or somebody with a Trill hat's on.
Going to block an hour and a half out to wait around that building.
Whatever we got to do, baby. Whatever we got to do. All right, look, here's the deal. We flirted with the Texans being the 2021 Bengals. We've talked about it, and the Loops talked about it. I've heard Payne and Pendergast talking about it. Hell, Dan Orlovsky brought it up today, and when Dan says it, hell, it's the first time anybody heard it. But guess what? I think there may be some truth to it, damn it. We need to embrace this. This is more real, and I think you're going to like this, Houston. I think you're going to like this little conversation right here because I think it is a phenomenal comp. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get there, though, I got to tell you about Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. Look, spring is
on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, side note, real quick, man. Everybody stay dialed in. It's 2:30 now. We got you till 6 o'clock. Texans All Access after that, and Area 45 after that. By the way, that is with Brandon Scott and Patrick Creighton tonight. Is that correct, Sean
Yes,
Bajani?
sir. Yes, sir.
Sean Bajani's right here to my left. Ryan Hughley is out today, obviously, as you can tell when that board's popping, that Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos behind the glass, without a doubt. But there's something going on over at NRG right now, which we're going to bring the best of to you as soon as we possibly can. Joe Mixon, the new Texans running back, is speaking to the media today. Daniil Hunter is speaking to the media as we speak right now. And so we will have that broken down, chopped down, and get you some nuggets as soon as we possibly can over the remainder of the show. So stay plugged in on that. And don't forget, y'all, it is a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. And today it is Eric Church, man. Be listening between 3 or in the 3 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour. Hell, be listening between 2 and 6. I mean, let's be honest here. But make sure you really stay plugged in the 3 o'clock hour, the 5 o'clock hour, because we're going to be giving away 2 Eric Church tickets. And as I mentioned earlier, Eric Church is one of my favorite, and he will absolutely entertain. Eric Church will entertain you, yes, ain't no doubt about it. Also, we're riding dirty at 240, 241, 242-ish with Bun B. Coming off that big-time rodeo performance, and Trillburgers rocking and rolling. Obviously a big-time sports fan here in our beautiful city of Houston. So stay plugged in, man. We got you all day. Sean Bajani is in for Ryan Hughley. And, look, we've heard multiple shows for several weeks now. We've all talked about the Texans being like the Bengals, C.J. Stroud being like Joe Burrow, and there's a lot more similarities, if you will, Bajani, than I thought. I mean, this is something that here in Houston we should really, really, really embrace. The 49er thing ain't gonna work. I mean, for me, that ship has sailed. Now that's where those guys have came from. Don't get me wrong, that's where those guys have came from. And I think there's some toughness and some physicality and all that. But when I watch this offensive line play, and I watch how this football team ran the ball last year, I just don't believe that you're going to have the same caliber of toughness, physicality, et cetera, that San Francisco has. We got to turn that page, right? And I think one that is spot on, Bajani, is the Bengals. Mm-hmm. I think it's the Bengals, man. And it starts with the quarterback play. I mean, it is more similar quarterback than I thought. Joe Burrow in 2021, when the Bengals beat the Chiefs, last team to knock the Chiefs out of the playoffs, I believe. Joe Burrow.
Yep.
Year 2 in the NFL for Joe Burrow. Also, you look at how him and C.J. Stroud play the game. High-level processors from the pocket, distribute the ball accurately, can affect the game with their feet, but they're not going to take the game over with their feet, can extend plays and create opportunities, but they're not going to over 17 games. Their feet aren't going to be a huge factor in what goes on. It all starts with the similarities to that quarterback position. And Bajani, I don't know how you see it, but I see it as being real, and even more real than just the 30,000-foot view that I think we've all had since CJ got in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of dumb it down to, look, the Bengals back in 21, they knew what they had in quarterback. Obviously, you lose Joe Burrow his rookie season to injury. You come back, you do what you did, as you just described in 2021. But you had the quarterback. For the Bengals, you had a couple of really good receivers in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins back then. You know what you got in Nico Collins and Tank Dell now. What the Bengals did to load up for that 2021 season, I mean, they went out and they got a pass rusher. They went out and they boosted the secondary. They went out and they got some running back help. They went out and got, help on the offensive line. All very similar things in which the Texans are doing and in the process of doing right now because of the foundation that they had in place. You had a couple of good guys on the Bengal defense back then. You knew what you had offensively. Very similar to the Texans. And to know when the time is to strike. Maybe that's where it's a little bit different now with the Texans because the AFC is so damn hard right now. But I go back to this, what CJ Stroud said multiple times. DeMeco Ryans has intimated they got to play us too. Like, we're coming too. You know, we're right there in the mix with the Ravens. We're right there in the mix with the Bengals, right there in the mix with the Chiefs, so on and so forth. So I think the similarities are definitely there. It's just going to come down to the execution and at least closing this deal off this offseason with the free agent moves, continuing to kill it in the draft.
Sure, they've got moves they've got to make, and they've got to continue in the right direction. But it starts with that quarterback, and play style and experience between C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow year 2 is damn near identical. Let's move to the system. It's a similar system. Now, I don't know terminology-wise how similar it is, but when you look, Zach Taylor, the offensive-minded head coach with the Bengals, came out of Sean McVay's system with the Rams. And McVay, Shanahan, all these guys, the LaFleur brothers, all these guys are cut from the same cloth, if you will, speak the same language in terms of offensive philosophy. So the system is very, very similar. And then you look at just the timing, which we talked briefly about, the timing with CJ. But if you look at the timing of the organization, kind of, all right, we're ready to take off with this rebuild. They were at a similar spot, as you outlined a little bit earlier about, hey, they were pretty good before Joe got hurt. You saw the silver lining of, hey, they bolstered up the defense and they got a running back and they added some pieces that allowed them to go on and, as I said, knock out the Kansas City Chiefs. The last team that we saw knock the Kansas City Chiefs out of the playoffs, the Bengals. And look, it don't stop there now, because until last year, I believe and I don't remember how many times the Chiefs played them, but the Chiefs beat them last year. Maybe it was early in the season because I think Burrow was playing. But anyway, the Chiefs beat them, and the lead-up was the one guy that Pat Mahomes can't figure out is Joe Burrow. It wasn't just knocking them out of the playoffs. No. There was a handful of regular season games where the Bengals had their number as well.
They do call it Burrowhead.
They did at one point. But so, look, it wasn't just about knocking. It wasn't that one, somebody got lucky in the playoffs. No. There was it was a running conversation of Joe Burrow is getting the best of the Chiefs, and the Bengals are underneath the Chiefs' skin consistently. And to your point, the Burrowhead thing came out, and you could tell that was a thorn in the side of a couple of fellas over there in Arrowhead. So
Burrowhead my ass!
This is a comparison. This is a comparison that I can really, really lean into, boys. I think it's real. I think it's got legs. Now, I think the Texans got to go out and find a number 3 receiver. I think the Texans got, and I'm Noah Brown may or may not be it, but I think there's an opportunity to go find even better. So I think they're absent a tad bit of firepower, but damn it, they're close. So we will see how that ends up. All right, we got up next, man. Bun B, fresh off the rodeo, had an unbelievable lineup. Somehow squeezed them all into, I think, about an hour and 10 on stage with Bun B, as well as get his thoughts on. He's as involved as anybody with these Texans. Every time I go to a damn game, he and the crew are on the stage at halftime singing, and them Trill Burgers over there. If you hadn't had one yet, I've heard they're phenomenal. Bun?
You ain't had one?
I ain't had one.
God bless.
Bun, we got to do a little radio.
Either, dude.
We got to do a little radio. We got to do a little radio, and then we got to set up a delivery. So that's what we're doing next right here on Sports Radio.
At the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet 290 at Eldridge. Chevy, together let's drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 Prod with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday here on The Drive and really across Sports Radio 610. We will be giving away tickets. Eric Church, baby, closing down the rodeo March the 17th in the 3 o'clock hour and in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're tuned in. Call your mom, call your friends, call everybody you know. Make sure they're tuned in. More people are listening, more people are calling. Better chance that Tyler will push that button when we give away those tickets. It's the last chance. It's the last chance to go to the rodeo this year. March the 17th. Eric Church is closing this thing down. We got Bun B coming up here shortly, y'all. We're waiting on a call right now, and but let's put a pin in that conversation that we just had about the Texans, and it is a real conversation that they are compared to the 2021 Cincinnati Bengals. When it's all said and done, you look at there's too many similarities to ignore it. I mentioned this when we were up against it on the other side, Bijani, but when I look at this team, I believe they're one because. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they have Boyd in 2021?
You talking about
what did the skill unit, the receiving core of the 2021 Bengals look like? I could be wrong.
I'll tell you.
I could be wrong. I think Boyd was there.
Your number 1 and 2, obviously.
Obviously, you had two absolute horses, but I don't want to get into the conversation and people. I'll piss people off if I.
Tyler Boyd was there.
So you had Tyler Boyd. You had Jamar Chase. Hayden Hurst, one of the tight ends.
No, it was Uzoma.
Okay, that's right. Yes. So they had some dudes now. They had some absolute, weapons on the outside. I believe that the Texans with Joe Mixon in the backfield. Although I wanted to move on from Dalton Schultz, I can get down with Dalton Schultz. If I was quarterback in this football team, I'd be more than happy that Dalton Schultz was the quarterback, and we've gone over that. We'll go over it more in depth maybe over the next day and a half or so. Love what Tank Dell brings to the table. Love what Nico Collins brings to the table. Love Noah Brown as a depth piece. I think they're one big boy weapon away from being even more of a legitimate comparison to the 2021 Bengals who last knocked off the Chiefs and have proven to be a thorn in their side.
It could turn out this way too, but during the 21 season, they went out and they got Samaj Pirine to be the backup for Joe Mixon, who ran for 1,200 yards that season.
Yeah,
one of his, I think it was probably his best year in Cincinnati, if we're being honest. But I'm not ready to anoint Dameon Pierce as a legitimate number 2. He starts camp, in my opinion, as RB3. I know he's technically 2 right now because the Texans aren't done shopping, nor should they be. You got to have a legitimate guy you feel really good about, not a project, but a dude you feel really good about behind Joe Mixon, who, by the way, is speaking to the media right now over at NRG. We'll have that for you later. I think you need that running back, and I think about Noah Brown. I do too. I really like that dude. I know everybody's not there. I just don't know what the hell you're really seeing. I mean, he only had 2 monster games. Hey, the guy had 2 monster games, and he got hurt. If he would have been healthy, you're looking at Noah Brown as an ascending player versus what he did in 2021, 22, and 23 with the Texans. The trajectory would be pointing up. He's been banged up a little bit over the course of the last few years. We're talking about him in a completely different light if, in fact, he doesn't miss a large chunk of games for the Texans last season. So I still think they need another dude in the receiver core. I'd be fine if that came via the draft ultimately, but I still think you can't have too many weapons. I'd like to go get a veteran option that's younger and productive that could beat Robert Woods out for a job, and you go draft a guy.
Yeah, I agree with that. If he can't beat Robert Woods out for a job, then damn, I don't know what we're drafting him for at that point in time. But I tell you where I'm at with it, man. Like the receiver in Houston, the receiving core in Houston, like Nico Collins has become the really good route runner, safety net, big hands, sure hands, run after catch guy.
Mm-hmm.
Tank Dell, I believe, is a true outside receiver that can run the entire route tree, that has enough game speed to take the top off if you need be, to create separation. He's going to create separation, right? I don't like the thought of my next receiver just being another guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about another guy as it relates to, like, what do you do? Slot guy? Are you a real speed guy? Are you a big-bodied, 50-50 ball-catching, man-beating type of receiver? I'm just talking about play style.
And they don't really have that right now.
Well, and do they – Noah Brown is a good depth receiver, but he's not a guy that I want to plug in and go, I'm going to make it a priority to get this guy the football in this particular situation. He's a good enough receiver to where you walk up to the line and you go, hey, the defense is giving me this. Noah Brown's over here. Hey, I like Noah on this dig route. It's cover 2. The backers are biting down. The safety's deep. Hey, I'm going to lay it in this hole, and I'm going to let Noah Brown run through it. He's a good enough receiver to be dependable and be a good depth guy. But I personally like identity guys. Like, what do you do? What do you do well? And let me put you in position to do that. And I think the Texans need that complementary piece that is more that big-bodied, 50-50 ball-catching guy. And then you've got all the pieces you need.
Yeah.
T. Higgins was that guy in Cincinnati.
Yep.
Right. I think Jamar Chase has a little bit. He's better, but a little bit of that Nico Collins, kind of a hybrid between Nico Collins and Tank, if we're being honest. And then Tyler Boyd was kind of that third guy that could do it. More of a slot guy, a little more of a possession guy that could do it all. And I just feel like, boy, if you had that one piece of –
It was an embarrassment of riches, though, in Cincinnati with those 3 guys, if we're being honest. And you get to a point like Cincinnati, you can't pay all 3 of those guys. Enter the situation they've experienced with T. Higgins, right? The Texans are at a point where you haven't re-upped with Nico Collins yet. He's entering the final year of his contract. You got an opportunity to kind of strike when the iron is hot. Kind of like the Bengals did in 2021. That guy might exist on the open market right now with somebody you brought up yesterday in Mike Williams, who, if you can get that guy on a quote-unquote prove-it-year type of deal where you don't have to commit years and crazy money to him, I think the Texans should be in the market for something like that, because you gotta just try. You're not committing beyond 2024, really.
Yeah.
But give it your best shot, as it appears as they are trying to do defensively, knowing what they have on offense. You just need a couple of dudes. Go out and get it and see what you got.
I've done a 180, Bijani. I've done
on what?
Well, just the general conversation. At first I was, yes, I thought they needed to add a weapon outside. I've always been game for, you want to add a weapon, you want to add Mike Evans, you want to, but I was bullish on, if you're not going to add a top tier proven veteran free agent that changes the dynamic of your offense, then I don't know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like adding another middle of the road kind of guy. And I still am not. I'm still not necessarily stoked about that aspect of it, but I hear the in the loop guys. Landry's big on this, talking about the draft.
Mm-hmm.
and the potential of some of the guys, the wide receiver position, when the Texans get to pick.
Mm-hmm.
And while I hope Jared Verse, the defensive tackle from Florida State, I hope he slides a little bit and the Texans jump up and take him. That would be my best case scenario. But if he goes and the D tackle they want is not there, I could get down with a first or second round wide receiver for this team.
Hell, they better not be looking for no damn defensive tackle in the first round. They need to get that guy right now, in my opinion. But,
I agree. Look, give me Eric Armstead and Jared Verse in that front, and now D'Amico has done what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
I think there's a real chance that could happen. But I wouldn't be disappointed if all of a sudden one of these, again, it's college, but one of these bigger-bodied 50-50 ball catching guys. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be mad, and I don't know where he's going to end up landing in the draft, but the Xavier Worthy kid out of Texas, I wouldn't be mad if it was just a flat-ass speed guy that could take the top off the coverage, let Tank run his routes, let Nico run his routes, create all kind of space underneath, and let CJ eat. Yeah. I guess my overall point is I've focused a lot on, man, they got to fix this run game. Mm-hmm. And now I'm at a point where I'm like, hey, man, I don't think this run game got a chance. Kind of like Bun B joining us this segment. I don't think it's kind of like the Texans run game. I don't think they got a chance. He needed a few minutes, man. He's working a business deal.
What do you mean the Texans run game doesn't have a chance?
I just don't. I don't think
with the addition they made with Mixon.
I think Mixon makes them better as much as a really good running back can make a team better. Yes, I think they have got them up
to be determined, right? To be determined.
Well, no. I don't think it's to be determined. I mean, I guess everything, literally speaking, is to be determined. But based on what I saw last year,
mm-hmm.
they're going to be wasting snaps if they think they're going to run the football the way that they were preaching they were going to run the football last year before the season started.
Which is
downhill, get movement up front, creating seams up front, and owning the line of scrimmage and being dominant and being more physical.
That was also with a completely different guy and style in Dameon Pierce that they'd planned going into the season with. Joe Mixon's just not that guy. He's shown the propensity to be.
Look, Joe can make them better. Joe will make them better. Yeah. I don't doubt that one bit.
But your offensive line's going to be a little bit different too. In fact, potentially a lot different. Kenyon Green's going into camp to save his ass.
That's what you're going to put it. When I'm talking about physicality and creating a run game, you're going to lean on Christian, what's his name?
Kenyon Green. Exactly. Thank you. You don't know his name because his ass ain't played.
Right.
But I'm telling you, you can't tell me that the Texans aren't giving this guy every opportunity
they are.
To keep that job. That's what they drafted him for. And you know what? If he's beat out, he's probably beat out by Jared Patterson. So you're looking at Patterson and Scruggs as your left guard center combo with Mason at right. You get your right tackle back. That looks a hell of a lot different at that point in time than it did at any level of training camp or the regular season last year.
I agree. The roster, the injuries, the different bodies out there, I agree. But guess who's going to be playing left tackle? Laramie Tunsil.
Uh-huh.
Guess who's going to be playing right tackle?
Titus.
Right.
That's what you want.
We're talking about specifically running the football downhill and being physical and being dominant. And both of those guys played side by side on the left side of the line last year for I don't know exactly how many games, but there was never a moment when I was like, wow,
that's never dominant, a moment.
That's physical.
You're right, but there was never a moment that either one of those guys was healthy even to start the season.
Man,
Laramie
Tunsil. You can crutch your way to it if you want to and think they're all of a sudden. My point is, I don't believe
I just think that's a fair way to look at it because, they were load managing Titus Howard within the first month of the season. The guy's knees were just.
So let me get this right. Sean Bajani, you're chalking up the lack of physicality and the inability to run the football consistent last year to injuries.
I think it's a part of it. Laramie Tunsil's never really been a great run blocker. Okay. But I don't think he's been bottom of the barrel. I think that's been unfair because when he's been here, you haven't had jack squat running the football. He's been a part of some crap teams, some crap offenses, teams that were losing on purpose. And so it's an incredibly unfair to judge him for that here.
I disagree wholeheartedly. We've seen enough ball from Laramie Tunsil to know he's not going to set the standard and be physical in a run game. That's not unfair. I think that is extremely fair.
I think it's unfair here.
You going to watch his film at guard and with the Dolphins 4 years ago or what?
I mean, if you want to go back, you got to watch that. I mean, look, he's played for a loser here.
What is that? That don't mean anything. I could lose. We can lose all 11 games. I can still kick the guy's ass across the line from me from time to time.
You're talking about a guy who made a business decision with a hurt thumb, said, I am not risking my health, my physicality on the field. That was a business decision he made a couple of years ago. And so
I'm not talking about when he was hurt and not on the field. I'm talking about the film when he is on the field.
Okay.
There is a disinterest in being physical in the run game, being physical at all.
When
really.
your team is trying to suck on purpose.
Well, I tell you what, if your level of physicality and your level of whoop ass changes based on whether your team's winning or who your head coach is, then that ain't it either. So either way you slice it. We got to go. We're gonna continue this damn argument.
I'm just saying they made a business decision on a guy who's made business decisions, and they made him the highest paid left tackle.
I'm fine with him being the left tackle, but we preach we got to put guys in position to do what they do best. And downhill. My point is downhill run blocking is not what this offensive line is going to do best.
Okay.
Pass protecting a pinpoint accurate quarterback is what they're going to do best. In my opinion, you don't want to give up on the run game. I just don't believe it has much of a chance. If they run the football well next year, Sean, I'll tell you this: it'll be as surprising as Nico Collins and Tank Dell did this year. It'll be as surprising of a coming out party as really Tank. I mean, really Nico, not Tank. I thought Tank was going to be good all the way.
Disagree with
Tank,
that.
We'll circle back to that one right there. No, I love you too. I don't argue with people I don't love. All right, Rodeo Ticket Thursday giveaway, baby. It's 3:00 right around the corner, and we're going to give away some tickets. So make sure you're plugged in. Call your mom, call your friends, call everybody, and get plugged in. Big 3 at 3 is next. Before we get there, though, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man. We got a big weekend coming up. We got live sports rocking and rolling. We got St. Patty's Day. We got a costume party going on at Twin Peaks, y'all. And we got 5
Presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, Sean Bajani is in. Ryan Hughley is out, and we've cleaned it up. Bun B, one half of UGK, Houston rap icon, entrepreneur. He's going to be joining us in the 320 segment, y'all. Stay plugged in. We got to get caught up with Bun. But as I mentioned, Sean Bajani is in for Ryan Hughley. And y'all know how we do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, y'all. The biggest story in the city is always about Sports Radio 610. The biggest story in the city is about 610 giving it back to the people. It's rodeo season, and damn it, this is your last chance. Not to win tickets, because we're going to give them away in the 5 o'clock as well, but this is your last chance to stay and listen to a little music, whether that be Bun B and Company, Major Lazer. Who else was over there, Tyler?
Nickelback.
You got Nickelback. You got the Tejano crew. You got. I don't have it in front of me. I know they set a record over there.
Brad Paisley coming up.
That's not the Tejano group.
He's quite pasty.
Hey, that's right. We're giving away tickets, y'all. Eric Church, that guy right there. You hear in the background. One time, Tyler, turn that thing up a little bit for you, boy.
A little less what's next.
Wrap my hand around a cold Coors Light, put a big smile on your face, and lean into your lady and sing these words in that ear. You hear me? Come on. Eric Church, hell with it, Tyler. Let's get some tickets away, man. 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Caller number, what do you think, T? What's your favorite number?
My favorite number is 13. But that's a lot of work for your boy.
Sounded like it was 99 yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what? Screw it. Let's go with 13.
13. Hell, you're creating more work for your damn self. Caller number 13 for some Eric Church tickets. What do you say? Y'all can thank us later. All right, did y'all a big time favor? That big 3 at 3 got me excited, and I may have pulled the trigger right there, boys. I may have pulled a little early trigger, a quick trigger right there. But damn it, they're listening because that phone just lit up like a Christmas tree. We're giving away tickets, and it's a beautiful thing.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, we've got some not so good news, Houston. Not so good news. We've been talking about the void in the Texans' defense right now is a big void. I mean, you don't have a starting defensive tackle on this football team right now. They've added a couple of guys. They've retained a couple of guys, but you don't have a starting defensive tackle on this football team right now. D'Amico Ryan said he wanted his front seven to get better. They wanted to invest in it. This defensive front is not getting better. I don't give a damn how much money you spend at linebacker, edge rusher. You're not getting better if you don't add some big-time playmakers. And there was an S on that. That's plural at the defensive tackle position. A little bad news here. There's only so many guys available right now.
Couple of nuggets of bad news.
DJ Reader. Y'all know who he is. Once a Houston Texan, a fan favorite, actually. DJ Reader and the Lions reach a 2-year deal worth up to $27.25 million with over $9 million guaranteed. I'll be honest with you, the $13 to $14 million max deal is all he can make. I don't know what incentives are mixed in there, but the $13 to $14 million range for DJ Reader is I think. He's had a couple of injuries, injury prone. In Cincinnati. That's a good number for him. I'm not up on his rehab, and I don't know exactly what the hell his rehab has gone, and if he's ready to rock and roll 100% or not. But that seems like a decent number for what. I mean, he was here. I mean, he was a key cog in the defense, win, lose, or draw. And so DJ Reader's off the board. I don't know if anybody really thought that he was on his way to Houston or not. I never really did, but he is an available defensive tackle, and with everyone that comes off the board, I think your void on this defense gets more and more dire as it pertains to defensive tackles. DJ Reader to the Lions. One more tackle gone.
We haven't seen.
You getting nervous yet?
Yeah, I am actually. We haven't seen any reports linking Reader to the Texans, but I think for a lot of us, especially for me, he was another ace in the hole, kind of a feeling that, all right, once that trade doesn't go down, Collins for Armstead, once you lose Rankins after to literally $2 million is what he chose to go to the Cincinnati Bengals for you over. And now you're in and around that same range, so 13.75 AAV for DJ Reader to go with the Lions. That, to me, was another ace in the hole. Armstead's still out there until he's not. There are other teams that are interested in him, and it appears one of those teams that is interested in him is within your division, and it's not including your Houston Texans at this point in time.
Yeah, this is one that the DJ Reader thing just kind of, that's a number. This one here, he's flirting with my girl now. All right, the dark horse, or a dark horse emerges, according to Ian Rappaport. The Jacksonville Jail add a huge presence to their defense as they are set to sign former 49ers defensive tackle Eric Armstead, sources say.
There you go.
This one hurts. And here's the deal is because at some point in the time, the Texans are going to be forced into, okay, now we got to make trades. Okay, now we got to give up draft capital. Now we got to make last-ditch efforts to acquire big-time interior talent on the defensive line.
There's three options you have here. If, in fact, in any particular order, right, Rankins, Armstead, Reader, those were your options. Let's just call it plan A, B, and C, right?
Yep.
If you lose out on all of that, you have three options. You mentioned one of them. Now you have to consider trading. One. Now you have to consider go getting that dude in the draft. Within that, you might have to move your ass up in the draft. And the third option, you skimp and you go with the likes of, a secondary market that, look, they're good players, but they're not game wreckers like an Eric Armstead. There's 3 or 4 guys out there with starting level experience. Quentin Jefferson, by the way, is off the board. He went and signed with the Browns. You've got Raiders free agent Adam Butler. You've got Chargers free agent Austin Johnson. And you've got a 49er, at least from last year. I think he was a former Buffalo Bill and bounced around a little bit. But Sebastian Jones, starting caliber defensive tackles, but they're not Rankins. They're not Armstead. They're not DJ Reader.
Yeah, and they're not enough. Ultimately, man, that's to me. It is going to be really, really difficult to get where D'Amico Ryan said they want to get. In my opinion, if they don't if they don't do whatever it takes. I mean, there's no excuse. By the way, I've used this as a topic several times over the last couple of years, really. But in the NFL today, Bijani, there is no excuse. When you're ready, which they were in on Saquon Barkley. You know what I mean? They're in on these big time players. Supposedly they were in on Christian Wilkins. Supposedly they were in on obviously they were in on Daniil Hunter. I mean they're doing everything but knocking on the door and telling us, hey man, we're ready to make a run. We're going to make these big boy moves and we're going to make a run.
Yeah, I mean
there is no reason for a team, and I'm not talking about the Texans. I'm talking about any team. When you are in a position to make a run, there's no reason for you to come out of free agency. And really, more importantly, go into a season, because I don't give a damn if you make a trade in the middle of training camp. I don't care how you acquire the guy. But there's no reason to go into this season with subpar defensive tackle play.
For you to make it I 100% agree. For you to make it a priority and literally say, we're going to put in a ton of resources. That is a direct quote from DeMeco Ryans, days removed from getting your teeth kicked in by the Baltimore Ravens. There's no way you can and enter into the draft when we clearly know that you've swung and missed on Armstead at least once now. You've swung and missed on Rankins, and your plan A, plan B, probably your plan C shot to hell. There's no way you can come out of that as DeMeco Ryans and the Houston Texans defensively feeling good. And in no way, shape, or form should you come out having felt like crap, because at some point in time, you have to go overspend for a guy if that's an absolute fit. And if that means overspending for Eric Armstead, you do it by a couple million. Ain't no way you can tell me that you can lose a plan B for $2 million to the Cincinnati Bengals. You do what you got to do to keep that dude. You didn't do it. You do what you got to do to get your plan A. And that was Eric Armstead. And it appears you're going to lose that dude to a team within your division. I'm getting a little pissed off right now.
I like it. I like the pissed off Johnny. It's good stuff, man. At the end of the day, you're spot on, man. You just can't. There's no excuse. I mean, it can happen, but there's no excuse. And look, they may. I mean, the way the football NFL world turns, they may fall into a Joe Mixon. You know, they may fall into a Joe Mixon.
Done deal.
Stop it.
Armstead is a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Oh, there it is, Tyler. What do you got?
The Jacksonville Jaguars, they win the Armstead sweepstakes. Eric Armstead is not going to be a Houston Texan. He has signed a deal with the AFC South divisional.
And I'm assuming it just got announced. There's no details to that yet.
Let me check.
We have no idea. Eric Armstead doesn't look like he's going to be a Houston Texan. And look, I'm just, again, a defensive coordinator stood up there and said, we're going to make huge investments in our defensive line. At this point in time right now, a significant amount of talent has exited the program, and you've added a linebacker that's really good and an edge rusher, the top edge rusher in the game. I don't want to hear nothing about Foley and the rest of these guys. I mean, we're talking about AFC Championship, Super Bowl caliber additions. We're not talking about depth guys. And so when we start Will Anderson, we can get there. Christian Harris and Shair, we can get there. You look at the other end now with Daniil Hunter, we can get there. Boy, there's some problems in the middle, y'all. You want to watch two 2024 linebackers that are speed guys, that are dual threat guys that can play the pass and the run. You want to watch them guys get swallowed up? Give them zero protection at the defensive tackle position. So, look, I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking at any point in time. But this is a bigger deal to me than the miss on the Saquon Barkley deal. I mean, because there's been plenty of pieces come and go that were available, and in the meantime of you not either being interested or not paying enough, in the meantime, you've had your two guys in Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins go elsewhere. So
here's a little nugget for you just to consider, because we don't know the details on Eric Armstead's contract, but he was obviously frustrated. An agreement between him and the 49ers to restructure. He was going to be $17.4 million in salary for the 49ers this season. Okay. So for him to choose the Jaguars over the familiarity a fit in the scheme with D'Amico Ryans and the Texans potentially, I'm guessing he's probably looking at a similar AAV to what he was going to get if he'd stayed on as a member of the San Francisco 49ers. Would that make you feel a certain type of way if Nick Caserio missed out on Sheldon Rankins by $2 million total for 2 years and doesn't want to shell out the money for Eric Armstead, an absolute game-changing force in the middle of a defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to note, Sean, the issue that is in Houston right now in that interior defensive tackle position. It's you don't have a starter, much less a game changer. So I'd be frustrated.
Does your belief in Tavondre Sweat supersede overpaying by a few $1 million, maybe a couple of years for a guy like Eric Armstead? How the hell,
Johnny? The conversation that we're having right now about Eric Armstead signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars, there's no place for any defensive lineman. As much as I like a bunch of these guys, I think they're going to be really good.
Yeah.
But you can't go like where you're at right now. Won the division, won 10 games, second round of the playoffs, and you got embarrassed. There's not a D tackle in this draft that's going to be a plug-and-play guy that's going to be, that's the reason that we just took that step.
You can't make me feel better. I mean, if this is like ferreting out these guys that are going to be available to you in the draft, like that's plan D, man.
Yeah, man.
Plan D. Yeah. You swung and missed. You got the golden sombrero right now if you're Nick Caserio and the Texans. Your ass got worked over.
All right, that's good stuff. Couple passionate segments about these Texans. Appreciate it, Nick. You're bringing it out of us, brother. All right, coming up next, Bun B. Try this again. One half of UGK, baby. Houston rap icon and entrepreneur. He's out there making that money flipping them burgers, y'all. Bun B coming up next. Before we get the
last night, and it was a refreshing release. It was outside, had a nice cool breeze on it. Not as much pressure for me because I wasn't a headliner. I got to come in and do a little quick something and get on back down. But it was a good friend of mine, my publicist, works for the company. They had somebody drop out, and she came over to the rodeo to my show. She actually surprised me because I didn't know she was in town. And she was complaining because one of the acts that they had booked for their event canceled at the last minute. And I was like, well, I'm not really doing anything. I was like, I'll come over and fill that spot for you because she's always done so much for me in my career. And I thought, I'm in a position to help her. I was like, I'll do that. I still got some downtown dating, some rest. And then, of course, first thing this morning, my wife was like, all right, we got to get back to family stuff. We got things we need to do. So I imagine I'll rest when I'm dead, guys.
That's right. Get back to this family stuff, man. It's real world stuff. You can rest when you're dead. Bun, you mentioned the All-American Takeover at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. And look, I don't care what genre of music you like or don't like. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo brings out all kind of folks, man. And what you've done the last handful of years, capped off with what you were able to do this year, has been absolutely tremendous. For those out there listening, Drake, Nelly, Rick Ross, Eve, Yin Yang Twins, DMC of Run DMC, that Mexican OT. I mean, how do you take us through the initial conversation with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that made this a possibility, and then how does all this come together with that many personalities?
Well, the Livestock Show and Rodeo will call me and they'll book me, right? And they'll say, well, here's what we want to do. Here's the night we want to give you. Here's what we want to pay you, and what do you think you want to do with the night? And before we have that conversation, we typically, after the first one, we typically have an idea of what we want to do. But a lot of that's up to us. Like everybody that you see at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on one of the Bun B Takeover nights, first of all, I book these people directly. So the rodeo doesn't do any booking for me. I book every act. I pay every act personally. I would never ask these people to come all the way to Houston for free. So I pay people. I book them. We set up flights and hotels and all of this type of stuff. So we actually build this show from top to bottom. We're the only people that have to do that for the rodeo because typically most of these people are already on a national tour and they just make their Houston stop at the rodeo. But for us, because I'll be honest, I do not normally perform in football stadiums at all. This is my first time ever headlining something of this magnitude. So every year we got to build this stuff from the ground up. But obviously the first one, the H-Town Takeover, was easy to put together because I'm just putting a bunch of Houston people on stage in Houston. Everybody already knows what it is. But we realized that you can't really match what happened at the first one. So it's really about making sure that we get the right energy in the room. I'm trying to put together a fun, exciting night for people. And I want to make sure that everybody in the building has an entry point into the party. I don't want people to just be there and there's nothing there for them. And we realize that on my nights, we get one of the most diverse nights in Houston, period. Everybody sees themselves in the lineup and the music and the culture that we present at the rodeo. But I'll be honest, man, I really, really have been wanting somebody representative of country western culture to be a part of my night. We actually were trying to get Jelly Roll last year to be a part of the Southern Takeover to represent Tennessee, but we just couldn't make it work in time. And we turned around 2 months later, and Jelly Roll was the #1 artist of country music. We realized it was never meant for him to be a guest. It was meant for him to be a headliner. Well, I'm glad I didn't get in the way of that.
You damn sure were barking up the right tree, right, with him. You obviously saw what was coming. Hey, real quick on that note, of all the artists that you've had, and you don't have to give us details, obviously, you don't have to put the cat out of the bag, but who's the toughest artist to manage and take care of on game day?
I wouldn't say tough, but it's just the scale of who the artist was. And obviously it was Drake. And not that Drake's a headache or anything like that, but it's a machine. He's not an individual. It takes an entire village of people to facilitate the scale of stardom that Drake represents. So it was so many moving parts for him that we had to find space for. But as far as like facilitating us or whatever and giving he spent money. I didn't have to spend a dime to get Drake. Drake spent money to come here, a considerable expense to give Houston a great show because he wanted to show the city that he's not here to take, he's here to give. You know, he lives here now. He's a resident. And he wants to show Houston that he appreciates all the love that they've given him. And he called me. He's like, hey, man, I want to come to the rodeo, and I want to come and show Houston some love. He's always seen Houston as a second home, and now it's literally going to be his first primary home.
All right.
And yeah, but that's I mean, you're talking about, and he came with the small version, and there were still about 40, 50 people, and they're all playing real parts. It's not these are all people that actually have a legitimate job. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's wild, man. What? Okay, you got a hell of an act to one up now. You got any initial thoughts right after this one that of what you want to give to the people of what you're going to do next outing?
Yeah, I got two different variations and directions right now that we're looking at. We'll probably come up with at least another 2 or 3 directions that we can go in. I'll be honest, I could do this all day, Clint. I could do this all day. As many nights as they're willing to give me, I can do it. It doesn't matter the day of the week. We sold out Fridays. We sold out a Tuesday. Sold out a Tuesday night. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that there's anything that we can't accomplish at this rodeo. It's just a matter of what direction we want to go in. And at this point, after the third show, we know exactly what people will respond to. And the other side of it is that when we initially started calling people about this, outside of the first show, because obviously the Houstonians knew exactly what the rodeo was. But the second year, there were a lot of people that really didn't have a frame of reference for what we were doing down here. But thanks to social media and streaming networks and platforms and stuff like that, people actually now can see exactly what the rodeo is. And having Drake involved puts us on a worldwide radar. I mean, I had Vogue magazine come in the back to shoot my outfit. Like, this is some whole totally different stuff that's going on. So I expect now more than ever, and even this year, Drake was one of several people that called and asked could they be a part of this rodeo. How many people next year are going to be calling, wanting to? People are going to be offering me money to be a part of the rodeo, but you can't buy a space on this stage.
Bun B, our guest on Sports Radio 610 Hotline. Bun, it's Bajani, man. How closely have you been following what the Texans are doing this offseason? I know you're a big fan. We see you out at the stadium all the time. Are you living and dying with every hit and miss so far this free agency period?
I am so happy that they secured Dalton Schultz. I've always felt that the X factor for most NFL teams, but specifically for the Texans, is the tight end position. And I've always said we go as far as our tight ends take us, because that's the player that's harder to scheme against. That's a player that's harder to really read in the moment. If that guy's got a good rapport with the quarterback, with the size, you put the size consideration into play, and he's going to be the hardest person to take down. I believe that Dalton Schultz came to Houston getting a second life, getting the opportunity to prove the fact that he is the caliber of player that we saw him operate at this year. I think he's a great addition to this team. I love the tight end position. I always think it's a great thing that always takes a great team further. And I'm so happy that we secured it for 3 years.
Quarterback's best friend, Bun, if I had a bingo card of what player you're going to be stoked about, Dalton Schultz would have been down the list. But I'm going to ride with that. I'm an old quarterback, man. I appreciate the tight end as well. Hey, a quick question, just a one-hitter, man. Danielle Hunter, big-time sack artist. The Texans signed him yesterday or the day before to replace Jonathan Grenard. He's going to be an absolute monster. He wore number 99, and we had this conversation, man. Is 99 with J.J. Watt in Houston, is that number off limits, or are you good with anybody wearing it?
I'm sorry. I think that number's off limits. I don't think I wouldn't want to put, honestly, the kind of pressure on him that he would have trying to play in that uniform and that field with that number. I don't think it's fair to any Texans player to try to play with that number. It's too much to live for. It's too much pressure. I would love to have a player that would come in and try to equal and even surpass the level of playing and ability and contributions that J.J. Watt has given, not just to this team, but to this city. But I think that's just too bigger pair of shoes for anybody to try on at this point.
Well, that's the right answer. I think he talked to the media today. We hadn't got all the audio yet, but I think he's going to wear number 55. So you're right on track, and he obviously believes the same thing. Bun, real quick, man, before we get you out of here, obviously the city of Houston is aware of Trill Burgers, man. You guys are doing big things over there, man. Just tell the people about what you got going on and how are things going, and then before you get off the line, I got a bone to pick with you. But tell us a little bit about Trill Burgers, man.
Okay, well, I'm waiting to hear about this bone, but let me tell you, man, I cannot really put into words how amazingly supportive the city of Houston has been in helping us build this company. I mean, from a company that started outside with a tent, a grill and a dream, to having a brick and mortar location with, at least 2 more to open within the next 12 months inside the NRG Stadium, with another station inside Dynamo Stadium as well. I mean, it's something that we never could have really thought we could have achieved in this city. And look, we did a lot of hard work. We created an amazing burger, and I don't want to take any credit away from this team that has built this brand. But I mean, I believe that Houston has gone out of its way to go above and beyond to make not just my company, but me as an individual and a person a success. They've been doing it for over 30 years, and it humbles me when they call me and tell me that, Tuesday night was the biggest night of business this company has ever done, outside the rodeo, inside NRG Stadium, people standing in line for an hour and a half to get a hamburger when the rodeo literally has millions of pounds of food available. I mean, I'm not kidding. Over the 3 weeks of the rodeo, there are millions of pounds of food available: barbecue, turkey legs, nachos, everything fried that you could think under the sun. And these people would be willing to stand in a line next to other restaurants that are open for business right there next to them to support me. I'm humbled by it, man. This city can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. I live in the best city in America right now, and that's why I'm so glad to give them the best burger in America every single day.
Well, Bun, you're on the best sports talk in the city of Houston, and we greatly appreciate it. Hey, Bun, here's the bone I got to pick, man. I grew up here. I told you this before now, Baytown on the east side. I bought Riding Dirty because people used to come to the house and steal my CDs, and we had parties and stuff. I bought Riding Dirty at least 10 times when we were still buying CDs now. I mean, when you come on the radio with us, we got the Houston ties, man. I know Scurf. I know your boy Scurf. I ain't had a Trill Burger yet, man.
Are you kidding me?
I'm dead ass. We got to get the 610 crew down there. You got to get Scurf down here. Something we got to bring these. We got to make the two parties got to meet, man.
You cannot go another day living in the city of Houston. It is 3:44 on Thursday, March 14th. By 3:44 on Friday, March 15th, you should have had a Trill Burger. I'm gonna see to it.
That's what I was waiting.
Matter of fact, before you come on air tomorrow, you, sir, are gonna have a Trill Burger.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
I need this problem solved, Clint, and it's too easy to solve.
It's
too easy to solve.
You're a problem solver, right? Not a problem presenter. All right, Bun. Hey, man, we appreciate you joining us, man. We're you're welcome here any damn time you want on the air. Thanks for giving us the time after a couple long nights and spending time with your family, man. We don't take it lightly. We don't take it for granted, man. We appreciate you.
No, thank you guys so much for supporting me. Thank you, Houston, for supporting not just me, but also Sports Talk 610, man. Thank you guys.
Now, you didn't necessarily see to it that you were going to be the only one getting the hamburger.
Well, I'm not a selfish individual. See, I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm just not a selfish individual. Sorry, we don't have time for small talk, Johnny. We got to go to break. We may have bumped up against the boss man's time right
Need
there.
Three,
but
sorry, Park.
Need three.
Hey, sometimes when you're riding dirty, you get distracted. You know what I mean? It happens. So
we keep it Trill no matter what, though.
Yes, sir.
All right, coming up next, we got Tyler's Turds of the Week. Don't want to miss that one.
Turd Ferguson.
And Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If you had to...
Eagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley's out. Sean Bajani is in. We're rocking and rolling. It is a rodeo ticket Thursday giveaway, y'all. Eric Church, March 17th. Be listening between now and the end of the show. We're going to give away 2 tickets, and there'll be a queue to call. Until then, you know what we got rocking and rolling. You know what every Thursday at 3:40 is. I don't know what that was, but you know what every Thursday at 3 in the 3:45 segment is. Tyler, it's yours, baby.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Getting smelly. All that. Got some logs, some turds here. All right, we're going to fly through these real quick. Tyler's Turds of the Week. We got a gold medal, a silver medal, a bronze medal. That was Ron's doing. He wanted a podium. Bronze medal for this week's turd list is going to go to a guy. There are so many words to describe this man. Antonio Brown. This dude's just off his rocker, man. And I know we've known this.
He doesn't get the gold, but okay.
Antonio Brown, just when I think he can't be any more outrageous, any more insane, just like I said, completely off his rocker. If you don't follow Antonio Brown on Twitter, he's been even extra weird lately. He's been a little even more out there lately. One of my favorite things he's been doing is a daily award he's given out called the Cracker of the Day. Which I messaged JB and let him know I want to know how I can win this thing because I think it would be an honor.
You definitely deserve it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something.
You'd have a shot.
365 days. You deserve to be one of the 365 crackers that's awarded.
Thank you. But no, Antonio Brown, man, he's crazier than ever. He's getting crazier, it seems. There's things he's tweeting lately that I can't even say on these airwaves. Just go check that out for yourself. But AB gets the bronze, silver medal. Hate to do it to you. I love y'all out there, Texans fans. Y'all heard us yesterday having the 99 discussion. If you are a Texans fan in H-Town right now, and you were on the side of that poll, that argument that said 99, oh yeah, it's fine, let Daniil Hunter wear 99. Anyone, you get this week's silver medal. You are a turd.
Yes!
Like I said yesterday, we don't have a lot of great things since the Texans have been around. Since 2002, J.J. Watt is the absolute best thing and one of few good things we have. You must preserve this man. J.J. Watt is our treasure. It's no offense to Daniil Hunter or anyone else, but 99 is sacred. And just for the record, if you didn't know, we'll have this audio coming up for you, but Daniil Hunter told us today he ain't going to wear 99 because my man is smarter than that. Great move, Daniil Hunter. But silver medal to any of y'all who thought it's just fine for 99 to be on a Texans jersey that doesn't say Watt.
Says he didn't even ask JJ, by the way.
Good.
Yeah.
It's even better.
Well, I don't think it was I don't think it would ever be a place for him to call JJ and say. I mean, maybe once he got here and it was all mixed in and he was really considering it, but it sounds like he just said, "Look, I ain't wearing 99 in Houston."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, smart
move. I mean, I'm just going to go on ease on into 50. What do you say, 55?
55.
I guess that gives you the clue that old buddy ain't coming back.
Yep, 55 for Daniil Hunter. Gold medal, real quick. This week's winner of this lovely trophy, you see it every week. This week's turd of the week, the gold medal turd. It's got to go to Tiki Barber, man. What are you doing, Tiki?
Good one.
Like, we know you spent your whole career in New York with the Giants, man. We get it. You were loyal. We all get it, man. But now you're in our industry. You're a radiohead. You're talking into a microphone. Earlier this week, Tiki Barber said Saquon Barkley is dead to me because he went to the Eagles. Dude, relax a little bit. The guy went and got his bag, okay? He's from Philadelphia, for God's sake. Chill out, Tiki. Plus, I don't think Saquon or anyone really cares if he or anyone is dead to you. Just talk in your microphone, have some fun with it like we do, but don't be telling Saquon Barkley or anyone else, say, "Oh, you're dead to me." Turd, Tiki Barker. That wraps it up.
Hey, Tiki the turd. That is a great put an exclamation point on that one right there. All right, Nick Saban, obviously one of, if not the biggest name in college football in a long time. Ain't no arguing that. He's catching a lot of smoke, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this might be one of them situations where folks are gonna miss the forest for the trees, if you know what I mean. This is an opportunity for college football to get have a little bit of get right. And I don't know that Nick Saban's going to be heard the right way. I'll tell you what that is. We'll explain and we'll discuss next. If anybody's going to save college football, Nick Saban better be an integral part of it. We'll talk about that next. All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept. We take it for granted, but it is a
Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, we've got some tickets to give away, y'all, and between 4 and 6, we got a pair of tickets to Eric Church. Last chance to go to the rodeo is going to be March 17th. Eric Church is closing this thing down. He's one of my favorite artists. I don't know if you're a fan or not, but check this out. If you ain't real sure about Eric Church, know this. He's an artist that's going to leave it on the stage. He's going to entertain you. He's going to wear some aviators because the odds are he either chewed on some gummies or smoked a J before he took the stage. It is he's got enough hits to have a greatest hits album, and it's a tough act to watch and not thoroughly enjoy. I'm going. My bride's going. We've already given away 2 tickets earlier. Tyler, do we remember who we gave them tickets?
Joseph in Houston.
Joseph in Houston. Boy, that could be one of a million different. How many Josephs you think there are in Houston?
Over under 3,452.
Ooh, that's
Really?
light. That's light in the ass on that.
Are all Joes Josephs?
I would presume so.
I'd say most probably. You probably have an oddball here and there whose parents was just
Or a
like
Joey.
Joe on the birth certificate.
Joey.
If I was a Joseph,
Jonas?
if I were a Joseph, I'd probably go by Seth.
I have a nephew named Joseph.
Everybody think I Seth. No, it's Seth. 2 F's. Seth.
You would.
Actually, it's a PH on Joseph, isn't it? It's not 2
Yeah.
F's. I'd probably change it to 2 F's. Let me be Seth. Anyway, I don't know how we got there with Eric Church, but two tickets were given away to Eric Church between now and 6 p.m., so make sure you're listening up. Make sure you're staying tuned in. We also have some audio. I keep teasing you guys with this here, but we are going to bring it to you. There's some audio from Joe Mixon, your new running back, number 28 for the Houston Texans, who, by the way, guys, I'm extremely excited about this.
Yeah, you're getting a little more pumped up as the days go along.
I didn't even know that he was an option for the Texans because obviously he was under contract with the Bengals. Hell, I think he was a captain last year. But, I mean, productive as hell. I've always been a fan. Every time Ron and I, not every time, but a lot of times when Ron and I talk running backs, I'm like, man, how come Mixon never gets any of the run? Man, this dude can go. He's a legit 3-down back, which that puts him in a league anyway that are legit and can stay healthy and produce. I just love what he brings to the table. Anyway, we're gonna have some Joe Mixon audio, which I've already heard a little bit of it. I don't know if it's real or not. I'm worried this may be, Tyler, I'm worried there may be a little I don't know the Midwest well enough to assume this yet because I don't know what the slang there is. Like I don't know, and I know you can live in a place over an extended period of time and you can pick up some slang, some different crutches, if you will.
Yeah.
And
what'd you notice?
Well, I'm gonna let you hear it and see if you pick up on it.
All right.
But I'm gonna tell you the vibes are, and it's not negative, obviously, as negative as this was because I hated this. I think a lot of people did. When Brian Kelly went to LSU.
Oh yeah, the fake accent.
And he tried the Cajun thing.
Yeah.
Right. There's a little catch in Joe's audio. That yesterday. Isn't Joe Mixon from? I know it's not California, so we'll play it in a little bit and see if you guys pick up on it and see what you think. It's either going to work really, really well if it's genuine and sincere and real, or it's going to be like, what in the world is this California kid doing? Well, we'll see. But I tease coming into this thing. A little college football note here. Nick Saban's catching all kind of smoke, boys. I don't know if y'all have seen this or not, but Nick Saban is catching all kind of smoke. Now, apparently, he was up on Capitol Hill. Didn't help. He was sitting next to Ted Cruz. I think that's that. You know, obviously, a lot of people don't like Ted Cruz. He's one of those polarizing guys. So obviously, some of it may have stemmed from that political aspect of it. But Saban up on Capitol Hill. And he's there for obvious reasons. College football, the NIL stuff is a major, major deal right now, right? And Saban had some comments. They went viral on social media, and I think it's going to be a huge miss for college football if they don't take advantage of that. Let me first let you hear. This is Nick Saban talking about NIL up on Capitol Hill.
That's the reason that I always like college athletics more than the NFL, is because you had the opportunity to develop young people. So, and I want their quality of life to be good. I think, as I said before, name, image, and likeness is a great opportunity for them to create a brand for themselves. I'm not against that at all. But to come up with some kind of a system that still can help the development of young people, I think, is paramount to the future of college athletics.
This is interesting to me, Bijani, because as you know, I mean, you follow college and high school sports, and you know the dynamic, right? I just believe that there's a chance that folks are going to miss the forest for the trees here. I mean, obviously, people on social media are going to do it, but there are influential people in these kids' lives and influential people in these parents' lives that I'm afraid this is going to pass us by, and ultimately college football isn't going to benefit from Nick Saban. Because the way I see it, there's a lot of people that shoot at Nick and are like, man, you were making $10 million a year. These kids weren't making nothing. What the hell are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Of course you like the old system, right? Nick Saban was going to make $10 million a year whether his kids get paid or not.
Sure.
Right? Old system or new system. Now, you can argue he was paying his kids and he had a machine built where they had won championships. He could throw rings on the table and say, you want one of those, come here. And he had created maybe an unfair advantage. If you want to get into, was Alabama and these big, were they paying players before anybody else was playing players? Were they doing it before it was legal? And now the field is level and everybody can do it. You can get like all of that smoke and all of that distraction is very easy to discredit Nick Saban and really anybody, right? Really anybody. But there's got to come a day where a guy like Nick Saban can talk about developing high school age kids via the game of college football and not have to always defend himself and then say, oh, but I want everybody to make money. I want everybody to make money now, but I want to – like there's got to be a setting where a guy like Nick Saban, who is more qualified than maybe anybody on the planet, if we're being completely honest, to help and assist and really lead the charge of putting parameters on transfer portal, NIL, expansion to a certain degree. Like, in our world today, and it happens all over, in all different conversations, is like you're scared to hurt somebody or offend somebody because of the backlash that you're going to get, so you almost muddy the waters by apologizing or introducing something else that has really nothing to do with it. At the end of the day, college football needs what's going on right now. Here's what I know. There's truth in what Nick Saban's saying. What's going on right now is not good for college football at all, right? And it won't last. Your top 20 or 30 players that are going to get crazy amounts of money, sure, they're going to benefit from it. They're going to be the loudest voices. They're going to say we should get this from jump. Their parents are going to be on board. Their parents aren't going to hear anything about developing. But the truth is college football as a whole is in a bad spot with all the stuff that's going on. And there's nobody, as I said, in the business that has the power that Nick Saban has if you want to fix this thing. Yep. And the simpletons of the world are going to, I feel like, push Saban into a spot where he's just like, hell, I'm not even going. I don't care to do this. The simpleton or the cynics, how about that? Because there's going to be a lot of that. This is a very, very conversation. There's so much to discuss here, but I'll say this. Him being on Capitol Hill and delivering the message that he did, I don't give a damn who he was sitting next to. I could give a rat's ass about politics and all that crap. But if there's ever a guy that could and that needs to be at the forefront of this, it's Nick Saban. And this is the perfect time for him that he's no longer coaching, that he can make this a priority if, in fact, he's truly passionate and has this concern about the future of college football in its present state and what it could lend to in the future. He has to be all in. And the only way that he can be the perfect guy for this and have the message resonate is that he can't be an individual that is worried about the backlash. If there's ever a perfect guy to not worry about the backlash, it's Nick Saban, because he's no longer coaching. He no longer represents a university. He no longer is college football. He's removed, and he wants to see it become better.
And if he can be the sacrificial lamb where he can take, all of the heat, all of the finger pointing, all of the name calling, then great. That's the guy that needs to do it. I also believe that, did he tell me he didn't say this, where, oh yeah, everybody should make their money, but he didn't go that route, did he?
Well, you heard the audio. I think he just felt the need for whatever reason in the middle of a statement of saying that football is it's no longer about developing young men.
Heard that loud and clear.
Right, but look, I want everybody to get paid, but I really do. But this is what it's about: developing kids. It's just the
part that I heard that really resonated with me is that he said we need to come up with a system to still help the development of young people.
Yes.
So if that means a cap on the amount of earnings that an individual can make, if there's tiers to it, whatever, there is a system that needs to be put in place. But his detractors would say, just because my kid's getting paid money and more money than anybody else, that shouldn't affect what you're doing for my kid as a human, what you're doing for my kid to develop him as a football player. That's what the detractors are going to say. It's just, unless you've ever coached and you've been in a position really at any level and you feel various amounts of pressure from parents, from the program to develop the player, to develop the team, you can't really relate because there's just a difference. There's all of a sudden a fog, a separator. In this case, it's the frickin' money. I'm getting paid. You have an entitlement, and for a coach who's been doing it for decade upon decade upon decade, they can see it a little bit more clearly than you because it becomes more uncomfortable for them to do their job, and they've got to figure out an effective way to pivot to effectively do their job, if that makes any sense.
It all makes sense. I just, because the reality, here's the deal. The reality of the world that we live in today is if folks on social media, the immediate pushback is, puts Saban or any other decision maker in a place to where they got to make sure that reassure everybody in the room, like, hey, I want you to get paid. Like, you're almost handling people with kid gloves instead of just like, my point is, if everybody, like if social media and everybody says that in our world today, there's somebody in that room that's muddying the waters when Saban's trying to present something that puts him in a position where he feels like he needs to go over and above and reassure everybody that he's okay with kids making money. At some point, we got to have a conversation about, okay, we all in the room understand that the kids are going to make money. Okay, let's get that off the table and let's figure out the right way to do it. And I'm just afraid, like whether it's the NCAA or it's this. And I hadn't read up on it, but the Big Ten and the SEC, this group that is willing to take over college football, whatever it may be, whoever the powers that be are, like, I mean, a Nick Saban plan would go a really long way towards putting some parameters on the wild, wild west that is college football right now. That's all I'm saying.
At least starting the conversation, again, this is important in my mind for a guy who has seen the change over the course of decades, and now money is a bigger factor legally than it ever has been before.
Well, but it's not just the money, though. The problem, and I think Nick actually said this later on in his comments, the problem is that it's no longer about a kid coming to a university, recruited to a university, and then getting like he talked about Bryce Young. Bryce Young had a nationwide. He had 2 nationwide car deals. I mean, he had 4 deals that were all nationwide, and he had earned them. They didn't pay him that money to come there. Now, I'm not saying Nick Saban didn't pay him some money to the table, but they didn't pay. He didn't come in with those deals, is what Nick's saying. He earned those deals, right? It wasn't about a booster paying him $10 million to come to the University of Alabama.
Okay,
and so that's the part where Saban's like, it's turned into that.
Yeah,
but the problem is you've got 50 kids every year that their parents' lives are being changed forever. Because their 17-year-old kid can play ball.
Yes.
That person don't want to hear about development.
Because of the money.
Exactly.
It is the money factor. That's it.
And that's that person, look, the ones that get away with it right now, the ones that are the stars align, and while they're at the age of getting recruited and college football is the wild, wild west, and you benefit from it, good for you, man. Tip the cap. But at some point in time, you got to put some parameters on this thing. And when you do, you're going to cut out the 50 recruits that are getting paid boatloads of money, their families getting paid boatloads of money to go to a college.
It's parameters, but it is also, am I the right individual? Do I have it within me to be able to still reach a kid that in many regards is 18, 19, 20, 21 years old and is making a lot of money, more money than I was making until, I was even 30, 40 years old, whatever the case may be.
Right.
How do I reach that kid and develop him as a player the same way that made me in this program successful over the course of decades, right? And that's the challenge. So you have to figure out a way to operate effectively with money being a factor.
Yeah.
If you're saying it's always going to be a factor and it should be a factor, everybody should be getting paid, well, then figure out a way to make it work and be effective within it. Parameters are one thing, but also finding a way to adapt the way to best do your job is also another.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. We got some news. The guy that I was hoping would be a Texan, the one guy that I had starred will not be a Texan. He's landed elsewhere, and we've got contract details as well. Houston, you got to hear this. You might be a little bit beside yourself when you hear these numbers. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll discuss next. All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Coshada Casino Resort. Y'all,
There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bajani of Area 45 is in. And, boy, I tell you, Sean, you worked I didn't know it, but, man, you went ahead and just did about Seth Meyers radio yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, man.
A little hour break in between. Time for you to grab a little bite to eat. Went ahead and did Seth Meyers.
Easy work whenever you got this much action going on in free agency.
Yeah, right. Good time to do a little extra radio. But, man, appreciate you jumping on. Ron Hughley, everything's fine. But he is on vacation with his family, his spring break for his kiddos, so they eased on up to or over to the Texas Hill Country a bit and around that Santa. And last I heard, they were safe and sound, having a good old time. And Ron will be back next week. But for right now, we got my man Sean Bajani, and as you can tell, Tyler's behind the glass on the ones and twos, and it is a rodeo ticket Thursday here on the Drive. On Sports Radio 610, and we're giving away tickets every Tuesday and Thursday, and this particular pair of tickets happens to be to Eric Church, March the 17th, which is Sunday, the last day of the rodeo. I will be there. My bride will be there with me. A lot of my people from over on the east side in Baytown are gonna make the trip in. I tell you guys, you know what was crazy? I did Laney Wilson on Saturday, which, by the way, absolutely tremendous. I think that was the first weekend rodeo I've ever done, that I remember, that I recall as an adult.
Did it throw you off, like with the concert starting a little earlier and everything?
It threw me off because my wife was like, "What the hell are you talking about? You don't even know when the concert starts." So I was as you can imagine, I was unprepared.
You're like, no, 7 p.m., booth.
It starts earlier on the weekends?
Yeah, yes. She goes on at 5. She went on at 5.
And during the week, it's later?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I feel like it would be opposite.
During the week, it's like 9.
Well, I think it's because
people are getting off of work, I guess.
Yeah, and weekends, people make a day of it. They go out early.
Yeah, no, that's
fair
fair.
and stuff.
But that's, I'm going to tell you guys. That is that's a solid, get out.
Yeah.
A week down there. Now, because of the perks of the station, it's an easy ease down than it typically is. But we ease on down there, park relatively close, short walk. We walk over to the wine garden. And there are maybe 8,000 people in the wine garden, which if you don't like a little bit, not a major, like it's not one of those like disgusting crowds. But if you don't like a little bit of a crowd, then it's probably not your deal. But people, great people watching.
Where's the wine garden located at?
On the northeast side, between the Dome and the NRG.
Okay.
So it's but it's big. It's spread out pretty big.
Like where they have that little grass area and like the bronze bull statues and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
They've got a huge area roped off because they've got at least 2 stages, if not 3, of music playing.
Yeah.
And so you can only imagine if 3 different musicians are playing, they're really not very close because they'd be on top of each other. But. Their music would be on top of it.
No, I wasn't laughing at you. The last time I ever got sick off drinking alcohol was at that damn wine garden.
Well,
Too much wine.
Look here. If you are anywhere in the range of what Tyler is in terms of having some drinks and getting carried away with having a good time, the wine garden will do it to you.
It did it to me, man.
And I'm going to tell you, there is some people watching now, all ages, all kinds. It's a beautiful sight now. And, have you ever been, Sean?
To the wine
garden?
Probably not. No, it's been forever since I've been to the rodeo.
We go up there. I stand in a line of about 4 or 5 people. I buy a whole bottle of wine. Now the wine's expensive, obviously, but $30, a whole bottle of wine for my wife. Sit at a table with my family and hang out and cut up. And sun's out, nice little breeze.
Yeah.
Maybe want to take a little light hoodie or something, kind of cool. And then you ease in, and then when the rodeo's over, well.
They keep that open after the concert and stuff, where you can hang out.
I don't know. I think the the hideout is what goes on after the rodeo, and I don't know. I know that's late night during the week. I just don't know what that is on the weekends. But afterwards, you get out of the rodeo. It's 7:00.
Mm-hmm.
So it's prime time to be in the city and go to one of your favorite restaurants or something and hang and eat. And so, you end up having about a 6-hour day there, 6-hour outing, and it's full of entertainment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really good time. So anyway, Saturday was the first when I asked for these, I had no idea these guys were on a weekend.
Yeah.
So when Saturday, I was like, hell, I can get down with this. And I was like, hey, babe, hell, the next one is Sunday. So Sunday, we're going to get down a little bit. So
you're enticing us. I thought you were about to slide us some tickets or something. Like, hey, you know what? You should come out this weekend.
Look, if I had some,
build up, and then you should totally be there.
If I have a couple extra, I'll give a call. But you got to be ready to get in the truck and ride. Throw your boots on and let's go, because it's going to be last second. All right, I promised the people this, and I put it off long enough. This is frustrating for me, boys. This is frustrating for me. And look, I'm not going to panic, because I've seen the Tex tackle to protect Deshaun Watson, and they went out and got one of the best in the game in Laramie Tunsil. Now, they overpaid for him, which I was okay for. I was okay. I was one of very few people that was okay with it at the time because of how desperate you were at the left tackle position. I got a feeling the Texans are going to be that desperate at the defensive tackle position this year. The cupboard is bare, ladies and gentlemen. There's not a starter. There's not a starting caliber defensive tackle. There's some situational guys. Don't get me wrong, Bajani. I know you look at me sideways when I say that. But there's not a legit 3-down starting defensive tackle on this football team right now. I think the best available is no longer available. Eric Armstead is a guy that we've talked about a lot here on this station. He's a guy that I actually – was hoping the Texans would go that route instead of paying $25 a year for Christian Wilkins. Or let me put it to you this way. When they didn't get Christian Wilkins, I was like, hey, it's cool, man. You got guys like Eric Armstead out there running around. Sheldon Rankins is still out there, yada, yada, yada. The Jaguars are giving former 49ers defensive lineman Eric Armstead a 3-year, $51 million.
$17 million AAV. Exactly what he was due this final year.
That's what you called. You called
San
that.
Francisco.
You called that one. $17 million a year. Eric Armstead. Big stage. Lights are bright. 12 games. 8 sacks. Interior presence. 6 what? I mean, he's one of them dudes that's just like when he walks in the room, he's, whoa, that's a big dude right there. Not no disrespect, but like Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins and those guys are when you walk in and you stand next to him as a normal human, you don't just feel dwarfed, right?
Yeah.
Eric Armstead's one of them guys that
6'7", 290, my man.
6'7", 290. I mean, he is a large human being. 3 years, $51 million. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought I mean, I know there's more to the negotiation and all that. It's not as simple as we radio guys like to make it. But boy, that I can look at that number, 3-year, 51 for Eric Armstead, and I feel like that was very doable. And I'd break out the pom poms if the Texans signed that.
Yeah, the finances. I'm not going to lie to you. With cap hits, dead cap, all that crap makes my head hurt. I don't pretend to understand it.
Me and Ron, I'll speak for Ron. Me nor Ron will push back on that.
I would love to understand it. I've given it the college try, but I just don't at this point in my life. It's not as simple, I could tell you that, as looking at the deal at the time that was apparently on the table, Collins for Armstead. When Danielle Hunter swoops in and the Texans say, yep, let's do it, it's not as simple as, well, we can't make the money work now. Doesn't mean we're not going to be able to make the money work later. According to Jonathan Alexander, the Texans, interest there, but never made an offer to Eric Armstead, probably because they never thought they could be in the race for that amount of money. How does that make you feel that you whiffed on Armstead? You essentially whiffed on Collins because you traded him to the 49ers in exchange for a 7th-round pick. You whiffed on Sheldon Rankins. You whiffed on DJ Reader. Everybody that was there and available, you don't have. This, to me, is the biggest, not the first, but the biggest swing and miss and a hiccup for the Texans. How do they react to it?
Eric Armstead's a Jacksonville Jaguar. He's not a Houston Texans, ladies and gentlemen. The market is getting more and more bare. The Texans did counter the Jags with a huge sign, Tim Settle. 6 years in the league, 6 starts, another depth defensive tackle. Big dude, 330. Big dude, Tim Settle. But not quite the Eric Armstead caliber player, at least as we see it right now. We got a little news on the guy that I just spoke about a little earlier. That I am Joe Mixon. I went from being cool with it, good with it, great. I'm really high on this get by the Houston Texans. Really excited about Joe Mixon. We got a little more news, a little breaking news on Joe Mixon. We'll tell you what that is. And we'll discuss the running back, maybe even hear from the running back. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, before we get to that break, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Look, if you look in the mirror and you don't like what's staring back at you, you've got some kind of hair loss issue going.
the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley's out. Sean Bajani is in. It's 4:42, y'all. We got about another hour and 15 minutes. We're giving away 2 tickets to Eric Church. Make sure you stay plugged in. Call your mom. Call your girl. Call your friends and them. Make sure they're listening. The more ears are on the station, the more chance you got to win. It is March the 17th, this Sunday. We're on the backstretch now. Hell, we got about 3-4 days left here at the rodeo. And Eric Church is one, whether it's a rodeo or anywhere else, man, I'll put my word on it. You can thank me later. The dude's an entertainer. You're going to like what you see from Eric Church. We're going to give away some tickets here in the next hour and in 15 minutes. So stay plugged in.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Well, hell, I like that. I like the breaking news sounder. I like that the Texans are in it, T. What you got, man?
Yeah, we got some Texans news. This coming down from Adam Schefter. New Texans running back Joe Mixon. He has signed a 3-year contract extension with the Houston Texans worth $27 million. That includes $13 million guaranteed. Mixon will be in Houston for a bit.
There we go.
I like this, boys.
Yeah.
I like this. Now, is that being worded as an extension? I'm assuming that's on top of this next year?
I believe that should be correct.
So that if my math is right, I'm not the sharpest tool in the years. With Joe Mixon, he's 27 years old. That'll run him through 31 years old. I love this, y'all. I mean, I obviously I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything with the top 3 running backs that were out there. Clearly, I was a Saquon Barkley guy. If it wasn't going to be Saquon Barkley, I would like that old Swift guy, whatever the hell his name was, DeAndre Swift. That was my second in terms of like second tier. If one of my top tier guy was Saquon of the 3, Josh Jacobs and Derrick Henry and Saquon. My tier 2 guys was Swift, and at the time I had no idea that Joe Mixon was available, and had I known that Joe Mixon was going to come available, Joe Mixon would have been right next to DeAndre Swift for me. I would have had those 2 guys side by side and said, hey, I'll take either one of them. Now, I think I'm higher on Swift as well as on Joe Mixon than most people, but I've always liked his run style. I love the fact that he is a 3-down back that has the speed to turn the corner on the edge. He has the build and the power to run it downhill. He clearly catches the football out of the backfield and knows exactly what to do with it. It's effortless. This is a guy that you're not just going to look at his rush numbers.
Right.
To me, this is a overall production. What does Joe Mixon bring to the table? And the number that a guy should give you $1,400 to $1,500. I mean, $100. I wish he'd give me that. But 1,400 to 1,500 yards of production. And I think that's a fair standard bar to set for him. If he stays healthy, now obviously if he plays 14 games versus 17, that changes the game. But if he stays healthy and he plays 17 ball games, to me, you're looking at a guy that 1,500 yards per season should be the standard for what he brings to the table. I think he's going to be on the field more than enough to make that happen. He's a guy that obviously knows the terminology and the playbook for this particular system. Zach Taylor, his old head coach and play caller, came out of Sean McVay's system. I love this extension from the Texans. I like him in a Texans uniform. I love the extension. It just all makes sense.
Yeah. What's curious to me is just trying to put all of these pieces together. And maybe I'm doing too much, but after we talked about the Texans, swinging and missing on beefing up the interior on the defensive line, now you go out and you give Joe Mixon this 3-year extension with this $13 million guaranteed. Well, how does that money line up with what you could have spent this year on the cap if you decided to overpay for a guy like Eric Armstead, if you decided to overpay to retain Sheldon Rankins, if you decided to overpay a guy like DJ Reader to bring him back to Houston? How does that line of thing. You give this extension to Mixon on the heels of agreeing to a 2-year deal for a backup interior defensive lineman named Tim Settle, who has started like a total of 4 games in his NFL career for about 2 or 3 different teams. Cool. I still think that guy's probably a backup and is a depth piece. You still have to get a dude, unless I brought up Danico Autry's name yesterday. The Texans are envisioning having him as a guy they like on the interior next to Fatukasi with Settle and Heinisch as some depth pieces.
Yeah, Khalil Davis. I think Khalil Davis has got the best chance of any of
Davis as well, who is
those
back.
depth guys. I mean, he's one that, like, for me, if we're going to have a conversation about who could be a guy that helps this team significantly more than we thought would, I think Khalil Davis is probably that guy. But but you're right. I mean, the overall point is the dynamic of the Houston Texans changes. Now, I don't know how that conversation about the void at defensive tackle right now, I don't know how that lives in a conversation about Joe Mixon. But you're right. As they spend money, it's going to be the first thing is going to be, that's great, but damn, I mean, what happened? I mean, what happened to you? Couldn't have ponied up another $2, $3, $4 million to get Eric Armstead for 2 years?
Well,
or 3
that's
years?
it. You know, you're spending money on Mixon, whereas, and it's just the question. We don't know the structure of the contract if that extension kicks in next year, where that money changes. Then, you know, we'll see. Again, I still think there yesterday where. When you trade Malik Collins and then nothing thereafter happened, something big's coming down the road.
Sure.
It still could very well be the case with the moves that the Texans have made from yesterday morning to this point. Nothing's really changed financially in terms of this season. You were looking at $40-ish million left to spend on the cap. That big move could still be coming. It just doesn't appear it's going to be a defensive tackle in free agency. It might be a safety. It might be a middle-of-the-road wide receiver. It might be another running back. Who knows?
Whatever they do, buckle up, Houston, because there's going to have to be a move made to bring in a D tackle. And the longer free agency goes, the more that turns into having to be a potential trade. So buckle up, which I'm here for. I love it, man. It's an exciting time to be a Houston Texans fan with all this moving and shaking that Nick's doing, and it's an exciting time to be able to cuss and discuss Nick Caserio and the moves, and it's beautiful to be on the verge of being a team that can compete at an AFC championship or a Super Bowl level. Shoot, it beats the hell out of them in the last few years. We got to hear this real quick though, boys. And we've got some Joe Mixon audio, and I'm gonna bring it I'm gonna bring it to you a little bit more in full later on. But I told y'all there's one thing in his opening remarks, and it stuck out a little bit to me. Now, I'm going to need somebody, 713-572-4610, that maybe has a little bit of experience in the Midwest. Cincinnati's the Midwest, right? Ohio, is that be considered the Midwest?
Yep.
Is how the talk and the lingo kind of deal. But he's a California kid. I don't think this comes from California. I want you to listen to this. By the way, these are just his opening remarks about how good he feels about Houston, which, Joe, I feel good about you too, my brother. Here's Joe on coming to Houston.
Yeah, I feel, honestly, I feel great being in this here situation. Got a great group of guys around me, talk to the coaches, and just where they see me playing in this here offense is definitely exciting times, man. So I just can't wait to get going.
Did you pick up on anything?
This here?
Yep.
You say that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think people in the South probably say it a lot.
Well, he went to freaking Oklahoma.
You're talking about a guy. Well, we were talking about it in the Tyler picked it up immediately too. Look, I hope it's real. I mean, I hope it's like if it's authentic, I don't give a damn.
I'll tell you something about this here, there,
but
boy.
I got real because it's coming out of Cincinnati, being raised up in California. If I'm wrong on one of those, if he wasn't raised up in California, I'm sorry, but. You know,
no, he was. That's verified.
A handful of years in Oklahoma, and then shooting off to the Midwest for 7 years. Was he 7 years in Cincy? I don't know, man. I don't know where that comes from. Is that a Midwest thing? 713-572-4610. Is that a mid? When I first heard it, I got some real Brian Kelly at LSU. Whatever that was he was trying to say and sound Cajun at the moment, it didn't go over well with him.
It says, in general, this here is used to refer to something something that is niche. However, this here tends to be more of an informal and colloquial expression. All these little things that I've found.
Thanks for validating that.
Yeah, that's what we do. Remember on the drive when Ron Hughley is
validation,
not here?
baby.
We validate things.
That's
I don't
right.
see anything that references like the Midwest. When I hear this here and you say it all the time, I pick up on it from you regularly. I just equate it to that's a Southern kind of a way of, slang.
Well, I mean, between Texas and Arkansas, you're going to get a little bit of that every now and then.
Yeah.
I'm 44 years in them two states. You're going to get a little bit of that
If
too.
Joe Mixon dropped a Chief, then I might raise an eyebrow. Like,
that's when you go, he's a G. There ain't no doubt about it.
Check this here out there, Chief. Let me tell you something there, boy.
All right, we've got the Texans, man. This running back, they land with Joe Mixon in this wild running back race here. They land with Joe Mixon. They trade from with Cincinnati. I believe he had 1 year left on his deal, and they've signed a 3-year extension with running back Joe Mixon, 27-year-old former Pro Bowler. Again, 3-year, $27 million, $13 million guaranteed. I don't know how that hits you, Houston, but I absolutely love it. All right, we got a little bit more audio from Joe Mixon as well as some from number 55. Number 55, Danielle Hunter. We'll have that. I will let you hear from a couple of superstars, future Texans superstars. We'll let you do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before you home, man.
always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5.
All right, it's 5 o'clock. I told you, make sure you're listening between 4 and 6, man. We're giving away another pair of Eric Church rodeo tickets. It's Rodeo Ticket Thursday giveaway, and we got one more pair to give away. And Tyler, you ready to give away the final 2 rodeo tickets for 2024, Bob?
So ready.
Let's do it. Caller number 7. Caller number 7. We went 13 last time for Tyler. I'll go with 7 because it's my high school number, and it's 713. Speaking of 713, caller.
7's a good number, man.
Caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 7 right now. Pick your phone up, mash the number, see if you can't win these 2 tickets right here to see Eric Church at the rodeo March the 17th, which is a Sunday. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be a time. I got a good feeling we're going to get some tremendous weather. I got a feeling my bride's going to be ready to rock and roll probably about 20 minutes earlier than she typically is, which means we're going to be on time. Then baby's going to be smiling, holding, grandma's going to be holding one. We're going to get out that door. We're going to head this direction, get over in that wine garden, get my bride a bottle, probably some rosé on a Sunday. Kind of, you know what I mean? It's one of them rosé kind of Sundays.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a country song, Tyler. I'm on to something over here again. Rosé kind of Sunday, baby. Since we're going to be on time, we'll catch some of the action on the dirt down there, little rodeo action.
Yeah.
And then we're going to catch Chief. We're going to catch Chief.
Catch Chief?
That's his nickname, man.
Who, Eric Church?
Yep, written all over his backdrops and everything.
Sounds about right.
Come on, man. Yes, his Chief's a little different than mine, brother. But yeah, man, it's going to be a hell of a show. And if it goes as good as I think it's going to go, I'm probably going to end up at, I don't know, man. Probably end up at one of my restaurants around here eating.
You got enough of it planned. Just kind of let the night take care of itself after that.
Hey, I'll spend a little money after all that. When we go to dinner, hey, I'm buying drinks. Last time I went to dinner with about 12 folks. Got the first rounds on me. I'm that guy. I got the first round, y'all. I told them after they ordered, by the way. They ordered first, and then I said, hey, y'all, I got that first round. Everything else is on you. And we had us a nice little evening over at Armadillo Palace, actually. Had us a nice little evening, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know, Tyler, let me know who's going to join me on to the Eric Church on Sunday, because that's going to be
Armadillo Palace, the one over here off Kirby, right across the street from Good Company.
It's the only one I know,
yeah,
baby.
Man.
It is the only one I know. Good luck to everybody out there. Caller number 7. I hope you enjoy your Sunday as much as I plan on it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we got a little breaking news a couple segments ago. Running back Joe Mixon. He just signed a 3-year extension with the Houston Texans, y'all. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans got him in the building. I believe there was 1 year left on his deal. They said, hey, man, we didn't make this trade for 1 year, man. We really like you. We like what you bring to the table. The former Pro Bowler, who's only 27 years old right now, will be tied to Houston. I haven't seen the details yet, but I believe this ties him to Houston for 4 years. We know, obviously, it's a 3-year extension, but I believe that extension is on top of what he has right now in place, which was 1 year left on his deal here in Houston. So I think it ties the 27-year-old to us for 4 years. 3-year, $27 million contract extension with $13 million worth of guarantees. 3 years, 27, that's $9 million a year. If you add in the year that he's going to get this year, where I believe there was a $3 million bonus and I think a 2 point something.
He was a 2.2 base salary, $3 million roster bonus. Cap hit was 6.1.
So 6, and then 27. So you're looking at $33 million over 4 years.
I just wonder if that 3-year deal's like counting this year. Like if you make the money work in that fashion, like you just rework. And
typically an extension is on top. I mean, it's above and beyond.
Oh, it was
but it could be, right? I mean, it was called an extension, but we'll see when those details pop. We'll keep you posted. I believe right now I'm going to choose to believe that Joe Mixon is going to be the Texans running back, at least plan to be the Texans running back for the next 4 years. And as I've said before, man, this is one that really excites me. And we're starting to get some audio from Joe Mixon's presser starting to get it cut up for y'all and pick out the best pieces. And you heard one a little earlier where I'm not real sure where this here came from, but I like it if it's authentic. But here's Joe Mixon. He can bring to this here offense.
I think that, where I could come in as, bringing that part of that attitude and getting the guys to come along and being able to, make plays and finish the job and get over the hump. I mean, that's what they brought me in for. And I firmly feel like I'll be able to get the job done and make things happen. So I definitely look forward to it. And, I'm just ready to get after it, honestly.
I love it. Take it to the next level. You're not coming in here to be a running back. You're not coming in here to just be a piece to what we're doing. You're coming in here to get us over the hump. You're coming in here to take us to the next level. You're coming in here to get your job done. I really like what I've heard from Joe Mixon so far, and it's an opening presser. I mean, what does it mean if you win an opening presser? I don't know, but I sure like the vibes I get.
Yeah, I love the vibes. I'm trying to think. 2 years behind what we thought the running back situation was going to look like after Dameon Pierce's rookie season to what it is now. You're giving Joe Mixon a 3-year extension, and Dameon Pierce is effectively your RB3.
Yeah. I mean, well,
as he should be, in my opinion. I mean, he may be a little higher up than that for the Texans' liking, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, right now he's going to be your RB2. Right, I mean,
right now
he's got to be the RB2.
You got to put somebody in there.
Look, I'm not out on Dameon Pierce yet.
I'm not either.
I don't. I think there's a real chance that this kid could shine, with what this team's putting together around him. So we'll see what happens there. That's Joe Mixon, the Texans' new running back, and he's the new running back for what they expect to be, I believe, the next 4 years, and we like what we're hearing from him at this point in time. He wasn't the only Texan. He wasn't the only new Texan that spoke to the media today. Danielle Hunter, I would say the prized possession, if you will, of this year's free agent class for the Houston Texans. Really, the prized pupil at least the guys that were available at the edge rusher position in free agency this year. The number one edge rusher the Texans landed, and Danielle Hunter had several things to say, which we're going to circle back to, but here's Danielle Hunter on what he brings to the Texans.
Just being able to just go after the quarterback. And the Texans, they showed that they were able to do it, and that's been in my DNA since I came into the NFL, and I'm happy to be able to go out there and just play for my teammates and bring that to the table.
Getting after the quarterback, no surprise. No surprise there that Eric Armstead. Gosh dang it! See, I'm already ahead of myself. No surprise there that Danielle Hunter, first and foremost, puts his hand in the dirt and gets after the quarterback. Guys, it's going to be, regardless of what, we got some conversations we got to have about these Texans on the defensive side of the football. No question about it. But I don't think there's any way you slice this season up that Danielle Hunter, outside of an injury, that Danielle Hunter isn't a fan favorite here in Houston. I mean, he's just a guy that you look at his resume, man. There's a year in the middle where he I think he played 6 games or 8 games or something, got injured. But boy, you look at his year, man. The sack numbers are just as they're high and they're consistent as you could imagine.
Yeah, it's got people, people all over the NFL world really excited about the Texans pass rush duo. Consisting of Hunter and Anderson. I mean, there's a lot of promise there.
Don't blow that lead there, man. Let's get on that one tomorrow. That's a great point you make. Is where the Texans, how they're being viewed as a 1-2 punch. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. Got a lot of folks really excited. Sean broke that down nicely. We'll bring that to the people tomorrow. But there it is, Danielle Hunter. He's in town. He's a Texan. He's speaking with the Texans logo on his chest, folks. It's a good feeling to be in a spot where you got a team that won a division, won 10 games, made it to the second round of the playoffs, and they're spending money and bringing game-changing caliber players in here for all of us to enjoy the fruits of the labor.
5 o'clock fire.
Now, since that little puff job I did there on the two Texans that we know we're going to have, I got a little bit of bad news. I hate to bring this to the people. Where's it at, Tyler? I'm searching for it. But Eric Armstead has signed a deal not with the Houston Texans, but with a division opponent, the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3 years, $51 million, as Bijani thought. 17 years is exactly what he was doing in San Francisco, so the number's probably going to be around that. I'll be damned. John, this one right here, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I've been patient, relaxed, not worried at all about the defense because there's a lot of pieces out there available floating around. And I'm like, hey, man, they're going to piece this thing. Now, this thing I believe you can piece together, right? Not landing Eric Armstead at $17 million per really takes the winds out of my sails.
I mean, you're talking about, you went from yesterday us having a conversation about getting a guy who has, shown up in the biggest game of the season routinely. He's the franchise leader in San Francisco for sacks in playoff games, to an absolute must-have if you're not going to ride with Collins and Rankins. And you whiff on him, you whiff on your plan B, your ace in the hole, Sheldon Rankins, you maybe whiff on your plan C, DJ Reader. Piecing it together, that's kind of what you're left with right now, and maybe the Texans have started to do that with agreeing to terms on a 2-year deal with Tim Settle, who's been a career backup interior tackle at this point in time. Maybe that's what you're doing. Again, I still think options are available to you now that you probably didn't want to be available to you last week, and that's drafting an interior defensive tackle in the first round, maybe the second round, who knows? But
yeah, I think it's deeper than that, Sean. I agree with you. Tim Settle coming in. You mentioned somebody else. Who else did they sign? Maybe
David Sharp, swing tackle, depth guy for the offensive line. He was a former Texan, practice squatter, bounced around.
Yeah, I remember him. Thing is, I mean, this is a depth play as well. It looks to me like, look, I don't know who they view as like an Excalibur impact type of player that's available at the defensive tackle position. It looks to me like this is a look. Let's get our second string and third string as solid as we possibly can, and then we may have to make a move trade wise for a big time defensive tackle, along with potentially drafting an interior defensive presence that may slide in the draft a bit. You get aggressive, you move up. I just don't look, and this is a bigger conversation for us to have maybe tomorrow, Sean, but I look at it, man, it's this defense, the way they are built right now, and I know they're going to sign people, they're not done, but the way they're built right now, while I've given them an incomplete, they've continued to go backwards. They're going to have to make like a huge splash move for me to get to a point where I feel like this defensive front's better than last year.
Yeah, it's got to be a splash.
It's got to be big, right?
You don't keep Malik Collins and extend him last year. Go out and sign Sheldon Rankins in year one of this. Hey, we're for real. We're ready to compete and play. And then go out and get a whole bunch of projects this year when you flashed at 10-7 and play a divisional round playoff game last season. Something big's got to be coming down, not in your plan B. I don't think it was even your plan C. Something's got to give. The Texans, we'll see how good they are at pivoting here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, Johnny. We'll see.
5 o'clock fire.
Little Astros news here. You'll like this. Brian McTaggart covers the team as closely as anybody out there. Trusted source without a doubt. Justin Verlander. That guy right there. He threw a bullpen again today as he inches towards facing hitters. I don't know that that's anything jarring there, anything breaking there, but I think as Astros fans that are out there and about today, I mean, you just the nugget.
He's on schedule.
He's on schedule after announcing he was behind schedule, but he's keeping up.
Exactly.
And things are looking good. He's still healthy. He hadn't gone back to flat ground and decided to not spin any or anything like that, like we've come accustomed to with Lance McCullers. It looks like JV is moving in the right direction.
It's good news. He's on schedule per his adjusted schedule. He showed up to spring 2 weeks behind schedule. You're 2 weeks away from opening day. He's going to start the season on the IL. That's already been determined. You mentioned Lance McCullers. I'm kind of pissed off about that because about 4 days ago, he spoke to the media and said, hey, Tomorrow's kind of a big day. It's going to be the first time I'm throwing on back-to-back days, and then nothing.
Bury me in the H.
Where's the news? Give me the update. How'd you wake up that next? That's kind of a big deal.
He's ghost reporting us, man. We'll find out. So, all right, that's your 5 o'clock fire, man. That's what's going on. Got a lot happening in Houston, man. On the sports front, Texans front, quiet down the Astros front, but good news. The little nugget that we did that we did get there. So, all right, man. Look, the Texans they have been compared to the Bengals for a while now here locally, but Dan Orlovsky picked it up and mentioned it, and now it's making its rounds. But I think it's real. I think it's real. When I heard Dan say it this morning, I said, well, hell, if Dan's saying it, he obviously sees what I see and what everybody at Sports Radio 610 has said they've seen, because we've been comparing them to the Bengals for, hell, a year now, to be honest with you, since C.J. Stroud emerged, if we're being honest. And so what does that look like? Because I think it's more real than maybe the general conversation will tell you. We'll dig into that and tell you what it means. We'll do that next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Law. I got a question for y'all, man. Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident? If so, you got to know this. You got to know that you have the right to hold the negligent party accountable, and you have the right to get the compensation that you deserve.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Sean Pajani is in. We've given away two packs of tickets to Eric Church. It was Joseph in Houston on the first one.
Man, my memory's been good lately.
You've been grinding now. You're in there. You're juggling about 4 different pieces of audio. And
Mike Gonzalez.
Mike Gonzalez. You got first and last name.
Woo!
Well done. Well done.
Congratulations.
Mike, Joseph, we'll see y'all over at Eric Church, man. If y'all see me and my crew rolling through the old wine garden or something, holler at me. Let's grab us a cold beer.
If you see me and I look drunk, get me a water, please.
In other words, carry around water, and if you run into Tyler, hand it to him.
Fair.
All right, look, around these parts, we've flirted with the Texans being like the Bengals for a while now, particularly the 2021 Bengals. So I'm here to say, why don't we just embrace it, right? Dan Orlovsky, one of the biggest names in NFL TV, if you will, had this to say this morning. Was it this morning or last night? Anyway, he had this to say about the Houston Texans and what they're doing offensively as it compares to the Bengals.
I think the Houston Texans are trying to be the 2021 Cincinnati Bengals. You know, Joe Burrow's second year. We hit on the rookie quarterback. He's a stud. And, you know, what's unique about Houston's situation right now, after all the names that Lewis just went through, is they don't have to have their focus on, well, how do we help the young quarterback take the next step in year 2? They're going, no. How do we help this team go win a Super Bowl? Because the young quarterback is so good, and that's why these additions matter so much. They keep Dalton Schultz. They keep a Noah Brown. And I just remember signing that offseason for Cincinnati and being like, that's a really big signing, and he plays. And all of a sudden you're going, well, the quarterback's a stud, and they got people on the outside. And now that defense is a complementary piece, and it just feels like Houston, there's a little bit of a San Fran blueprint there, but it feels like Houston is sitting there going, we can go build a team that could win a Super Bowl rather than focusing on how do we make sure that the quarterback is set up to play good football.
Well, they're going to make a move at the defensive tackle position, Dan, to make that Super Bowl run. But the point is I think extremely valid and very, very spot on. Look, the 2021 Bengals, to be precise, is I think without a doubt the best comp for a C.J. Stroud quarterback Texans team. When you look at the quarterback situation alone, yeah, they both balled, no question about it. Or they're both ballers, no question about it. But when you look at how they play the game, the play style is damn near spot on. I mean, you're talking about a sniper from the pocket that distributes accurately and on time as well as anybody in the league. You're talking about a guy that processes at a high level in order to distribute at that level. Can impact the game with his feet, but it's not something you want to rely on. Can extend plays with his legs. Probably something you're not the most comfortable with him doing. But the play style is super similar to Joe Burrow. And if you really dig into it, it's scary how similar it really is. You look at the system. Zach Taylor facing with the Rams, which when you talk about Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and ultimately Bobby Slowick and Zach Taylor, the LaFleur brothers, that Shanahan tree, if you will. I don't know if the verbiage is exactly the same, but the system is extremely similar with the Texans right now as it is with the Bengals system. And then you look at the timing in their rebuild, Sean. I mean, the timing in this rebuild is year 2 in Houston, year 2 for Joe Burrow and Cincinnati's when they made that run in 2021. Exactly where the Texans are. And the beautiful thing about it is this isn't just about the team that beat the Kansas City Chiefs and knocked them out of the playoffs. Sure, that's the headliner. But the reality of it is at one point, and I'm not sure it ain't still the case after just because the Burrowhead thing, but got threw back in their face. I'm not sure that the Bengals still aren't the thorn in the side of the Kansas City Chiefs when they can stay healthy. And so I think the comp between the Texans and the Bengals is way more real than the Texans and the Dolphins or the Texans and the 49ers. I think this one's real. I think it's spot on.
It's the similarities are definitely there. really good evaluation job, back in 2021 to look at the total team and see what you needed, because you had to evaluate it without Joe Burrow being in the mix. When he goes down his rookie season, now how can we really evaluate what we're missing while projecting like what he would have done at quarterback? Because, they got the brakes blown off of him a few times in some of those games, divisional opponents, Steelers had their way with them. The Cowboys had their way with them. The Dolphins had their way. So how are you looking at this team at the end of the day and saying, man, this is what we need here? It would have been different if. Well, I think sometimes we can compare too much, to teams in the past. The Bengals is still probably a really good comp, especially the way that they attacked it in their free agency going into that 21 offseason. Because like Orlovsky said, you went out and you got a badass in Trey Hendrickson. But look who you already had on the interior. They didn't just have one badass at defensive tackle. They had two. They had Larry Ogunjobi and they had DJ Reader. Larry Ogunjobi just signed a big badass contract with somebody this offseason. I can't remember who. I just had it pulled up, but he got a ton of money. Signed with the Steelers. 3 years, $28.7 million, a lot of guaranteed money. Cool. And then we obviously know what DJ Reader did. Was that earlier today where you whiffed again? You went out and you got Samaje Perine to play behind Joe Mixon. So you had a pretty solid 1-2 punch for that 21 season at running back. The Texans, before things have happened that have directly impacted them today, I was feeling like the Texans were really starting to do it better than even the Bengals did a couple of years ago. But now that you have a glaring hole of your defensive line and you still have a question mark at corner, question mark in terms of depth at safety at the very least, and certainly, a good solid RB2 you can hang your hat on, they have a lot of work to do, man. It's still time to get there, but I don't think we're feeling as good right now as we were at the close of business yesterday.
Absolutely not, man. Look, the truth of the matter, you mentioned D-tackle, you mentioned that void, man. The Texans have failed to land what I believe is the number one priority in free agency this season. They've created a bigger hole in the defense beyond just not landing that number one priority. We'll tell you what that is, and we'll lay it out and we'll discuss. We'll do that next. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ron.
Done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studio. Sports Ends, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bajani is in. Old Tiny Nipple Tyler is on the ones and twos back there behind the glass. I promised the folks on Twitter you'd show them your nipples today, man.
All right.
If they follow on
Back-to-back
YouTube.
days.
Both nips, man. Still no trim, by the way. Both nips, no trim. Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos working his magic. Always great. That last segment, I was Bajani was talking, and I was like, man, there's no background music, man. Is Tyler all right back here? Is Tyler, did he fall asleep on us or what? He was back there working, man. It's one of them days where Tyler's grinding at about 4 or 5 different things back there, man. Chris Santiago, producer for Area 45, is back here behind us. The Sports Radio 610 crew is grinding for you, Houston. Not that that's anything new, but when it comes to it, and we've got breaking news on guys signing elsewhere. Piddly-ass news on guys signing here. And then you've got the big boys that the Texans signed and landed speaking at the podium. There's a lot of moving parts, man. So appreciate what the guys behind the scenes do as always. Again, Chris Santiago and obviously the real deal T-Mill, Tyler Milner with the drive. All right, we got a problem, Houston. And notice I rephrase that. I'm
very thankful for that.
We got a problem in Houston, y'all. And this ain't good. You know, I know I've been kind of somewhat of a voice of reason, a little too relaxed. And I think Ron may be a little too worried. I feel like I've been somewhat of the voice of reason through this process. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm starting to get a little show concerned. Not Ron, show. About this defense, man. This morning we woke up. I believe it was this morning. Sheldon Rankins was still out there, right? He hadn't signed with Cincinnati yet this morning.
Rankins was yesterday.
Oh, was he yesterday? Okay, so yesterday we ate lunch, at least. And Sheldon Rankins was still dangling out there as a free agent, interior defensive lineman. Eric Armstead was still dangling out there. For what it's worth, DJ Reader was still dangling out there. A lot of guys dangling out there to fill some voids in Houston. And nonetheless, we watch Sheldon Rankins sign with the Cincinnati Bengals. We watched DJ Reader sign with who DJ go to? Anybody remember
Reader,
who DJ? He went from Cincinnati to Detroit.
Yes. Yeah. Nailed it.
DJ Reader went to Detroit. Again, I don't care, or it's D tackles, a position of need coming into free agency, and that need got bigger when you traded Malik Collins to the San Francisco 49ers. So really for me, all of my eggs were pushed directly into the basket of Eric Armstead to save this year of free agency for the Texans. And we got news a little earlier in this show that the Jacksonville Jaguars, not only did the Texans not get Eric Armstead, it offered Eric Armstead. In the meantime, Jacksonville Jaguars are giving D lineman Eric Armstead a 3-year, $51 million deal. The cupboard is bare, boys, both on the free agent market and over at NRG. I'm looking right now at the Texans, the Texans
options
roster, if you will.
Oh.
And you got McTelvin Agim, which is Arkansas boy.
Just call him McLovin.
Is that what you call him?
Yep.
McLovin, huh? You got Will Anderson, obviously. You got Danico Autry, defensive ends. Let's stick with the defensive tackles. McTelvin Agim, who I like. Again, he's not the headliner at the interior defensive tackle position. You got Khalil Davis, who I like. I think he is a guy that surprised some folks last year. I believe he was a high school teammate of Ron's, or went to the same not teammate, but went to the same high school as Ron. So that's Ron's claim to fame. Khalil Davis, I could see him playing and opening some eyes. Again, not a headliner on a team that's going to make a run in the playoffs. You're going to have to give me this fella's name. You said it multiple times. Foley. What's Foley's name?
Foley Fatukasi.
Fatukasi. Again, in my opinion, good. Maybe a guy that plays situationally a little bit more. But that's not a headliner starter on the defensive line. We keep rolling down here. You got Kurt Hurt. Not a frontliner, probably the fifth guy, third string defensive tackle. And then really, the Texans with Eric Armstead going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, they counterpunched with Tim Settle, a guy that started 6 games in a 6-year career in the NFL. So the problem, y'all, is the D-line position is bare from a free agent perspective, and it has gotten significantly worse in Houston with Sheldon Rankins going off the market and Malik Collins getting traded. You really, if we're being honest, if we're talking about Baltimore, Kansas City, if we're talking about AFC Super Bowl, the Texans don't have a starting defensive tackle on the roster right now.
If you needed to go to battle right now today, you're rolling with Fatukasi and you're putting Danico Autry in there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that sustainable, throughout the course of a 17-game season? No. But if, again, you had to go to battle, you're right. It's inarguable. You were worse today on the interior than you were last week with no Rankins and Collins in the mix. That's the biggest hiccup. You dealt with striking out on Barkley and making amends and finding a way to get Mixon, who probably wasn't your plan B.
Saquon!
But it worked out that way. What do the Texans do on the interior? That is a question. I don't think it's ideal you go to the draft with that major need at hand. Try to connect the dots. Now it seems as though with guys like Reeder and Rankins and Armstead, like the dust is settled. Quentin Jefferson signing with the Browns. Like those are probably your biggest names on the interior that were available coming into today. The Buffalo Bills, along with the Tennessee Titans, the Jags, all these teams that have signed guys. The Buffalo Bills were routinely in, according to reports, on guys that the Texans were interested in linked to. Armstead. Well, the Bills earlier today ended up giving their existing defensive tackle a big pay raise, a $16 million deal. And they also re-signed somebody else. So they're probably going to be out of the market. I think the only way to attack this for the Texans is kind of like you'd mentioned. You have to look at maybe a trade, but
at the end of the day, that's going to be the what they could potentially be forced to do. I mean, I just saw a list of free agents up there, and there's still a couple of guys that I really like that I think would be good ads, but I haven't heard the Texans linked to them. I mean, we're talking about a free agent year where, and whether these guys were ever made available or not is not the point, but just the class of defensive tackles. Chris Jones signed back with the Chiefs. Justin Madubuike signed back with the Ravens. Eric Armstead was the number 3 guy, according to this site that I'm looking at right now. He, as we said, it's reported that he's signed a deal or going back. Christian Wilkins signed with the Raiders. Leonard Williams re-signed with the Seahawks. Grover Stewart re-signed with the Colts. DJ Reeder, Detroit. DeQuan Jones, the Bills. There's a few at Sheldon Rankins, Bengals. Golly, the list just keeps going on and on of all these guys that were out there. It's getting bare, man, and it's going to be. This is a bigger problem, I think, than people understand.
I still think it can be remedied. I mean, there's not studs out there and guys out there that have familiarity with the scheme in terms of being a former 49er and things like that. So, or being a former Texan, DJ Reeder, Eric Armstead, all the guys that you can't get now. They're signed elsewhere. But there are good quality dudes out there that would be an improvement over, let's say, a Foley Fatukasi or a Khalil Davis or a Kurt Heinisch, if you will. Take a look at Adam Butler, for instance, who played last year for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Are you trying to piss me off right now?
No. I'm trying to make you feel better. What Why doesn't that do it for you? I mean, it's not.
Well, I mean, look, because I understand there's guys out there that you can fill out a depth chart with. Well, there's solid quality depth out there.
But I'm looking at guys. To be honest with you, I spent quite a bit of time on this, and I'm trying to find guys that are proven, are durable, that have the size, athleticism, and the production, the results from the interior. He's one of those guys that stands out to me that is still out there and available. And there's not many. Sebastian Joseph is another guy, former 49er. Austin Johnson, former Charger, free agent. Those are over the course of their career. It's durability and its results, its production, but doesn't necessarily equate to your Eric Armsteads or your DJ Readers, guys that you've missed out on. Sheldon Rankins to retain, trading Malik Collins. It's not those guys. I am incredibly surprised that Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins and I know talk is cheap, but whenever those guys spoke to the media, they couldn't speak about what they do without invoking each other. How well they played together, how well they liked playing together, the results. Collins being asked to play a completely different technique this past season than he'd ever had played before in his career, and it working pretty damn good. The fact that the Texans and DeMeco Ryans decided to move on from both of those, that's really the most surprising thing to me.
Sean, I'm just at this point, I'm just not. I mean, the only conversation I care to have is what's going to get you beyond what happened in Baltimore, particularly in the second half.
Well, right now, it's not status quo. So you might not like looking at the other options available to you on the free agent market, but that's what you're left with, or trade, or draft.
Well, what I'm looking at right now, there's a couple of guys out there that really piqued my interest, and one of them we've had some experience with. Tier Tart is one of them, and Calais Campbell is one of them.
Calais Campbell's going to be 37 going on 38, who's been incredible. I mean, that's a future Hall of Famer. Incredibly durable.
But you're talking about, I mean, that's what we're talking. We're talking about rolling the dice on somebody that hell, if he's 30, everybody'd want him. He'd be making $30 million a year.
Hey, I mean, breaks, man. I'm trying to convince myself that this maybe could be an option. Or
Sean, it's the only option. Tier Tart and Calais Campbell and a draft pick right now. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that could turn me on. I mean, I could get excited about a rotation that included those guys. I mean, look, Calais Campbell on a damn snap count is sexier than some of these guys.
I ain't kicking Calais Campbell out of bed, but at some point that cat's going to hang it up.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he is. And I mean, give us one solid year here. But I mean, you're talking about the Calais Campbells, Tier Tart inside. There's a couple of big guys that are still available that I think are flexible edge guys that would improve this front. But man, if you're going to struggle inside of the defensive tackle position, you better go get Chase Young and Jadeveon Clowney and throw a set of defensive ends at folks that just scares the hell out of them.
Yeah,
I mean, there's still hope, but I just think there is Nick and DeMeco are really on the verge of putting themselves in a position where it's going to have to be a trade, and the caliber defensive tackle we're talking about is first round, second round, like serious draft capital that we're talking about bringing in here. Because if you don't, then you're not going to accomplish what you said you were going to accomplish, which is investing in this front seven.
You going to give Tier Tart a 3-year, $21 million deal? Would you kick that out of bed right now?
I'm not kicking anything out of bed right now.
All right. That's what his projected contract he's looking at on the open market is.
$7 million a year for a defensive tackle right now, and right now I'm staring and Kurt Hinish in the face. Yeah, I'm.
Clint just wants some action, man. He just wants to get in them sheets. See
Give
what
me
happens.
Tier Tart. Give me Tier Tart right now.
Golly, Texans All Access is up next, y'all. Them boys got plenty to talk about. Joe Mixon, new running back, spoke, signed an extension. Daniil Hunter spoke, local guy coming home, sack master. And, of course, Johnny and Mark will dig into definitely this defensive tackle.
Oh, they're in the house again tonight, too.
On the defense. Also, Area 45 tonight is
B. Scott and PC, baby.
B. Scott and PC. Bajani, T. Mill.
Until tomorrow.
Great job, fellas. Until tomorrow, we love you, Houston. I bought Riding Dirty at least 10 times. I know your boy Scurf. I ain't had a Trill Burger yet, man.
Are you kidding me?
I'm dead ass. We got to get the 610 crew down there. You got to get Scurf down here. Something. The two parties got to meet, man.
I'm going to see to it. Matter of fact, before you come on air tomorrow, you, sir, are going to have a